Again, we need to explore this. What does this mean? We also heard that cost of supply studies are not a tariff setting methodology, but they inform tariff setting. We also heard that use of proxies, especially in terms of data and other things, are actually use of proxies is inevitable and should actually be welcomed, because those proxies are essentially considered inputs rather than just thumbsucks. They are based on some form of analysis. There was a discussion again on prudency, efficiency, and reasonableness. And we all know the extra significance of that. That Section 15 of the Act talks about an efficient licensee. And therefore, we need to have a shared view of what is meant by prudency, efficiency, and efficiency. And I think there was another angle that was introduced, which is a fundamental angle in tariff setting, which is reasonableness. So today, I do hope that we'll be able to get an expanded view on these issues that were raised. And today, the focus is on the tariff design using cost of supply studies. And we're going to have a presentation or a discussion or a session that's going to talk to how you design tariffs in a changing electricity industry. I think this is going to be very interesting, because we all know this is the situation that is facing South Africa at this stage. We're also going to get a practical application of cost of supply studies in tariff design. Clearly, we all know that the ERSA, the Eskom retail tariff, the ERSA, the Eskom retail tariff structures, whatever, are actually based on research cost of supply studies. We're going to have perhaps what we then would be the best in class, a discussion that will come from Eskom, but also hopefully that will be balanced by other views in terms of how that cost of supply study is then brought into the municipal space. But will not be done if we're just focusing on ourselves. So we're going to today also get a regional perspective, as then we'll then close with a global perspective on the tariff design. Again, as indicated, these platforms are here for us to engage. They're open. They are chaired by individuals who are actually skilled in their areas, who would be able to decipher some of the salient points for us. All we can ask is that we engage and engage and engage. Just lastly, I know this has been asked, all the presentations that will be made or that have been made will be made available to all who participated. But we will then, for the members of the energy regulator, these will be compiled and be presented to you in a manner that is befitting of the members of the energy regulator. I noticed that Ms. Makubane has now rejoined. Ms. Makubane, I took over from you. Apologies for that. But I have then dealt with the first agenda item, which were the opening remarks and the welcome. So can I hand over back to you, ma'am? I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Komete. Yeah, technology will bring you to your knees on a Tuesday morning. Apologies for that. Thank you for your opening remarks, Mr. Gumede, and just laying the groundwork for how the day is going to unfold. We're going to be now moving to our second day and the first session, which is around tariff design and price setting principles. This session will be moderated by Willie Lemkhize. He is the head of department for the electricity. Sorry. Okay. He is the head of department for the electricity licensing and compliance and dispute resolution department within NESA. Mr. Mkhize, please show yourself and then lead us in this particular discussion. Thanks.
Thank you
on mute.
So much. Thank you so much, Chair. Apologies, I was muted. Thank you so much for the introduction. I'm very excited to be part of this webinar and to host some very well-experienced hosts that we have today. This morning, we have two hosts that will be presenting on this topic. I'm just going to introduce them briefly, and then they will be presenting on this theme, which is tariff design and price setting principles. Within this topic, there will be a plethora of subjects such as tariff design principles, cross subsidies and tariff design, tariff signals, demand and supply, price elasticity, and so forth. So to help us to dive into this topic, we have Mr. Dion Condradi. Mr. Dion is from the African Energy Leadership Center within the WITS Business School, and he will elaborate on this topic. Just a brief bio of Mr. Condradi. He holds an honors degree in electrical engineering and a master's in business leadership. He's also an experienced professional with a very strong background in electricity pricing revenue requirements, as well as tariff design and strategic planning in the energy sector. And as I said, he's currently serving as a seasonal lecturer at the African Energy Leadership Center within WITS Business School. And then following closely on Mr. Conradi's heels will be Ms. Same topic. Ms. Savodi's bio is as follows. She's an ESCOM corporate specialist with over 40 years experience in the electricity supply industry. Shirley is responsible for leading the development of new tariffs and pricing policies at ESCOM. And her particular interest is in facilitating wheeling of energy through appropriate tariffs, policies, contracts, and advising interested parties. If I can go on with Ms. Shirley, we'll be here all day. So I'll just stop there and allow Mr. Conradi to come on the stage and to present to us on this very wonderful topic. And I'll advise that you listen carefully so that we will have a question and answer topic once Mr. Conradi and Shirley have presented. So thank you very much, Mr. Conradi, if you can take the stage, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vilele, and good morning to everyone. It's indeed a great discussions that are taking place, and I think it's long overdue. I'm going to switch off the moment I've shared my screen. So just want to get to that. Okay. Can you see the screen?
Not yet, Dion.
I wonder if it... I'm just going to give it some time.
Forgotten since you retired. Valley.
Okay, now it's visible, Dion.
Is it visible?
Thank you.
Right. No, thank you very much for the opportunity.
Sure.
It's a very short space of time, and it's a very complex and a very involved topic that we are. And this whole session of tariff design and pricing setting principles. So I want to focus in a couple of minutes that I have on just context of tariff design, how it fits in what we discussed yesterday, moving forward, and then I'm sure Shirley will go into more the process in terms of what needs to be done. If we look at the tariff design framework, and I start with this specific slide, trying to link back to what we've said yesterday. I think what came out clearly, and I think it was summarized this morning as well, and it was also mentioned by the chairman this morning and Hendrik yesterday, that in this process, I think, and there are very different types of terminology that's being used, but I think the most basic one is if we explain it the following way. We talk about cost of supply, which is the revenue requirement or the process that's being used in municipalities. That is then followed by, in a sense, the cost to serve that Terry has talked about yesterday, which consists of that specific functionalization, classification, and allocation, as was clearly presented yesterday. And then what we are going to talk today, the last definitely separate process, which Hendrik said, which is the tariff design. So I think the point is very important. It was made this morning as well, and I want to support it strongly, that you do a cost of supply, so I understand what are your costs right through. Then you allocate them to the different customers in terms of what is the, and cost causation was used yesterday, which is very important, so that you understand what it costs to supply your different customer groupings. And then you use that to design your tariffs. Because when you get to tariff design, it's not as simple as it just mentioned. When you design tariffs, you can go back years. I've used this source, and it's Professor James Bonbright, his Principles of Public Utility Rates. He wrote this paper back in 1960s, and it consists of, I think, around 25 different principles, core principles, or principles of tariff design. And out of that, basically internationally right now, the 5 core principles are being used, and it has been tested recently in a research paper, and it confirmed that even with the changes in the industry, a lot of these things are still very valid. And the first of all of those is sufficiency. And that is your total receipts from the consumers, and it must be equal to the cost of producing. That's exactly what we've been discussing all the time. And it talks about, it's about cost of supply. It's about cost of service studies to understand exactly what the cost of your utility provide. Without knowing that, it's very difficult to make informed decisions, as we've said before. The next point is fairness. It brings out that set electricity tariff apportion costs and risk fairly between customers and utilities. And I think that is very important to understand that one. The electricity tariff considered fairness among the customer categories. And I think you can realize that a lot of these principles has been in the different documents that is currently available in our own industry, from ERA right through to the principles that's been set out by NERSA. Efficiency. Electricity prices should set an economically efficient levels and reflect as closely as possible the true cost of providing reliable electricity. Customer acceptability being another one. Customers understand, interpret, and react to electricity tariffs. Very often we design tariffs, which for us as practitioners in tariff design, it is very simple. But do our customers understand exactly how they work? And I'm not talking about the sophisticated customers only. I talk right through to everyone. And it must be simple and clear enough so it can be easily be understood that people can start to respond on the price signal that's in there. And then we need stability, remain stable over time. Those are the core things. And that's where also almost the academic stops. Or maybe the next slide is still part of the academics. We all agree, and I agree with Hendrik, we must focus and design tariffs as cost reflective as possible. And thanks to Ricardo, I've borrowed this slide from them. Cost incurred by electricity supply fall in three categories. It's the cost drivers, which is your demand related, your energy related, and your customer related, which is a rand per megawatt, rand per kilowatt hour, and which is then charged to customers in the rand per kVA, rand per kilowatt hour, and rand per customer charge. But that has come out of the discussions yesterday as well. So the whole idea is, and what Hendrik I think has said is, we must try and design tariffs as closely as cost effective as possible, based on the cost drivers, and then charge accordingly to how we separated the cost out. However, we operate in a regulated environment. We operate in a real world. Very briefly, sort of the legal aspects that needs to be taken into consideration specifically, and it can be very wide and there can be others, but I've taken out the major ones that has an impact on the design of tariffs. And the first of all, in Electricity Regulation Act. And as it is, it states clearly that NERSA must regulate electricity prices and tariffs. It says on tariffs, undue discrimination between customer categories should be phased out. You may permit the cross-subsidy of tariffs to certain customer classes, and the utility may only charge a tariff determined by NERSA. So you cannot charge tariffs that's not been approved by NERSA. I know the ELR amendment bill is currently in Parliament, and that now tries to focus more on what is being said in where South Africa wants to go from the perspective of a roadmap for Eskom, as set out by DPE. Second one is the Municipal Finance Management Act, or MFMA. That provides a secure, sound, and sustainable management of financial affairs for municipalities. It also allows municipality charges to be raised. Just one comment, it can raise charges there, but I think it's important that when you design tariffs in municipalities, that we know that we need to start to charge fixed components. But I think those fixed components must be motivated and well established, coming from the cost and charged as a tariff charge, and that as few as possible additional charges are raised, because that just creates this suspicion by customers. Eskom to timely table the municipal tariffs in Parliament before 15 March. Then the promotion of the State of Justice Act. I don't want to talk even about that. You've seen all the court cases that actually, as they start from that perspective. Government direction, electricity pricing policy, it's in the process of being updated. The roadmap 2019, that also gives a specific direction in terms of how tariffs need to, because that has an impact of how we move forward. The South African codes, the grid code and the distribution code. And I think the grid code has been looked at recently, and I think there's also maybe an opportunity as we move now forward into the new dispensation to look at the distribution code. It's very extensive and very well written, but I think we need to adjust in terms of where we're moving into the industry. And then NERSA rules and regulations, and there are a number of them. I'm just mentioning specifically that's currently in place, the principles to determine prices in the electricity supply industry document that it's on their website, the MYPD methodology, and we know they're busy currently with the EPDM. So there are very specific legal areas that need to be taken in consideration when you design tariffs. You just cannot go on your own and do your own thing. It's been driven by some of them. But as we all know, we sit in an industry here in South Africa, also in emerging markets. We know, seeing that now, we've discussed and debated it yesterday. limited data and tariff design skills. Utilities face difficult challenges with designing tariffs. Skills of tariff design for all the number of municipalities out there is limited. Many different perspectives, agendas, and interest of a variety of stakeholders need to be balanced. I don't even have to mention all the ministries that is to do with electricity industry. So there are many trade-offs to be made because they all have different perspectives, agendas, and interests. So designing rates is a complex consideration of a wide range of factors. It absolutely starts with the full cost of providing electricity service. We need to understand that. Then on the other hand, there's also customers' willingness to pay. That's a challenge at this stage, and we need to address it because it's critically important. Incentive for long-term infrastructure investment. So the point here is it must be such that investments can be done, that it's cost reflective so that there is incentives for people to do that. Social equity, technology. We're moving in an absolutely booming technology at the moment to smart meters. I don't think we've seen anything yet. And that's going to have a major impact on how we move forward and how we manage it, as long as we have battery power to the cell towers that drives those SIM cards that's driving these technology. But the point I say there, the final tariff, when it goes out there for NERSA for approval, will always be a balance of interest of different stakeholders, and you cannot ignore them. So customers are charged in the tariff. It's very often dependent, very small practicalities, simple practicalities. What is the sophistication of customer needs? Sometimes we design a tariff for customer grouping, and do we really know what they want? Just a simple example. We talk about the lifeline tariffs. We charge a specific cent per kilowatt hour. That's so they get so many kilowatt hours. But the real poor, they only have 10 Rand or 20 Rand. So for them, it makes more sense to pay that they know what is 20 Rand's worth of, and not what kilowatt hours. They don't even understand that. So this is a simple example there. Metering costs. Is the metering available, and can it measure the related things that you want to do? And then if they have to change it, is it cost effective to install such metering at a very high cost? And one needs to consider that, and how we're going to drive it out. Then affordability, and I'm not here only talking about affordability of the poor. Yes, that's one factor. But what is critically important here also is we must start to think about the affordability of our large industrial customers who are competing internationally as well. Because they are the customers currently in Eskom who are paying the subsidies to the poor. And how far can they be stretched to do that? We'll talk about subsidies later on. They, at this stage, also subsidize the entry of IPPs into the industry through the electricity price. So the point here is they need to compete internationally with their competition, and we must consider sometimes we're pushing with loading the cost of electricity, we're pushing them that they are not competitive anymore. Impact of changing from the existing tariffs. Sometimes customers has built a business around the tariff signals that they receive right now. And if you change that, it will have an impact of how they do it. Revenue risk and fairness. There's around 75% of the distribution's own costs are fixed. And a variable charge where costs are fixed may under-recover cost if volume is not realized. And this is becoming extremely important as we move out now into unbundling of the different Eskom into subsidiaries. So, and then other practical considerations need to be taken. Can the billing system deal with it? Can it be programmed and handle the tariff structure that's developed? So there are many other things that has an impact on the design of tariffs that we need to consider as well. The other one, I think it's something that it's a major issue in our own industry currently, and that is the mismatching tariffs and cost. Because that can cause several issues. If you look at the pictures in the right bottom, it's purely as an example for the argument. capacity cost is 45%, energy cost is 30%, customer service. But if you look at the tariffs, then you see you recover your in a variable cost almost 75% of your versus infrastructure admin. This is just sort of to give you a picture of what I'm talking about. So the recovery versus what the costs are, and that gives inefficient behavior, send out wrong skewed economical signals, non-optimal investment, inadequate revenue required, increased risk and higher cost of capital, and inter-tariff subsidies. This is again thanks to Ricardo, a study that they've done, and it reminded me so much of the Eskom tariff submission that was in the beginning of that they submitted that NERSA decided about in the beginning of the year, which is so critical. In this case, this specific country, 90% of the utilities revenues come from a variable charge. 50% of the costs are demand driven, and only 3% of the cost are $1 per MVA. So a significant level of mismatches between this cost and revenue structure poses a big risk if you go forward and you do not address it. So that's also a big challenge in tariff design. Then I've said we will come to tariff subsidization. Once you have your set of rates determined that are cost reflective, so that's what Hendrik said, you understand what is your cost, what should be the cost, the unit cost for each and every component of the customer. I think that's where you start to look at the impact and customer implications if you implement that. And in a country like ours, it's very, very difficult to just charge full cost effectiveness to all customer categories. So there's unique issues that arise. We are challenged. Currently, South African utilities are affected by challenges as aging infrastructure, high cost of generation, low ability to pay, limited capacity, and all of which impact our cost-effective rates design is implemented in practice. So that's things that have impact on that. So one of the issues South Africa faces is actually the tension between customers' desire to have low tariffs versus the need of the utility to recover its cost of the providing that specific service to be sustainable. And that always needs to be a tension, but I think we need to have a healthy balance around that. In South Africa, the ability of some customers to pay is too low to recover the utilities' high cost of providing service to those customers. So we need to be thinking creatively as we move forward of how we're going to deal with those issues. So in absence of sufficient direct subsidy from government, currently utilities employ cross-subsidization between customer categories to bring down the price to the poor households and certain sectors of the economy in certain locations. And I think out of that is also comes one or two of these negotiated pricing agreements that we have currently in place. Cross-subsidy is the practice of setting higher tariffs for certain customers to cross-subsidize tariffs for others. And the point I try to make is heavy cross-subsidization can result in market distortions that can hamper economic growth, especially our industrial customers that need to compete internationally. Very briefly, I've just made a note, and it might not be comprehensive, but the current subsidies in electricity tariffs that are there, currently they're there. First of all, there are certain transparent tariff cross-subsidies. Now, I don't want us we need to make a difference and see it. I talk about cross-subsidies and I talk about subsidies. So do not confuse subsidies with cross-subsidies, but it's all in terms of that flow. Cross-subsidies is within the industry. And first of all, it's the transparent ones. It's the intra-tariff cross-subsidies within a tariff and based on the tariff structure. That's example, higher voltage network charges subsidize the lower voltage network that we've seen that's happening in Eskom. Fixed costs are covered through variable charges. Very important what they said. It poses a risk if your volume starts to fall. Inter-tariff cross-subsidies between different tariffs, that's where affordability or socioeconomic cross-subsidies, that's where you charge one tariff category more and it's paid by another category. And in our case, it's a larger high voltage customers that pay for the low voltage and poor customers. There's some hidden cross subsidies currently and they are there for different reasons. One is negotiated pricing agreements. I know there's a lot of confidential around it, but the fact is, as long as they're there is, and it's for the greater good and it's for the government. So what I'm trying to say is we need proper policy frameworks of how we address these things so that it's to the greater good of everybody. Ancillary services currently just part of your transmission cost. And I think it's also in a sense because ancillary services are there for everybody because that keeps the system going and it started when it fails. So the question is, does everybody contribute their part of that? Municipal contribution to rates. Yeah, that's almost a subsidy from the industry to, and I've thought about it when I put it in there, it's a subsidy from the industry to local government. But the point is, it cross-subsidizes that's in the tariffs. So it's a subsidy that's in the tariffs that's not transparent at the moment in all cases. And then even independent power producers' prices is not very clear in our whole situation. But it is a subsidy because government, when they introduced and they moved to renewables, and that's the good strategy, the point here is just that they decided they can either provide that subsidy through taxes or through the price of electricity. So now at the wholesale level, the higher prices at the moment is subsidizing the current lower prices of the current generation. So there is a levelization that takes place, which in effect is a cross-subsidy. And then subsidies. Lifeline tariffs can be financed by government subsidies. Government has bailed out Eskom, and free basic electricity is an example. It's a changing environment, changing consumer demand. And I think load shedding has enhanced this whole thing. There's people awareness of the use of electricity. So with the technology that's coming up, so customers are going to need to purchase electricity at the lowest possible price and as efficiently as possible. That is changing demand patterns for customers and increased use of technology that manages the demand. We've seen it all over now. Adopting smart demand management tools and advice are moving towards the use of electricity vehicles. Those things are coming. Impact of renewable energy, that will have an impact on the tariffs, the time of use, the rates that we're going to set. I'm talking about now the change in consumer demand. Going forward to impact of renewable energy. Introduction of renewable energy has complicated the managing of demand and supply in the grid. There's increased uses of ramp-up of baseload during evening peak. And to create those gaps, one needs to look at how you're going to deal with that and what tariff signals you're going to send out to change those things. And the ramping is mainly caused by residential customers. And then the question is, how flexible are they to move their thinking and usage of electricity? And how practical is that? So how elastic is the price of electricity? So there's a need to develop tariffs to cater for this complexity. Customers that have small embedded generation installations still dependent on the grid when the renewable energy is not available. So they still have to pay for being connected to the grid. Are we ready for that? Do we have proper network charges? Do we charge cost-effective charges there? Or are we sending out a skewed signal to the picture? This slide I borrowed from Eskom, and I think it's just to explain what I've tried to say there is because of the solar, there's a definite lull, the duck curve thing, and somehow that is a major problem for our system operator to manage the system. So we need to think around that in terms of how we can make sure that make full use of that doesn't become such a major big ramp up and when even a peak starts. So yeah, I think challenges in tariffs in the future, cost reflectivity versus subsidy. Tariff structures do not always provide the correct economic signals. Fixed network costs recovered through cent per kilowatt hour charges. I think that's one of the major ones. This can have a detrimental contribution business, particularly in light of the embedded generation, and sales will reduce. And then in future, energy costs will also have to be unbundled into fixed capacity and variable energy-related charges. And I think one has to think about it, because currently IPP's contracts are around that. And with a huge amount of debt, if the volume drops, it puts at this stage for Eskom at a huge risk in terms of that. And we need to think how that can be addressed without expanding increasing the price, but just with changing it in terms of the way we set our tariffs. Because what's very interesting is, in the US, they found that after embedded generation came into play there, the trend was that customers reduced their monthly energy consumption by 49% in summer, but the peak only by 4.9% during the same months, resulting in a significant lower load factor. So that's stats that I found in the research. That's very interesting. And I don't know what the situation, I have no idea what the situation is in South Africa, and I think we need to look at that as well, because that also has an impact on us. And then I think I just want to say last word is, it is so important, and I want to add the point that was made yesterday by Selga. In all countries where a good change was in the industry, where you move towards the new industry, the success stories is where the legislation and the market structures has been or decided on, and then there's a move towards that. But for us, always trying to anticipate and pushed by the market, by what's happening in renewable energy and all the disruptors that's taking place, without knowing where we're going, we sit with a major problem and we'll never catch up unless we address that issue. So I want to support them strongly on what they've said there in that thing. And then I can't remember, but somebody else has also mentioned that. At this stage, the cross subsidies in the tariffs in South Africa is, in a sense, legacy, and it haphazardly is implemented by different entities without having a broader picture in terms of what is the national cross subsidy. How are we going to support the poor? Who's going to pay for that? How we will support industry to grow the economy? There's no overall cross-subsidy framework, and I think that's critical if we want to be successful in all of this. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Conradi, for those very insightful facts. I think at this point in time, we'll just dive straight into Shirley's presentation, and then we'll go into the Q&A after Shirley has presented. Shirley, if you're ready, do you mind to just put on your camera and come forward? Thank you very much. Shirley, I think you are muted.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks. Good
morning, everyone. Good morning, Welele, and good morning to all the colleagues and people I've known throughout the years in this industry. I just want to confirm, shall I share my screen, or can I share my screen?
Yes.
Thank you.
Please, if you could share your screen, Shirley. Thank you.
Can you see my screen? Put it on.
Yes, it's visible.
Put it on slideshow.
No, if you could just put it on slideshow, please.
Yeah.
Thank you.
It is now. Can you see that?
Yes, it's on slideshow. Thanks.
Thank you. So I think Dion's done a lot of sort of the philosophy behind tariff design. And tariff design really, according to Ahmed Farouki, who used to work at the Brattle Group, is really about three things. It's about philosophy, policy, and politics. So it's not just a science. There's art and there's other things that influence the way tariffs are designed. So I'm going to go into a little bit more of the practicalities around tariff design, and I'm probably going to repeat a lot of things that were said yesterday, but we know that the electricity supply chain at the end of the day is how tariffs are determined. But the first step is to understand the costs in all of these different areas of electricity, the generation side of it, dealing with the assets, the auxiliary consumption, what returns are given, OPEX, losses, transmission, it's the wires, the wholesale trade, the system ops, the lines, OPEX, also losses, and on the distribution side, which is really the buying and selling of energy and the provision of administration and billing services. And then what happens is you get your revenue requirements. And that's the important step that is needed to actually then decide how you're going to recover that through your tariffs. So when you're looking at the cost of supply to a customer and the resultant tariffs, it's important to understand what those numbers actually mean. So we know that when a customer, the voltage of the supply impacts the cost of the customer. So the lower the voltage, the greater the cost. And we see customers saying, oh, residential customers pay R2.50 a kilowatt hour, and industrial R1.20, for example. It looks like there's a cross subsidy. But we know that the more assets that need to be maintained and built, and the losses are much greater the lower the voltage. So that's why when you get results that come out of your cost of supply, you will see that your costs will be higher at the lower voltages. The location of the supply is also important. For example, rural networks are more expensive than urban networks, basically because of the distances between the customers. So there's more capital that is shared by fewer customers, and the losses as well, the technical losses. And then the distance from the power stations impacts transmission charges. And again, this is dealing with capital and technical losses. Then the customer's usage pattern. So the more energy that's used in peak periods, the more expensive it is for the generation costs in that particular hour. So that also impacts the customer's costs and the in tariff that they would pay. Excuse me. And then the size of the supply. The larger the customer supply size, the more staff are allocated, or the more individualized the service is, and therefore these customers get allocated a higher cost. So what information is needed to do tariff design? We all know it starts from the revenue requirements and then allocating the revenue requirements into the costs. And then these costs get categorized and the cost drivers are used to get unit costs, cost-reflective unit costs. The other very important thing from tariffs is the volumes. So you need the volumes per time of use period, per season, the maximum demands in each month, the notified maximum demands, the number of points of delivery, and the existing tariff revenue, because you always need to compare your changes that you're going to make to the existing tariff revenue. If you don't know that, you don't know the impacts. And it's important that these impacts are actually provided. So, and you can see if you forecast incorrectly, then you could get tariff rates that are totally incorrect as well. So forecasting of this information, because you need to base it on a forecast of the next year. So in terms of the tariff change process, it starts on the right-hand side with the cost of supply study, which for Eskom starts with the NYPD decision, then segmenting, determining the cost drivers. Is it demand? Is it kilowatt hours? Is it load factor? Is it time of use? Allocating them into the segments and their cost drivers and calculating rates. So that was, I think, well explained yesterday, and you get your cost reflective rates. Then you need to now start to design your tariffs. And this is where it takes place, not just dealing with the science of what you get out of the cost of supply study, but you need to now look at, okay, if you're going to make changes, what changes do you want to make? What pricing signals do you want to apply? For example, do you want to encourage demand side management? You could do that through time of use tariffs or tariffs that are linked to certain incentives to encourage customers to use electricity more efficiently. Do you want to bundle your charges? For example, what is done in RBT? Do you want to apply subsidies? This all happens in the tariff design process, but it needs to take into account other initiatives or other imperatives. For example, national policy, such as the EPP, the Eskom business requirements. So we would have a corporate plan. What are the stakeholder and customer inputs? What regulation is in place that enables you to make these changes? What codes are there, because we need to comply with the codes in our licenses? What other rules and guidelines NERSA might have? So all of that takes place in the design process. So it's a complex exercise. Then once you've done this, you then obviously compare it to what the customers currently pay, and then you do your analysis or your adjustments, because you don't want to see massive changes to customers. So you might look at phasing in, or you might look at, for example, looking at your fixed versus variable. So the higher the fixed charges are, the more the low load factor customers get impacted. So you might say, okay, I'm going to do a balance between fixed and variable to reduce that impact. And then you go through your approval process, which is for Eskom, internal approval. NERSA then puts out consultation documents, public hearings, and then makes a decision. We also have to consider the MFMA and SALGA and National Treasury inputs that are required for Eskom. We also engage with customers before we submit to the regulator and afterwards. We do education. We consult with other stakeholders as well. And tariffs is not just about reflecting costs, but also about including price signals that drive consumption behavior and creates a more effective and economic system. So once you have your cost reflective unbundled tariffs that come from the cost of supply, you would look at what charges you want to raise. So Rand per kVA or Rand per point of delivery is typically for fixed costs, where demand or capacity is a driver, and cents per kilowatt hour is typically for costs that are more variable in nature, where consumption is a driver. And Hendrik did touch on this, that your tariff structure, Dion did touch on this, that the tariff structure could depend on the sophistication of customer needs. If a customer uses 100 kilowatt hours a month, it doesn't make sense to put them on time of use tariff, for example. Your metering capability, if you have meters that can't do time of use or don't measure demand, then your tariff needs to accommodate that. Your affordability level, at what level of subsidies. Then again, as I've mentioned, your customer impact, you have to look at what they're currently paying and what they're paying in the future. And then what is your revenue risk as a utility? So if you depart from your cost driver, and it's the fixed and variable discussion, you would, as a utility, sit with volume risk. If you are now recovering fixed costs through cents per kilowatt hour charges and you get a reduction in your sales, because customers, for example, have put PV on their roof, your costs still stay the same. The wires are still there. The grid is still the backup. Your transformers are in place when the customer needs it. but now you're no longer recovering your costs. So you as a utility sit with revenue risk, which depending on the clawback mechanism, you may be able to claw back or not. So the cost of supply really answers one question. It looks at understanding subsidies in the first place. It is not a cost justification exercise, it's a cost allocation exercise. Now we know that NERSA's cost of supply framework is dealing with three aspects. It's dealing with cost justification or revenue requirements and cost allocation and tariff design. So once you've got all of these costs, now your next step is to look at what do you actually want to do. So this is an example of what does tariff unbundling mean, or really reflecting your different charges or your different costs into different charges. So in simple terms, it's strictly charged for and where, sorry, I've just got something on my screen, and where different costs and cost drivers have different charges. So for Eskom, our most unbundled tariff is Megaflex, but our charges are not aligned with our divisional costs. So they don't reflect generation, transmission, and distribution in their cost buckets accurately because we've applied average price increases since 2012. So there's a misalignment. And this only gets corrected when you actually do tariff restructuring. So this, for example, is what we submitted in our retail plan. So you can see the energy charges reflecting energy costs or the variable components of energy costs. We proposed introducing a generation capacity charge based on rand per kVA, the transmission network charges reflecting the transmission costs, the distribution network charges reflecting distribution costs, and then there's aspects of subsidies. So we've got the low voltage subsidy charge, which subsidizing the 500 volt category. And this is again one of those legacy things that over the years we've tried to correct, that these voltage charges start to become more cost reflective. Then transmission, the ancillary service charge, and I think Dion alluded to this, that this is probably, there's a lot of costs that probably sit in the energy charges that should be pulled out into ancillary services. And then we've got for Eskom our explicit cross subsidies. And then from a retail perspective, you would have your retail charges reflecting the size of the customer's supply. And then we also have a reactive energy charge, which is a signal for power factor. So let's look at the cost increases since 2012, but all the Eskom charges increased at an equal rate. So this is also one of the reasons why our cost of supply is important, because you can actually now look at how your charges might not be reflecting your purchase costs or your network costs, for example. So this is MIPD increases over the years from 2012 to 24. So you can see generation increased by 112%, transmission by 31%, distribution by 62%, and retail actually saw quite a significant reduction over this period. So it does distribution network charges lower than what they should be. But this only can get corrected when you do a cost of supply study. So when we look at calculating energy tariffs, we first start with the cost to serve, providing us the unit rates per time of use period. This is based on the wholesale purchase cost, distribution buys from transmission, and the loss factors are then added per voltage and geographic zone. And these costs and the charges, the costs that we get are based on forecast profiles, and where there's no time of use information, representative load profiles are used. The rates are then passed to each tariff, either on a time of use basis as is, or averaged over all time periods, or converted to a rand per kVA energy charge, for example, for Eskom's night save tariff. This is actually the simplest part of tariff design, and it's done before the application of subsidies. And the thought is always that the subsidy should never be applied to energy charges, only side of it. And then you could look at innovative options to provide greater incentives for customer saving and better system management. And the picture on the right-hand side just basically shows the risk that the utility would face. The highest risk is when you have flat rates, and your lowest risk for utilities when you go to real-time pricing, but there the customer sits with the greatest risk. And you could decide along this graph your risk exposure. So if you look at the middle, time of use sort of sits in the middle, where it's sharing both the utility risk and the customer risk. Then on network charges, you get network charges. They're provided again as cost-reflective unit rates based on voltage and customer category. And for transmission, we purchase at the wholesale rate the transmission charges, and the distribution charges are raised obviously for Eskom, our own distribution costs, and where a municipality is connected to the distribution grid, this would be the distributors' Eskom associated distribution charges. Hour or rand per kVA on maximum demand or fixed into rand per kVA or rand per point of delivery based on the notified maximum demand or the circuit breaker size. Then you make a decision on how to raise this charge. You compare what the current customer currently pays and moving towards cost reflectivity and maybe phasing in. And it's important that this analysis is done when you do your tariff design. Then a decision is specifically comparing what the customer currently pays, whether you want to continue with this to be a subsidy on the network side, and then who should actually pay the subsidy. And then how much volume risk are you as a distributor going to accept to be exposed to? Taking into account that fixed charges, there could be fixed charges payable at the purchase level. And for Eskom, that is the generation capacity charge and the transmission network charges. So again, sorry, you look at your utility risk and your customer risk, and you make a decision. If you're going to recover all your network charges in an energy charge, you as the utility sit with the highest risk. But if you recover all your costs in a fixed charge, then the customer sits with the higher risk. And depending on how forecast sales or sales is going to be treated in the future, there needs to be decisions. And you know, for Eskom, we do believe that we should be recovering more through a fixed charge, and maybe just putting only some of it into variable charges. So why does distribution need to recover network costs through fixed charges? Because our business is largely fixed. And if we recover it through variable charges, this places distribution at a risk of not recovering costs when volume is reduced. The grid's reliance is not reduced, and the introduction of PV could result in customers being a very low net consumer. And if you recover this through variable charges, this results in a loss of revenue not equal to a loss in costs. And going into the future, this loss of revenue needs to be recovered in the future. It means tariffs need to go up. So you will have a customer that has PV being subsidized by those that don't, and also can lead to a utility death spiral. So there's a review of tariff structures, in particular for the smaller power users, to ensure adequate recovery of fixed costs. On the Eskom larger customer tariffs, there is a reasonable component of fixed costs that are recovered. So here's just an example of the process that you would go through when you wanted to calculate a network charge. So at the top here, you would get from the cost to serve your costs, your demands, your chargeable demands, because we recover some of our network charges on a chargeable demand basis, which is the maximum in a month, where the utilized capacity is an annual it's based on the highest over a rolling 12 months. So this is a fixed component, this is variable. Then you would get your cost reflective network charges, and we'd split them into the fixed and the variable. But yeah, you would compare it to the current one. So you could see this one's 31 Rand. The current is 23. It's 53 Rand here. The current is 44. So you can see there is misalignment between the current and the costs. So then you start to do your calculation of rates. So here, what you would do is you'd say, okay, so we can see that, for example, this charge is these two charges are very high. So maybe what we need to do is reduce. So I call this where you do your analysis. And for this one, let's say we made a decision that we're going to reduce this charge, which was 53 by 40%, but it does mean that you sit with a shortfall of 126 million Rand. So how do you recover that shortfall? You introduce the low voltage subsidy, and that then ensures that your difference between your revised revenue and your cost is zero. And that's, again, the analysis. That's when I say when you're doing tariff design is when you start to look at the numbers, you compare this to this, what is going to be palatable, how are customers going to be able to deal with these big changes, but also moving towards cost reflectivity. And you can see for these other charges, there was no adjustments made. So at these levels now, there is the charges are cost reflective. And the transmission connected customers are going to make a contribution to the low voltage subsidy, because that was what was included many years ago in the WEPS discussion. So as I said, tariff design starts with science and ends with art, where you're having to look at how, and really the art sits in dealing with the impact on customers, and how do you adjust from cost reflective to something that is a bit more palatable. And then the retail charges, which is the last part of it, is the customer size, the weighting, how much resources are actually used to serve a particular customer, and these costs are used then to raise these charges. So typically there's no adjustments done on the retail charges, but you know, they're meant to recover customer service, administration, billing, meter costs, meter reading, and customer services based on their size category. And then these costs are typically recovered on a Rand per point of delivery per day charge based on the supply size or the NMD. But for the single rate tariffs, such as Eskom's home light tariff, the IBT, these costs are then bundled. Also for Eskom's residential tariff, our retail costs are recovered through the energy charges and not through an explicit retail allocated fixed charge. So what next? So the questions are, how does NERSA evolve tariffs based on the cost to serve, or cost to supply, as NERSA calls it? How does NERSA evolve tariff structures based on the above, and dealing with cost causation and cost drivers? Because I think it's clear the industry needs to evolve. We need to modernize our tariffs. We need to look at, you know, the changes in the industry. And is this going to be done through a NERSA code, guideline, or rule? We know that NERSA has put out now the cost of supply framework on a new methodology, and Eskom, together with, I think, a lot of people, will be commenting on that in the public hearing. So the industry needs the above to be in place, but for that, how will tariffs be designed? So we also feel that the proposed EPDM does not provide this guidance on tariff structures, or the detail or the sophistication that is needed when doing tariff design. Thank you. That is the end of my presentation.
Thank you so much, Shirley. There's quite a lot of information that one has to absorb when it comes to this topic. And I'm sure there's a lot of burning questions that will be coming forth. But there are already some questions on the chat that have been posed. And I think we'll probably go over those before we delve into the questions from the audience. Yeah, so maybe just as a start, Shirley, there's a question from Isaac Musau, but he's actually posing this question to Dion. So Dion, if you could maybe just also be on standby to answer some of the questions. So, so Dion is asking, sorry, Mr. Musau is asking, what is your view regarding the inclusion of an efficiency adjustment factor in the allowable revenue formula under a rate of return tariff design? And surely if you think you can probably chip in on that as well, you're welcome. There are some other questions here. What are some of the shortcomings with the rate of return methodology? I suppose that's with regards to the MYPD that is currently applicable to Eskom. And what are some of the modern alternatives to deal with these shortcomings? That's with regards to revenue requirement determination. And also Eskom and municipal tariffs, there's a discrepancy there where municipal tariffs tend to be higher. In your opinion, will the introduction of cost of supply at municipal level resolve these discrepancies? And then also, municipal tariffs are currently, they hardly generate sufficient revenues to cover costs, yet the tariffs are already considered to be high. Cost-reflective tariffs will obviously solve the problem for distributors, but will it not increase tariffs, thus exacerbating the problem? And then lastly, what are basic tariff design structures that can be adopted, possibly as an interim measure for municipalities where there is limited information, as is the case currently with most municipalities? I think we'll get more questions from the floor as we proceed. Perhaps between yourself and Dion, if you could just maybe answer those, and then we'll take some questions from our audience. Thank you very much.
I think I can let Dion go first.
Sure.
Okay. Yeah, thanks, Willie. I thought I just want to suggest that I'll deal with the first two questions, and then surely you can continue there. The question about the efficiency adjustment factor and allowable revenue is a very interesting one. And I think I first just want to say something. Very often when we find a problem in terms of the response about decisions using specific methodologies, then the tendency is to tackle the methodology and say the methodology doesn't work. And although it works in many other countries as such. So the point I want to make, Isaac, is that there are different types of methodologies that you can use to get to your allowable revenue. If you talk specific to the rate of return that's being used, and I think that's your focus on it, I think one of the shortcomings, and this is part of the next question as well, one of the shortcomings there is that utility might not be sufficiently incentivized to be efficient from that per se. So yes, I think it is maybe a very interesting concept. I think one needs to discuss and debate it, and I think see how will we do it, because again, you don't want to bring in a factor which in the event have unintended consequences. But I think purely from a theoretical point of view, yes, I think one can look at that and build it in some way. Because you often find that there's also not one of the academically models that work 100%. So especially in countries where things evolve and things are happening here, you sometimes need to also combine some of the methodologies that are there to come up with something that works for your country, which I think in our case there's a lot of argument for. Shortcomings of the rate of return, as I already started to say there, maybe not strong enough an opportunity to incentivize utility to be efficient, because there's not really a priority on cost reductions, innovations for cost reductions. Then maybe over investment because the return, but that is a theoretical argument, because the other thing is the current rate of return, the return that's being used there is not at the right level if you look at international benchmarks for the typical utilities. So I think from that perspective, I don't think it's in this case a big issue, and it's very important to set the right parameters in these methodologies. Yeah, and as the market changes, I think one can ask, because yeah, that is when you start to move to a market, this can maybe produce a problem, and it can link back to your return on investment, because you tend to work in a current rate of return methodology on the regulation now is you look at markets where it doesn't take all that risk, high risk. So it's not really for the market. So one must very carefully discuss and debate that. But maybe the other thing is the customer, yeah, they do bear a large amount of risk, because the incentives for efficiency is not always strong enough. There might be operating and investment inefficiencies can take place. That's from those two perspectives. Maybe, Shirley, you want to move on to the next one?
Yeah, I just want to mention, sorry, is it okay?
No, please go on, Shirley. Thank you.
Just on rate of return, rate of return is what you need to pay your interest. And if you don't earn a sufficient rate of return, which is lower than your interest costs, it means you have to borrow money to cover your interest bill. So that's why the rate of return is actually, I just want to make that as a comment, is important, because it does provide the signal to invest. And it also incentivizes, the utility to invest in new assets, to refurbish, to replace, to provide additional capacity. So the question was the Eskom and Munich tariff discrepancy, will the cost of supply resolve this? No, it won't necessarily resolve it, because you're dealing with different circumstances. Some municipalities have totally different demographics, different networks. They will have very different costs from Eskom. So, with Eskom, we've got maybe greater economies of scale, and therefore the costs might be lower in certain particular circumstances, or even higher. So I don't think it's going to resolve the discrepancies. But this deals with I want to just add on to the 0.5 on the tariff structure design, and where there's limited information. NERSA actually, probably about 10 years ago or even more, produced a guideline on tariff structures to be used. And it is going to be one of our comments into the NERSA framework, that we think that actually needs to be revived again. And we do believe that the industry actually needs to move to consistent tariff structures. The rates don't have to be the same, because, as I said, different different licensees will have different costs, different customer bases, different load profiles, etc. But if you have consistent tariff structures, it starts to make it a lot easier when you're doing tariff design. So we do believe that actually is important. The limited information, yeah, that is always going to be a challenge. And I think as an industry, we have to move to where this information is available. And I mean, we've looked at, we've seen, I think through Ricardo, they also showed us, for example, how Ofgem does their tariff submissions to their regulator, and it's in stock standard templates. Every distributor puts information in exactly the same format. And I think if we start, as an industry, start moving to a lot more consistency, standardization of information, it's also going to make nurses' job a lot easier when they are assessing the tariffs. And, you know, because the cost of supply is meaningless unless you have a tariff as an outcome. And then the one question is, the Munich tariffs don't generate sufficient revenues, and if we and they have tariffs that are higher than Eskom's, is this not going to create a bigger problem for the Munichs? I don't want to talk on behalf of the municipalities on that perspective, but I mean, I know a few years ago we were requested by NERSA to look at the tariffs of one of the municipalities, and what we found is consistently their tariffs were lower than Eskom's across the board. Their losses were sitting at 30 and 40%. So they weren't recovering enough revenue to pay their Eskom bulk account, never mind their own costs. So, you know, yes, tariffs doesn't necessarily always mean tariffs are going to go up. I think it's just going to be that they are more cost reflective and justifiable to the constituents that they're serving. Thanks.
Thanks, Shirley, for those responses. Yeah.
If I could.
Yeah, sure. Dion, if you could just maybe add, if you've got anything.
Okay.
Thank you.
Just add to those two, and it links to the question by Gary Ross. The one is the municipal tariffs are currently hardly generating sufficient revenues to cover their cost. Their tariffs are already, okay, sorry, no, that's Wilder introduction, that's not. Eskom municipalities, Shirley has said it so well. It's different playing fields. And it links back to the question that Gary Ross was asked, as long as Eskom sells to Munichs at end-use tariff, there's no way there will be parity. And that is a reality. But the answer is not to now because if you now stay to your cost-reflective principle, the municipality, people think that the moment because there's only two ways of changing the tariffs there to municipalities. Either you pool it all together and all municipalities pay for the same cost, which is not a fair principle. Or you are still going to charge a cost-reflective component, and there's nothing that's going to change, because currently at that point, municipalities purchase the cost that Eskom has to supply there. The municipalities got a problem because they've got their own networks, they've got their own costs. That must be added. So naturally, they will pay more. Their customers will pay more. It's a fact. It must be. It's just a logical thing that follows. And then I'm going to say it again. I think the only solution to that is if you really go back, and remember it was thrown out with baby with the bathwater, is the whole concept of rates. Because the moment you start in the same geographical area, start to put all of these electricity utilities together in one area and one business, you do two things. Your cost base is increased. And secondly, you can have the same tariffs to all the customers in that specific area, and you won't have this issue of around a problem on this side of the street, there's something, on the other side of the street, somebody else supplies and all of it. So take away that issue. But coming back to the cost, combining the cost, now there are more customers to share those costs. So So it will never change with the current structure that we have. And I think I just want to add that to what Shirley's very well explained it, but just to add that one and also touch on Gary Ross's point there.
Well, thank you so much, Dion. And yeah, those are some of the challenges that the industry faces with the current structure of the industry. But I think as the unbundling and the market structure emerges, some of these issues will naturally be done away with. There is a hand from Hendrik. Hendrik, if you can, you can pose your question, Hendrik.
Thank you, Lile. Compliments to both Dion and Shirley. We can see they've been working with this stuff for many years and they know what they're talking about, and excellent presentations. The first thing I want to say is that the whole issue of subsidies, more than 20 years ago, when I was at Eskom, we asked NERSA and we asked the industry to compile a framework for subsidy, a subsidy framework for the country. Unfortunately, that has never come up. And as Dion rightly said, subsidies has really been applied haphazardly, not really knowing what the impact is because of the lack of cost and supply studies. Although Eskom has, I think we should compliment them on the transparent way that the WEPs and the Megaflex and these tariffs actually show these subsidies, which I think is commendable. So that is the big issue. We need a subsidy framework, and that is a government policy issue. It is not an industry issue. Government need to decide how to address this. And rightly, as Dion said, the issue of the surplus being used for rates relief, it's a tax issue. Government need to address that. And when electricity makes surpluses, it should be used for electricity only. The tax component should be separate. The other issue, just supporting what Dion has said about the PV systems, what makes it even worse now with load shedding is if there's load shedding when the sun is not shining and the PV systems are not operating, you get the cold load pickup from the batteries. So if typically a load shedding is from 6 to 8, at 8 o'clock, you're going to have thousands of inverters charging the batteries flat out. That's a big issue. And in the policies that we are developing for various municipalities, we are putting out guidelines that the charging of the batteries be done in a gradual manner after load shedding. Then relating to
sorry, Hendrik.
Yeah.
Okay, there was a bit of a background noise.
Yeah, I see somebody. I think.
Slindoguhle, please mute yourself. Thank you.
Okay, I think it's quiet now. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
I think one of the challenges for Eskom is in charging fixed charges, both basic and capacity, for prepayment customers. In the municipality, they have a rates account for the majority of customers. They also have a water account. So it's easy to recover the fixed charges through the billing system. Eskom doesn't have that option. And for them to generate bills for people in the informal sector is going to be extremely difficult. And experiences has shown that to recover the fixed charges through the vending system is even more problematic, because you could have a guy buying electricity and then for 3 months not buying, and then when he gets back there, he's got 3 months worth of basic charge. It's seriously problematic. So that is something where, again, as Dion said, if we had a REDS or a structure where all the customers were served by a local government structure, that problem will be solved.
Yeah.
A key issue which we will discuss under the Eskom tariff plan relates to a KVA charge for generation. I don't want to labor that. That is a very controversial issue. But just the question that was raised by a lot of people is the unfairness of Eskom vs the municipality. I think the unfairness really relates to two key issues. Firstly, the voltage differentiation issue, which I raised yesterday, where Eskom charges a municipality with a 20 megawatt supply, taking a supply at 11 kV. They charge that customer exactly the same. Is one of the big issues that need to be addressed.
Sorry, Hendrik. If you could just pose your questions in point form, so that we don't explore, too many topics. We just got a bit of limited time, so if you could just wrap up. Thanks, okay. Hendrik. Yeah.
Okay, so it's in a way answers to some of the questions, and maybe I can ask Eskom how they are going to address this issue. So the first issue is then when are they going to differentiate between supply voltage and system voltage so that their tariff for medium voltage customers will be different for a municipality taking 20 megawatts and a medium volt customer taking a supply off the medium voltage network. The other issue, of course, is not really, I think, a question they can answer, is the subsidies. Municipalities have got their subsidies, and then they have to pay for the Eskom subsidies as well. And this is an unfair issue, which is an industry structure issue, which cannot really be solved by them. But again, compliments to the value added to the session. Thank you.
Thank you, Hendrik. I think let me take Frank and Vali, and then we'll give Dion and Shirley an opportunity to answer. Frank, if you could come in. Thank you.
Good morning, colleagues, and thank you, Chairperson. Three questions really or comments. The first one is that there is this concept that says energy is energy. Now, if that's the case, then the current Eskom pricing for generation, the fact that it has got voltage and distance-based differentiation, is that consistent with the principle of cost of supply, and given that energy is energy? And then the second one that is linked to that is that obviously the generation tariff right now is strictly energy based. Now, while it may not be consistent with cost reflective tariff cost of supply point of view in terms of a regulated environment, if the direction in which we are going is market based pricing, then from that perspective, it should be near perfect, at least from a concept point of view. So therefore, would it be necessary to go back and fix it as though you are going to remain regulated in the industry, or rather to keep and only do the necessary changes in view of the future? The last one is around the price differential between municipal and Eskom end customers. Isn't it the current Eskom pricing model contributes to that, to the extent, for example, if you take a Eskom mini flex customer, which is at much lower voltage, and compare it to even the Eskom 275, or the transmission based large customers, including the ones that take it above 132 and so on, their tariff total overall in some instances is they are pretty close to each other, even though which then suggests that Eskom end customers may well be subsidized through excessive tariffs to municipal end customers, or to municipalities from Eskom, in which then contributes to what we end up charging our customers. I submit.
Thank you, Mr. Hinder. I'll take Vali and then we'll close for this round of questions. Go ahead, Vali.
Chair, I'll be quick. Just a quick comment on what Frank had raised about going forward, where we would be market priced regime. I think going forward, the reasonable future, I think Munich will still have to play in a semi-regulated market as well as a full day-ahead market, because I think given the conditions, but let's not get there. The other important factor which we haven't tabled here since yesterday is the impact of the NMD. I think the NMD, whether we like it or not, is still going to have an impact on, let's call it cost of supply and the pricing of electricity because of its impact, and that needs to be resolved, I guess, with NERSA in terms of the new rules. So, and that's been sitting with NERSA, I think, for over 3 years. So I want to put that on the table. But why I put my hand up, Chair? There's a lot of debate around subsidies, and there's a lot of sensitivities, and I guess there's good arguments for and against it. But I think I would make it, we should not fail to understand that subsidies are common to a number of sectors, whether it's insurance, the medical sector, etc. Now, one of the biggest impact of subsidies or the quantum of subsidies in our sector, the utility sector, is the cost of electricity, or the cost to serve, or the cost of supply. Now, if I use my AMU strategic advisor hat, the municipalities are burdened with that high cost of electricity, and I made the point yesterday, they are virtually resellers. In other words, about 70 to 90% of the cost of sales is attributed to purchasing from Eskom. And that has a knock-on effect, if you look at it, as to way subsidies are calculated. Albeit we understand that subsidies should be transparent. I think that's what the market wants. But I think the quantum of subsidies, you cannot get away from it, depends on the cost of sales, in this case, that Munich's incur with respect to Eskom, which is exorbitant. So, and I said yesterday, we need to address the direct cause, the root cause, and the root cause here for me is the high cost of electrons that we purchase from Eskom. I'll hand back to you, Chair.
Thank you, Vali, for those questions. Dion, Shirley, do you want to maybe go through this round of questions? I don't know how you're going to distribute them among yourselves, but I'll leave it up to you to answer. Thank you. Over to you.
I think, Shirley, if you can start, then I'll come in after you.
Okay, I'll do that. I think Hendrik had the question around when Eskom is going to separate supply and system voltage. I think, Hendrik, our answer to that is it does mean, obviously, that instead of having 4 voltage categories, we could end up with 10. So that adds a lot of complexity to the tariffs, and I think we just first want what we proposed in our tariff plan to get approved. And then we can start looking at more sophistication in the way that we allocate costs. But it's a valid point that taking, and this is not just for municipalities, it's for all customers, that the supply versus system voltage, you could differentiate the costs, but it does mean that you now will create many more voltage categories. And then on Frank's point, why is the Eskom pricing for generation distance based? Because of losses, because of technical losses. So a low voltage customer and one that's connected in the Cape pays the highest for losses, and that's why it is distance-based. We are re-looking at our loss factors because the amount of generation that's now sitting in the Northern Cape and the Eastern Cape has changed the, let's call it the losses framework in Eskom, both for generation losses and for load losses. So there is work being done on that. And when we looked at our cost of supply that we submitted to NERSA last year, the loss factors were adjusted, but more work is being done dealing with that. So that's why, number one, energy is based on both voltage and distance. Also, on the generation capacity charge that Eskom introduced, it also is based on voltage, but it's not because of losses. Well, losses because we have to adjust the KVAs for diversity and losses in the system, but it's based on the demands that sit at those voltages. So we look at the generation capacity charge that gets charged to Eskom at the transmission level, and then it gets adjusted based on the voltage of the customer and the demand that sits in those voltage categories. On the issue of market-based pricing, if you wanted to go to true market-based pricing, then you're looking at real-time pricing. And the assumption that people will pay less is not necessarily going to be true. So, and I think there was a statement around, let's say, for example, comparing Miniflex to a similar tariff that sits in the municipality. The assumption that if municipalities could buy from transmission directly, that they would be paying less than what they're currently paying. And that generation capacity charge could result in a municipality actually paying more because of load factor or load profile and so on. And if a municipality is connected on a distribution network, there will be distribution charges. I've always made the argument that if the wholesale tariff, or what we call the WISP, is allowed to be recovered through the retail tariff structures, if you have a municipality and an Eskom area that it's the same voltage, same customer profile, same type of customers, the tariffs to those customers should actually be the same. The only difference here is dealing with low voltage subsidy, and we got the electrification and rural subsidy. Those have to be dealt with. And when Eskom last year in our tariff plan made our submission, we separated out the low voltage subsidies between the Munichs and the non-Munichs. So the Munichs were no longer contributing to any low voltage subsidies for Eskom customers. They were sitting with a low voltage subsidy sitting in the Munich space only. So the only difference then would have been the electrification rural subsidy. And I just want to make a correction. This is not a subsidy to Eskom. It's a subsidy to customers or poorer customers that sit in other municipal jurisdictions where Eskom is the supplier. So it's a socio-economic subsidy that Eskom sits with the bulk of these customers, and it's a contribution that all customers make. If the subsidy does decide to get removed, and I think Dion did alluded to it, the thought were that this gets pulled to a national level. I think that was also some of the thoughts that eventually sits at transmission. So both Eskom distribution and municipalities, this charge will be raised to all of them. It gets socialized amongst all customers. I think Vali just made a comment, but I'll hand over back to you, Welile and Dion. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you
really,
so
if
much.
I can continue there.
Yes, Dion. Yeah, you can continue, Dion. Thank you so much.
Really. I think Shirley has addressed most of the issues there. And then even Vali's comment on all of it links back to a question that's posed by Ntlantla on the chat, and that is there a need for major changes to the SA electricity tariff price setting framework and structure demanded by electricity? I think a lot of the issues that we currently that we're facing sits in the fact that we are at the moment in between and we know where we need to go and all of that. And the structure that we sit in. First of all, Eskom versus municipalities. Secondly, the vertically integrated, and then all the implications of that. With the roadmap moving forward in South Africa and unbundling, even if it's for different subsidiaries still under the government, my answer to that one is a very firm yes. But then I want to qualify my answer to that, and that is to say, it is important to separate generation from transmission to distribution. But I think municipalities must also understand and take the cue from this perspective. If they are distribution, that they say they are, they must start to think about all the things that everybody is saying Eskom must start to think about and move on. And then my answer, Nhlanhla, is I think Eskom is way forward in terms of the unbundling from the tariff perspective. The levels are not there. It's not 100% cost effective, but they have unbundled. They've submitted separate submissions even for the cost of supply, the revenue requirement. It's there. I think that the things will start to change, whether the entities, then you'll see the differences started to come out. If you ask me major changes for structure, framework and structures for municipalities, absolutely. I think that's what we've discussed up to now all the time, yesterday and today. That's where there's such a big focus on cost of supply. And municipalities, in some municipalities, I don't want to generalize too much, but has got no idea. It came out now this morning in the questions as well, in terms of what their costs are, and therefore they're under recover. So yes, I think there is a definite need. If the industry is restructured, and we better start, be almost too late for that, because they want to push the unbundling quite further, quite heavily. And Wale, I think when that takes place, I think some of these things will be identified there. And I think that also answers, in a sense, the question from Sebastian Glacier about, isn't it time to regulate generation and retail different, and then the grid? Yeah, I think it's a lot of debate. It's a long question. It's I think, I don't know, lack of a better word, it is, let's call it, I don't want to call it loaded, because I don't think that's intention, but it is it's a reality. It's a good question. And those things need to debate and put on the table. And I think we need to get ready for what's coming.
Yeah, no, thank you so much, Dion. I'm going to pick on Mr. Hinder. Perhaps you have a follow-up question, Mr. Hinder?
No, sorry, Chairperson, it's a lingering hand.
Okay. All right. Mr. Gumede, sir, I see you posed a question on the chat. I just wonder if you were sufficiently answered, or you'd like to maybe pose a question, maybe just to a follow-up question on your question on the chat.
No, I'm okay, because I still have other platforms to ask proper questions to presenters. Thanks.
All right. No, thank you so much, Mr. Gumede. Yeah, I've still got about 7 minutes, and I don't see any hands, but I think we've had a very constructive discussion. And if there are any more questions, I will open up one more round for any other questions, follow-up questions. I think Dion and Shirley have got about 100 years experience combined, and I think we can take advantage of their experience while we have them here. Anything to add, Dion? I see your mic is on.
Sorry, no, I just forgot to switch it off. Sorry for that. No, I think if I can just say that when we talk tariff and tariff principles and tariff design and how do you move from cost to tariffs, I think just the one comment, and I think Hendrik made it yesterday as well, is it's very important that we not confuse cost with tariffs. The cost side is actually quite simple in the sense that if you have your structure, if you have your methodology, you get to your cost. The problem there, the challenge there is in the data, the quality of the data and getting all the data together. And I think that's the big challenge there. And if you have your cost, then it's one thing. But I think the big challenge is, and Shirley has also said it so well, it's moving from there with as an artist, trying to find a way between all the different attributes, and they sit on different spectrums of the line. You can either go flat out cost reflective, but it's not possible. Or you can average, which is also not the right thing. And I think the big challenge there is the fact that, and I use now only one, and I can think of 20 such type of, we talk subsidies, you talk index difference of where do you make that line in terms of a voltage subsidies. All of those things are critical. And I think we sit with an unbelievably diverse, in industry, from Eskom right through to the smallest municipality that supplies itself, let's call it Greytown or wherever, Lady Grey. That's just so small, it's unbelievable. And somehow we need to cater for all of them. And I think what I try to say is, let's understand it's a complex area. Let's understand that there are different types of people that you need to cater for. And I just want to add a comment from that perspective, and therefore I agree. Eskom must continue with their cost of supply that they're doing because it's appropriate for them and it's relevant for them. Metros must continue to do it the way they do it and all of that. Then you have the small ones, which you actually need a very simplified type of cost of supply so that you can just, and have you follow the cost reflective structure, then you're moving in the right direction. You might not be 100% cost reflective in that, but you follow a cost reflective structure and make sure that you recover your revenue. That revenue sensitivity analysis is critical, that you make your revenue. Otherwise, we're moving backwards in the industry. So all I'm saying is, let's just all understand the complexity of this environment and let's develop solutions that's fit for purpose. Not hundreds now of different type of stuff, but a limited number that caters for different people. And acknowledge then the work that's being done currently by people like Hendrik and other, there's a number of other consultants as well. But let's just find a way that we make it also for NERSA easier to do cost of supply. Because in the end, I don't envy NERSA to check the cost of supply of all the hundreds of municipalities. It's impossible. So let's find a way of, and let's work together and let's talk more about these things. And that we rather work commonly to answers than criticizing each other in a sense. And I don't mean it in a bad way, but I think let's work towards common solutions through discussions and debates like this webinar, like work groups that you've fought. Thank you, Willie.
Thank you so much, Dion. And I fully agree. You know, the starting point should be to understand the actual costs. And then from that basis, you know, other things should then come in, things like subsidies and so forth. But thank you so much, Dion. I'm not sure, but I think Valley, you were first, and then I'll take Mr. Gumede, and then we'll close the session. Valley, if you can just be brief, I've got a minute. Thank you.
Okay, in fact, I just took advantage when you had 7 minutes, but I think you're down to 1 minute. But maybe just a quickie for that 1 minute, and it's a question for Dion. And Dion, welcome and nice to reconnect with you. Now that you are in academia, are there any case studies or research that says to us that we should be operating in a regulated and a semi-regulated market? You know, there's a big push to move towards a unregulated market, dead market. But given the South African circumstances, do you think that we should we should, for a long term coming, operate both in an unregulated and semi-regulated market. Thank you.
Sorry, Dion, before you answer, I'm just going to take Mr. Gumede. We'll take both questions, and then between yourself and Shirley, you can answer. Mr. Gumede, please come in.
Thank you, Mr. Mkhize. You probed me. So I'm going to pose the question this way. You know, the Electricity Regulation Act demands of us to look both at the supplier side as well as the consumer side. The question I have in my head, is it possible that we look at the cost of supply studies from both sides? Is it possible that this cost of supply could be expanded to also take into account, not just deal with Section 1A, Section 15(1)(a), in terms of providing full recovery, full cost recovery for the supplier, but also to just look at the consumer side? Is it possible, and if so, how can that be done? Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Gumede. Between yourself, Dion, and Shirley, please, with those two questions, just briefly. Thank you.
Shall I go, Dion? Okay.
Okay, you can go.
On Mr. Gumede's question, remember the cost to supply is a cost allocation exercise. So it's allocating costs based on cost causation and cost drivers. It doesn't consider the customer circumstances. It's agnostic to that. It's looking at where the customer sits in the network, what demand that customer is taking. The customers, we use actual data that comes from these customers. For smaller customers, we aggregate and we pool. So it's looking at hard data that doesn't consider customer circumstances. When you go from a cost of supply now into tariffs, that's where you would look, firstly, as I said, what is the impact that this is going to have on a customer grouping? You create models, you create tools that customers can use to compare this. If you are now going to create a tariff that says, okay, this customer is very important for South Africa from an industry perspective, that sits in the ambit of negotiated pricing agreements, where you are looking at specific agreements for specific customers, and that's dealt with under government policy. It's very difficult to say now I'm going to, because I want to make this customer more profitable, or this customer's profitability is suffering because his electricity tariff is, say, okay, we're going to give this customer a discount because somebody else must pay for it. So then we're starting to say that this customer now we are deviating from the cost to create a tariff for them, which means that there's a loss of revenue, and therefore somebody else must pay for it. And that now we're going back to the cross-subsidy framework. Who pays? Who gets subsidized? Because the cost of supply is agnostic to who the customer is. It's dealing with hard data, demands, kilowatt hours, load profiles. Thank you.
Thank you, Shirley. Dion, do you want to maybe tackle Mr. Padiachi's question? Thank you.
I'll be very short. Shirley has answered perfectly. The answer, Mr. Gumede, was perfectly answered by Shirley. And again, that's why we say there's a lack of a cross-subsidy framework. And it's actually not only cross-subsidy, but it's also subsidy and cross-subsidy framework. Because some of these needs to be subsidies outside of electricity industry. It's all I want to explain a bit more there. Then back to Vali, your question there. You know, I haven't seen many, but I know, and you know, I'm an engineer, I'm a purist, so I would like to have the whole thing together. But the more I think about it, because we sit with a massive, massive problem with poverty in this country and a huge number of customers that are subsidized, that I think in the end, one will most probably, and I know the GIZ has done work on that, and I need to follow up on that as well. But where they argue that you form this type of competitive market environment amongst the customers that can afford it, but the poor, that you create some sort of a special vehicle, which is then, and that will almost remain under government and government subsidies and all of that they're being provided with, that becomes almost a vehicle on its own. So yes, I don't have too much experience on it. I haven't seen too much of it, but I think it's an interesting question, and I think one should go and read what GIZ has said around that specific issue there. Thank you, Billy.
Thank you so much, Dion. And we're going to wrap up, but maybe just as a takeaway, I think it's very apparent that the tariff setting is a very complex subject. One cannot make everybody happy. You make one side happy, it affects the other. I think you remember, Shirley, with regards to the introduction of the fixed charge for the rooftop solar customers in your proposed tariff restructuring. It created quite large waves on the media. So I think the takeaway is that things have to be assessed very carefully in terms of socioeconomic needs. There has to be a very structured and a very measured approach to tariff setting. And I think as we move towards this cost of supply regime with municipalities, it's a first step, for us, for the industry to understand the costs, and then from there it can be then determined with regards to cross subsidies and subsidies, what and who gets what and who pays what. So, but thank you so much for the discussion. I will hand back to the chair of the webinar, Voiso Makubane, to take us further. Thank you so much to the participants and the presenters. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mkhize, for this session. We have eaten into our tea. I would request that we do try to manage our time. I know this was definitely a big discussion, and I think to highlight issues around policy formulation that need to be in place, whether it is cross subsidies or whatever other policy enablers. I think as an industry, we must not tire to advocate, and I think as NERSA, that is what we are prioritizing, and we are calling upon industry to also not tire to advocate, especially issues around affordability, whether we are trying to support the poor or we're trying to support the industries that are ailed by the high costs of doing business. It does become a national issue and should follow the direction of what the country wants to do from a development perspective. So let us not tire to advocate in all of our different corners. Can I request that probably, because we have eaten into our tea, can I ask that we reduce our tea slightly? It is now 11:08. May I request that we be back by 11:20? So that gives you 12 minutes of a break. Please grab coffee, and let's be back promptly at 11:20 for our next session. Thank you again for the panelists and the moderator for this session. Well executed and very, very valuable. Thank you so much. See you shortly. I'm back. Hopefully we're all back and a little bit refreshed. Can I just see some action to indicate that we are back on? Show of hands, thumbs up, smiley face. Can see that we can proceed. Okay, let's just give it probably one more minute or 30 seconds. Just want to see a little bit more reactions than one before we continue. Okay, let's begin. So we're moving on to our sixth session. There'll be a slight change in our program. This session will be moderated by Mr. Moifi Mureng. Mr. Mureng is a specialist in electricity trading. He's within the Electricity Infrastructure Planning Department of the Electricity Regulation Division of NERSA. Mr. Mureng, you can just show yourself, and then we can get started on this session. Over to you.
Am I fine, Chair?
Yes, I can see you and you're loud and clear.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you for your introduction and also allowing me opportunity to talk on this really important topic. And I really see this topic is going to develop a lot of thoughts, inputs, and also the debates. It's also one that is close to my heart. And the topic, it's all about designing tariffs in a changing environment. And before I start, just make to give a briefing in terms of what will be covered, and also introduce our presenters and also the panel speaker. The topic discussed here it's relevant for today, actually, for the regulator and the industry that face new challenges to survive service new innovations that are caused by disruptors. Normally we call new technologies. So the legislation today does not haven't changed much in terms of addressing the new environment. So in order for us, as we talk about the tariff designs and also the how we deal with the cost of supply studies, we need to look at how the regulatory policy will impact on a changing environment. And also the distributors must also look at how they can develop new business models that will cover or in terms of the changing industry. So the distributors probably look at how they will recover costs going forward. And under our topic here, we have points that lead us to discuss the new distribution network charges that will be faced by the distributors, wheeling, net billing and credit rate, the impact of embedded generation, energy trading, the distributors that are buying from unlicensed entities, cover also feed-in tariffs and smart metering. So it's time for me now to introduce our presenters. I'll start with Mr. Josh Dupenar from Sustainable Energy Africa. Mr. Josh Dupenar is an engineer at the Sustainable Energy Africa. He holds a BE Engineering Mechanical degree and Masters in Engineering Management and a PhD in Electrical Engineering from Stellenbosch. Then the second presenter will be Bongani Mandla from George Municipalities. George Municipalities, Bongani Mandla is a director. He holds a BE Engineering in Electronic. He's a member of South African Energy Engineers, Electrical Engineers, and holds a GCC certificate, government certificate. Then our panelist, Mr. Vali Padayachi, doesn't need introduction now, but yeah, he's been here with us since we started yesterday. But just to give a brief background of Mr. Padayachi, a professional chartered engineer, is also a professional chartered director, construction project manager, is a professional certified engineer at factories, is a project manager, certified engineer, power and energy specialist, consultant, corporate governance consultant, and currently executive officer at PIESA, Power Institute of Eastern and South Africa. Is also MEU advisor, strategic advisor, and also the chairman of NRS Association of South Africa. So having said that, I will start with our first presenter, Josh Dipenaar. Mr. Dipenaar, if you can switch on your camera and take us through your presentation. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Marang, Chairperson. Thank you for having me. And yeah, thank you for inviting me to present on this topic. There we go. Are my slides visible?
Yeah, yes.
Okay, great, thank you, Moifi. Yeah, so I think I sort of categorized it as tariffs of the future, but it's really not actually of the future because a lot of these tariffs are already in place, and I think so yeah. Let me dive in. So I've sort of prepared what I think is some interesting slides on of sort of status quo of what's happening in municipalities around embedded generation. So firstly, the embedded generation support program. So what means sort of training and support municipalities are receiving. And then second point is SSEG tariffs, or embedded generation or distributed generation rooftop solar tariffs, feeding into the grid, getting compensated for that. So that whole area. And then the third bit is around wheeling tariffs. Shirley did mention it in the previous session, so I'll just touch a little bit more on what municipalities are doing around wheeling tariffs. Yeah, so that's what I've prepared. So firstly, there's this municipal embedded generation support program that's coordinated by SELGA, funded by GIZ. We are one of the implementing partners and basically supporting municipalities to develop small-scale embedded generation processes. So this is the homepage of the support program. It's sseg.org.za. So on this website, there's everything from policy documents, standard templates that municipalities use, upcoming trainings, case studies, etc. And when we speak of a municipal SSEG process, this is everything that a municipality needs to get in place to have a functioning small-scale embedded generation process. So to be ready for the uptake of rooftop solar and behind-the-meter generation. So there's a lot to it. There's policy, application form, assessment process, commissioning, metering, contracts, bylaws. Yeah, so this is everything that municipalities sort of need to get in place to be fully ready for embedded generation. So obviously our session today and my presentation is focusing on the tariffs element of it, and we'll look at that, but there's obviously a whole other side to it. And municipalities are well on their way to getting a lot of the rest in place. So just to say that the tariff work is not in a vacuum, it sort of happens within all of that. So these are the municipalities that have participated in the SALGA DMRE GIZ sort of support embedded generation support program. So it's over 100 municipalities. The red ones are participated this year. Yeah, so from all provinces, they've attended the trainings. We have 5-day in-person trainings in Joburg and Cape Town, 2 every year. And then staff attend the trainings and learn how to process embedded generation applications, including grid code compliance, various grid impact studies, etc. Then this is just an idea of this year's training. So this is for the municipalities. The grayed out ones have already occurred. So we just had the power quality apportionment training last month, and then next week there's a grid impacts overview training in partnership with Dig Silent Buisa, it's a power factory consultants, and then there's a training in October on larger than 1 megawatt applications, and then in November there's a training on cost of supply studies for municipalities, and this is what we're calling the Data for MIA, Data for Municipal Infrastructure Assets Program, in partnership with SALGA and MISA. Yeah, so that's the sort of support that municipalities are sort of part of. It's thought to contextualize that. Okay, so then to look into SSEG tariffs, and I think 2023 has actually been a really good year for SSEG tariffs. But first, just to give a definition of what an SSEG tariff is, or net billing. This is the process where a prosumer or a customer with a consumer that's also a producer then becomes a prosumer, which is a new term, I think, that's introduced into the sort of literature in South Africa. The customer has excess electricity, so they, let me use this pointer, they feed electricity into the grid, into the municipal or ESCOM grid, through a bidirectional meter that measures electricity flow in both directions. And then in exchange for that electricity that's been fed into the grid, the customer gets a payment or an energy credit. So it's actually not a payment. You don't take the customer's bank details, you just credit them on their account for the amount of electricity exported. So this is the net billing arrangement, or embedded generation tariffs. And why do we need a net billing tariff? Well, there's various reasons, but primary reason is that we are in an energy crisis and we need more electricity on the grid, and the presidency's energy action plan has identified rooftop solar as one of the 5 key interventions to end the energy crisis. So one of the 5 is unleashing businesses and households to invest in rooftop solar. So in that action plan, the NECOM, or the Crisis Committee, has identified these 3 key actions that municipalities must take to facilitate generation to come online. First is to develop an embedded generation policy and process. Second is to fast track applications. So not take shortcuts, but prioritize these applications and not just treat them as bottom of the priority list. And then thirdly, compensate customers for feeding into the grid. And obviously compensating them is this net billing that we're talking about. And that's because we want to incentivize customers to feed into the grid. If we can put in place an attractive export credit so that customers even oversize their system slightly, build more capacity to feed into the grid, that's all the better for the country. I mean, the more electricity on the grid, the better. So this is the sort of big picture thinking about the why. And then excitingly, NERSA put together these net billing rules. And I know, Murphy, you're very much involved with this, which is fantastic. So off the back of the presidency's prioritization of this, NERSA put together these net billing rules, and in there it states that distributors must offer net billing schemes to prosumers subject to these rules. So things are coming together nicely. That's why I was referring to 2023 for net billing rules. So to go into the details of what a net billing tariff looks like, on SSEG tariff, as it's called in South Africa, it's these 3 key sort of structures. So firstly, a customer, when they have solar, they obviously consume less grid electricity. So that means that it puts the utility at volume risk. So it's key to have this fixed charge, or sometimes called basic charge, availability charge, or capacity charge, in rands per month or rand per amp. But the key is that there's some availability fixed charge that's a non-consumption charge, because we know the customers will consume less, and of course the municipality must still maintain that infrastructure. So we need to have this fixed charge in place to recover the fixed costs independent of consumption. Then there's the energy charge, and this is for electricity consumed, and this can be either flat or time of use. Of course, time of use is preferred. In George, in Nelson Mandela Bay, and in Stellenbosch, 3 municipalities have time of use import tariffs for SSEG customers. And then there's the export credit, which is sometimes called a feed-in tariff or the net billing tariff. And this is also a cents kilowatt hour charge for feeding electricity into the grid. I've said minus there because, of course, it's a credit. It reduces the bill. So those are the sort of building blocks of a SSEG tariff or net billing tariff. And we'll look at a few examples. So I think because of the time, I didn't want to go into the details of looking in depth into municipal case studies. So I've just sort of anonymized it here and said that there are these 3 municipalities, Utility 1, Utility 2, Utility 3, and they have different tariffs, and the different tariffs that they have different impacts on municipal revenue. Of course, municipal revenue is always a key concern around SSEG. So there's this Utility 1, and on the x-axis we have percentage of customers with DG, distributed generation, or SSEG. So the more customers, further to the right. And then this graph is increase in municipal revenue, and down is decrease in municipal revenue. So the red graph, Utility 1, sees a reduction in revenue as more customers install SSEG. And the reason for that is because, now I haven't shown the case study in detail, and I think we've got AMEU papers that we've written on the topic, so can definitely link to them. But basically, the red line is when a utility does nothing. So this is a utility that says, oh, we're not interested in SSEG because it's going to be a revenue threat. We're not going to deal with it. We're not going to put an export tariff in place. We're not going to put a fixed charge in place. They do nothing. They see this revenue reduction. Then there's Utility 2 here, who's the green line, who sees a growth in revenue. So this is a municipality who puts a very high fixed charge in place for SSEG customers. So what happens here is the model says, oh, the more customers who come onto this tariff with a very high fixed charge, the more revenue our municipality will see. So right, I didn't mention it here, but the negative line, when the municipality sees a reduction in revenue, here, of course, the customer has a very good payback period. The solar pays off really quickly, and this is because they're not paying for their fair share of fixed charges. So they effectively have a really good deal for installing EG, and that's why you see a really good, this is residential payback period of 5 years, which is very low. Up here, this one with a very high fixed charge, the payback period for the customer is very long, 21 years. So this is a huge disincentive to install embedded generation in this municipality because of the very high fixed charges. An unintended consequence of that is that customers often don't come forward and register their systems because they don't want to. They don't want to have to qualify for that high fixed charge. So municipalities with this green tariff philosophy often see higher unregistered systems, and then in actual fact, the revenue doesn't play out as positively as modeled. And the point that we're trying to get to is Utility 3 here, who struck the sweet spot of 0 revenue impact. Customers can install SSEG and they don't lose revenue. And for the customer side, they still have a reasonable business payback of 10 years. So it's a long way of saying that when municipalities or utilities design these SSEG tariffs, it's key to take the customer's business case into consideration, because if you don't take the customer's business case for investment into consideration, then in the country we live in, where there's a high sort of regulatory non-compliance, customers don't come forward and register systems or reverse meters illegally, etc. So we really need to sort of make it attractive for customers to want to come register their systems and feed into the grid and be legal and compliant. And that's what this blue one here, this utility 3, is doing. They're striking the sweet spot between revenue protection as well as allowing a reasonable business case for investment. Okay, so that was a bit of a long one, but this is interesting. So here's a bar chart of every single municipality's NERSA approved export credit in 2021-2022. So back in 2021-2022, NERSA was still approving these export credits, and this is what appeared on the NERSA tariff books. This is the export credit. So this is what municipalities were compensating customers for feeding into the grid. The average, just sort of very simple average, is 85 cents per kilowatt hour. That was back 2 years ago now. So if we're taking average sort of guideline increases, that would be almost at R1 now. So that's the sort of average amount that municipalities are paying customers or compensating customers for feeding into the grid. Some higher and some obviously much lower. So what goes into setting the export tariff? If you look at the export tariff alone, the export credit should be informed by the distributor's avoided cost. So what that means is when a customer feeds a unit of electricity into the grid, the municipality no longer has to buy that unit of electricity from Eskom. So there's a cost saving. You receive this electricity unit from a customer within your network, and the municipality on-sells that to the next door neighbor, and they didn't have to buy that unit from Eskom that they would have sold to that next door neighbor. So there's that cost saving, which is the principle of avoided cost. And this principle of avoided cost is the sort of international standard for setting these net billing. A year ago now, I see these are quite low, but there's off-peak, and then there's standard, and then there's peak. The tariffs here for Eskom's Megaflex. And from a municipality's perspective, when you are receiving a unit of solar or embedded generation electricity, you want to pay the customer what you would have paid Eskom at that Megaflex period. So doing a time of use export credit is obviously very easy. You just set it at Megaflex, and maybe you can account for some losses that you would have had to incur had that electricity traveled from your Eskom intake point down to the next door neighbor. You would have lost some of that electricity, whereas if it's being fed in at the low voltage network, you save on losses because it's being fed in, the line length is much less, and the loss is a function of line length. And so if you're looking to set an average export tariff, so just one value, not time of use, then you need to look at the weighted average time of when you would have received that electricity from the solar customer. So here I've plotted a graph of a solar PV generator per hour in this municipality's location. And here you can see that the solar generator generates most of its electricity in the standard time. Sure, there's a little bit that might clip here into the morning peak, and then maybe a tiny bit in the evening peak, but primarily in standard time. Obviously, in weekend, it's different. So what we do when municipalities set these export tariffs is we've put together a spreadsheet tool, and many municipalities have done their own methodologies, but basically they calculate the weighted average of the whole year of all the hours of when we are most likely to receive solar or embedded generation feed in. Take the weighted average of that value, and then you arrive at your average avoided cost, and then that's your export tariff. So that's what municipalities are doing to arrive at that previous slide. Some not, some are just using values, but what's great is that the net billing rules, the draft rules that were put out by NERSA this year, spoke very much to this concept of avoided cost. So that's in line with international best practice, and that's great to see. So that really concludes the SSEG picture. So hopefully that's enough of a taster. Gone on to wheeling tariffs. So again, with wheeling tariffs, mainly just showing as the status quo of what municipalities and Eskom already are doing, similar to with SSEG tariffs. So just to say that there's the SALGA's put out a group of us, sort of organizations that have worked together to put this together, but SALGA's published it, a report highlighting or documenting the status of wheeling in municipalities just last month or 2 months ago. So I've put a link at the bottom there to the SALGA status of wheeling report. And in this report, it documents sort of everything from what is wheeling, why wheel, regulatory framework for wheeling, different wheeling scenarios, so where the generator is, where the off-taker is, some wheeling technical details like the billing reconciliation periods, the wheeling tariffs, impact on municipal revenue, and then implementation steps for municipalities, so how to implement wheeling, and there's updates to billing systems required, council need to approve policies, etc. Then it documents municipal progress to date, which I'll show in the next slide, and then some key issues to be resolved for the sector in order to allow a sort of coherent wheeling market. So that's that report. So the details are there. I'll just cover some bits of it. We actually, Madam Chair, we saw Bongani Mandla from George Municipality, who was going to speak in the next session. He features in this video. It's a 4-minute video we put together on wheeling. So maybe it's an idea in his absence if we'd like to play the video after my presentation. That's up to you. But yeah, it's 3 minutes 50 seconds, and it documents wheeling in George Municipality. So then the wheeling tariffs side of things. So I think this is really a key concept here. I think the SSEG tariffs that I just touched on now, and the avoided costs and introducing the fixed charge, I think that's been sort of around for at least 5 years in most municipalities have been working on this. So the concept of introducing a cost reflective fixed charge is known, but this wheeling side of things is quite new, and there's a lot of pressure from industry, big business, everyone wants to wheel. I know NERS has been put under pressure to develop wheeling things. NECOM's working on wheeling, so hopefully these are some useful sort of clarifying concepts that are emerging in municipalities. And so to start things off, I think it's useful to look at the status quo, like pre-wheeling, so non-wheeling, normal customers in this context in a municipality that are consuming Eskom energy. So the customers are paying a retail tariff or a municipal tariff. This is just cents per kilowatt hour. So we're only looking at the cents per kilowatt hour now, and we're ignoring all the other tariffs, because all the other tariffs are fixed charges, demand charges, access charges. Whatever you pay pre-wheeling, the customer continues to pay post-wheeling, so when they're wheeling. But on the energy charges, things differ slightly. So in the cents per kilowatt hour, this is the customers can be a time of use tariff. At one of the time of use periods, this is their cents per kilowatt hour value. So in that cents per kilowatt hour value, there's an Eskom energy purchase price or a wholesale energy purchase price, which is the blue value. And then there's the use of system charge for the distribution grid. And when a customer then wheels, they are no longer consuming the blue Eskom energy, but they're still using the use of system charge. So the use of system tariff, or the orange amount, is what the municipality sort of marks up on top of Eskom's megaflex tariff or energy purchase price. And that's to service the municipality's can be retail costs of metering and billing. Often, as has been discussed here, there's fixed costs recovered in these cents per kilowatt hour charges. So often networks, these sort of network access charges, maintenance are recovered in these cents per kilowatt hour charges. So whatever the municipality was recovering from the wheeling customer before they were wheeling in the use of system charge, they want to keep recovering from that customer when they are wheeling, because the volumes don't go down. The service that the municipality provides to that customer doesn't change. All that changes is where the energy comes from. So it no longer comes from Eskom. It now comes from some independent power producer. So the the billing to do this, what municipalities are doing is, or the Eskom approach, which is to implement this WEPS credit. So Eskom bills the customer in full at these normal retail tariffs for all electricity consumed, wheeled and non-wheeled. And then at the end of the month, they give them this credit to say, oh, you consumed 500 kilowatt hours, but of those 500, 100 were wheeled, so we'll give you a credit. So we minus the amount of wheeled energy multiplied by WEPS. A different way of doing the same thing, achieving the same thing, is to say that for wheeled energy, we don't do the thing where we charge you in full and then we provide you with a credit or a rebate. Just for wheeled energy, you only charge them the orange amount. So that's the City of Cape Town approach, is to charge a use of system or wheeling tariff only for the wheeled energy. So you don't charge them the retail tariff and credit them at WEPS. For wheeled energy, you only charge them the use of system charge. So it's effectively exactly the same sort of revenue outcome. There's two different ways of billing it. And so for municipality, and I think this is really the key concept that's been emerging, is that a surplus neutral wheeling use of system tariff, it's a mouthful, or revenue neutral wheeling tariff, but surplus neutral because it's actually net revenue, it's not gross revenue, and it's the surplus. So it's more accurate to say surplus neutral wheeling tariff equals retail tariff minus WEPS. So this is slightly crude because it's actually WEPS less losses, but the principle is this. It's the retail tariff, so it's the full amount that the customer was paying before their wheeling, minus the green amount, which is the WEPS credit, leaves you with the orange amount, which is the use of system charge. So the wheeling use of system charge is just the municipality's retail tariff less their WEPS or Eskom purchase price. So I hope that concept comes through. Then there's two scenarios where we can look at how the billing's done. The first scenario is where the generator is connected to Eskom, as shown here. So there's this independent power producer connecting to Eskom's transmission grid, wheeling into a municipality, and then wheeling to the specific off-taker. So there's a Mediclinic in Stellenbosch, or there's a Amazon in Tshwane, that given off-taker. So then there's if there's 100 kilowatt hours that gets wheeled in a certain time of use period, Eskom facilitates this wheeling transaction. So that generator needs to say to Eskom, needs to nominate an off-taker. So say that 100 kilowatt hours needs to go to that Amazon customer in City of Tshwane, then Eskom will pass those 100 kilowatt hours onto the city's bill. So there's actually a separate bill. I'll show it in a second, but remember, Eskom's approach is to do charge the full normal bill. So that's why there's the normal bill for all wheeled and non-wheeled energy. And then at the end of the month, they provide this rebate. So that's for the 100 kilowatt hours multiplied by WEPS less losses, or the wheeling credit. So there's this wheeling credit that's provided. So Eskom makes sure that they recover their use of system charge. And then what the municipality can do, all right, so here's this WEPS rate, this credit. I've just pulled it from Eskom's tariff book here, so you can see it's sort of R4.21 at peak. Very similar, just slightly less than the Megaflex amounts because it's WEPS less losses, or active energy less losses. So that's the wheeling credit that the municipality will see on their bill. And then the municipality needs to pass this bill on to the nominated off-taker. So the municipality does the exact same thing, charges the customer, the off-taker, full normal municipal tariffs for all electricity, and then at the end of the month credits them at the amount of kilowatt hours multiplied by the wheeling credit rate, which is WEPS less losses in most cases. So this is the scenario from a Eskom connected generator wheeling into a municipality. The benefit of this approach for the municipality is that Eskom does all the generator connection process. So obviously when we connect generators to the grid, there's a whole lot of grid code compliance and grid integration studies that need to be done. And if that large 10 or 20 megawatt generator was in the municipality, it's quite a technical process to connect that generator to the grid. Obviously municipalities are learning to do that, but in this case, Eskom does it. And then Eskom also does all the metering and just passes the credits onto the municipal bill. So this scenario is really just an accounting passing on the credits for the municipality from the municipality's perspective. Here's a example municipal bill that's received those credits. This is probably not very visible on your end. Apologies. Must ask Shirley if I can get a high definition bill, because then this will show nicer. But you can see here that this is the tariff called Gen Wheeling Munich. I don't know if you can read there. It says Gen Wheeling Munich. And then there's all these negative signs. So this is that credit that the municipality will receive for receiving wheeled energy. And then the municipality passes this bill onto the off-taker, or not the bill, but the amounts. Yeah, so that's that scenario. So the second scenario, and there's more scenarios, but I've just covered these two, the Eskom connected generator and then the Munich connected generator. Now the generator is connected within the municipality, wheeling to an off-taker also within that municipality. And so now the municipality needs to facilitate the grid connection of the generator as well as the metering, and then from the metering create the billing. So this is slightly more challenging for the municipality, but it's the benefit of local generators within the towns, and obviously there's socioeconomic benefits of local generators. So there's huge benefits of doing this. So municipalities are very keen. Also can reduce their Eskom, NMD, etc. But yeah, so in this scenario, the generator wheels, let's say 100 kilowatt hours in there. Now, obviously, Eskom's not aware of this situation, or they might be aware of it, but it won't appear on the billing system. So previously there was the normal bill with the WEPS credit thing, whereas now the Eskom account will just reduce by a given kilowatt hours, the amount of kilowatt hours that was generated by this embedded generator. So the Eskom account won't change. It will go down, but it won't have those RAND credits. The kilowatt hours will go down. So now the municipality needs to generate this credit and pass it on to the customer. So it's the exact same thing as before. The customers charge the full retail price, and then there's the wheeling energy credit. So it's 100 multiplied by WEPS less losses in some municipalities. Or the alternative way of doing it, as I mentioned earlier, City of Cape Town's following the sort of explicit use of system charges, where you, for those 100 kilowatt hours, you just charge the orange bit, the use of system charge. So you don't do the full tariff with a credit. Hope that makes sense. In SALGA's status of wheeling report, we give a overview of municipal progress to date. So obviously Eskom's been doing really, really well on wheeling, and Eskom's wheeling framework's been in place for a number of years, and there's I think there's hundreds of megawatts being wheeled today on Eskom's grid, which is fantastic. Municipalities are obviously a bit slower to get their wheeling frameworks in place. 4 municipalities have made great progress. Nelson Mandela Bay in the Eastern Cape's been wheeling for 10 years with the trader called PowerX and Itana. They've been a front runner in the wheeling space, so that's fantastic. City of Cape Town has also been sort of wheeling for a while, but only more recently has it been sort of open to the public, and there's been this wheeling pilot last year that was launched, and things are looking really good for wheeling to scale in the City of Cape Town in the coming years. George Municipality, I think that's what we were going to have Bongani in the next session, has been a front runner in the wheeling space. Obviously, smaller municipalities, things can happen a little bit quicker. There's maybe less levels of hierarchy to get approvals from. So if the director of electricity is driving it, then things can move quickly, which is what we saw here. So they've done fantastically, and here's also a link to their municipality's wheeling guideline. And then City of Ekurhuleni has made good progress this year to wheel. They were having some issues with their Eskom security deposits, but that's, as I understand, been resolved. So Ekurhuleni should also be wheeling this year, which is great. All these municipalities are following that billing approach that I just spoke about, the revenue neutral, surplus neutral approach. Nelson Mandela Bay. Sorry,
if I may interrupt a bit, just be mindful of time, okay?
Okay, let me wrap up in the next 2 minutes. Thanks so much, So that's a municipal progress in the wheeling space. Yeah, so I think I've just linked to some resources here, cost of supply. Hopefully the presentation will be shared. There's template terms of references, etc. And then here's a bunch of wheeling resources. There's a template wheeling guideline, revenue impact model to model wheeling in your municipality, etc. So there's a link at the bottom, and all these resources are available. Okay, that worked out well. Thank you so much, Mr. Murray. Can I say one last thing, Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
This picture is a photo of our office block. So I don't know if we mentioned we're a not-for-profit support organization, but we bought some solar, and that's on the roof here, and we're feeding into the grid, and we're getting compensated for doing so. We've got an approved system. You know how Eskom says often in the start of meetings, my account is up to date, etc. Maybe in going forward, we need to say my solar system is registered, because there's a lot of unregistered solar in the country. But anyway, that was just on a lighter note. Thank you.
Thank you, George. Thank you for the presentation. The reason also I allow George to continue up to this stage, as much as he has taken a bit of our time, is that the second presenter, Bongani Mandla, is not available. So in that situation, I will request that we get clarity-seeking questions from Josh before I allow the panel speaker, Mr. Padayachi, to address us. But one thing to address first, that again I picked up from the presentation. He was speaking about the rules that NERSA has developed and were approved. I can state that those rules are not approved. We have consulted on those rules, and then we have done our processes internally as NERSA, and then we still having to finalize our decision on the framework, not the rules, the framework that was developed. So the rules that you have there, Josh, are just draft rules that were sent for comments by stakeholders. So they are not really approved. Thank you. Continuing, then I will ask probably if there are any clarity-seeking questions on the presentations that was made by the previous speaker. Thank you. If I may get some clarity-seeking questions on the presentations. In that case, let me continue with asking Mr. Padayachi as a panel speaker to address us. Thank you. Thank you, Vali.
Good morning, Chair, and feel free to call me Vali. Okay.
Will do. Thank you.
I want to make some comments, but I've just got two quick slides that I want to preface my comments with. So if you just give me that opportunity, I'll just flash the slides on. 1 second. Are you able to see that, Chair?
Yes, Vali, if you can put it on the presentation mode. Thank you. Yes. That's...
Okay, so just it's just two slides. This was part of a presentation I did to the Institute of Municipal Managers a few weeks ago, but I've just taken two slides off it. You know, Chair, notwithstanding the challenges that the municipalities, also Eskom, but the municipalities are severely challenged at the moment, economically, technically, etc. Now, notwithstanding that, I think we still got to be cognizant that in the next couple of years, we could be looking at a different municipality. Within AMU and SALGA, we were looking at the municipality of the future. So what this slide, these two slides, reflects a future-proofed municipality business. And I just wanted to use this just to preface my comments. So if you look at a future municipality, it could be a ring fence but integrated wires, engineering and trading business, a ring fence regulated engineering business, a ring fence engineering trading business, and an infrastructure asset owned license for energy trading, etc. Then you could get into a business which is self-regulation versus enforced regulation, and it comes with all of those conditions, and then flexibility and significantly different approach to the 8 to 5 service delivery model, which is sort of customer centricity reality. And then very quickly, it'll be a business which has one-to-many business relationships, embedded generation, we talked about IPPs, energy storage, energy wheeling, which we've got, energy trading versus energy retail, buying capacity and energy at the best terms available, competitive market, significant technology, digital enable, real-time capabilities, governance, leadership, etc. So I just wanted to put that as a scene setter, and then let me get back to my thing. And I'll de-share. So notwithstanding that, I think whatever model that we present, a cost of supply model, must take into consideration that future-proofed municipal utility, which could be around the corner. We think it'll be about 5 years that we could get to that fully fledged model. And we've also kind of strategically postulated that we'll have about 18 major role players in the landscape, in the grid, meaning aggregators, energy traders, IPPs, prosumers, etc. So given that high-level scenario, we need to plan for that, and we need to start now. Now, just some comments, operational comments. And I know that there's been a lot of focus on wheeling, even with Josh's presentation, and that's an excellent presentation. But the municipalities are still highly regulated and legislated. So you have the MFMA and the Municipal Systems Act and all of that. So there's a notion in the marketplace, and I think we need to consider that municipalities are generally not very comfortable with wheeling, et cetera, et cetera. And I must put that on the table as the AMU strategic advisor, that Munichs are supportive of wheeling, net billing, et cetera, because it's also an imperative now in terms of the electricity crisis that we're looking at these. But because of the requirements, the legislative requirements, the NESA, the treasury requirements, one of the key requirements is the revenue neutrality. Municipalities play a lot of emphasis on those aspects. But notwithstanding that, municipalities are fully supportive of, in this case, wheeling, net billing, trading, aggregation, et cetera, et cetera. And that said, it hasn't been mentioned in too much of detail, but just to say that through the NEARCOM Workstream 9, it started off in Workstream 3, but we moved on to Workstream 9. A lot of work has been coordinated by the NEARCOM Workstream 9 structures, which includes ESCOM, the Munichs, through the AMU, SALGA, and other stakeholders in coming up with a workable wheeling framework. Okay, and so that wheeling framework is in place. I think NESA is currently looking at the rules, and hopefully very soon that framework will be in place, the rules, so that we are able to address the requirements or the needs of the crisis, and same with net billing, etc. But notwithstanding that, there are still some challenges that the Munichs are still encountering with respect to wheeling. They're not debilitating. For example, just got a few pointers here. There's a lack of, in terms of the current municipal frameworks, there's a lack of harmony, tariff discrimination, and in many cases, the loss of revenue to the Munichs that needs to be addressed. There's a cost and tariff mismatch. There's a deviation from the cost of supply. There's some challenges with contractual matters, the ability to come up with PPAs, competencies, etc. within Munichs. Munichs also lack billing and metering systems. They need funding for that capability. So all of that needs to be addressed in the current challenges with respect to municipalities. And maybe, Chair, just the other point is that other point. Okay, I think let me leave it there in the interest of time to say that we are quite comfortable that there is a wheeling framework in place, that billing that we could work to address the crisis, but going forward we need to do further work to address the future-proofed municipality. Let me hand back to you, Chair.
Thank you, Vali. Thank you for the insights of how the municipalities operate and what are the challenges. But again, yes, I'll open up now for questions to Josh, and probably Vali will come in as is representing MEU and SARGA in terms of the impact to the municipalities as distributors. And if I can also get some more response from ESCOM, if they are still available, maybe Shelley. But yeah, let me open up for discussion. Thank you. Ms. Makubani.
Thanks, Murphy. I see on the chat, Hendrik indicated that he could speak to the George's experience on this topic. Maybe we can give him an opportunity while the floor thinks around the presentations that have been made. Thanks.
Thank you, Visa. Yeah, Hendrik, maybe let's give you 5 minutes or 6 minutes to just give us what George is doing. We'll appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Muefi. It's nice to see your face again. Yeah, 5 minutes might not be enough, but let's see how we can go. Let me just share here with you. Let's see. Get that going. What, are you seeing something there on the screen?
Yeah. I'm seeing something on the screen that you can share with us. Yeah, George.
Okay,
yeah.
So I just want to say this is an extract of the George guideline. I think the bright guy there was Philip van Niekerk, a young engineer who was instrumental in getting this project going there in George. Give credit to him. There's just a few points I want to highlight. Josh has nicely talked about the bill to the off-taker, but he hasn't addressed the issue of the bill to the generator. So I think the first issue we need to address, and is something we picked up in George, where the George airport was importing quite a significant amount of energy, and the municipal officials were charging them for the maximum demand injected or exported into the network. So the principle that we have adopted there is to say that The network costs will be covered by the consumers of George Municipality, not by generators, because in 99% of the cases, the burden on the network will be reduced with the introduction of an IPP into the network. So the key principle is very, very important, differently to Eskom transmission, where the transmission cost is split between the generators and the consumers. Our policy there was that the network cost is covered by the consumers. If you start charging some of those costs to the generators, you will have to reduce it to the consumers, and it becomes very complex. And as I said, in most cases, the burden on the network will be reduced. So what we said there are the development charges, or the so-called augmentation charges, or now called capital charges, is only applicable to an IPP if the capacity on the network is increased. The demand and capacity charges will only be respect of power that they use. You know, there are going to be periods that maybe the plant is down and they can actually take supply. They will then have to pay the maximum demand and access charges. But in terms of exporting, only where the demand on the network is increased. That is very important to understand. If we start charging that, we are going to kill the IPPs, and that is certainly not the objective. Also important is that billing will be reconciled on a 30-minute period. No banking will be allowed. In other words, if the IPP generates more power than what is used by the off-taker in half an hour, that is overwheeling, and it will simply be absorbed by the municipality. No energy banking will be allowed. That was the policy that was formulated. Okay. So let's just look at the bills. Josh did show some bills. I just want to, yeah, and I know it's small, but see if I can increase it slightly there. So you got your bill for the municipality. So there are two cases, obviously, where the wheeler is outside of the municipality, in other words, in Eskom. In this particular case, the IPP is within the municipality. In other words, the municipal bill from Eskom, the energy amount will actually be lower than it was before, but you won't see a separate transaction there showing wheeling. The bill to the generator would only be applicable in terms of their basic charge and demand and capacity, and I've just made some assumptions, but there is no credit to the generator. There's no credit for the wheeling. That is, they need to get that from the consumer. And here then is the bill to the off-taker. They'll have all the standard charges, and then they will have the wheeling credit, which in this particular case would then be equal to, as Josh has said, in this particular case would not be the WEPs, but would actually be the Megaflex energy rates. So you can clearly see the standard charges are all recovered and the credit, yeah. So, but when you look at the calculations here, it looks like the municipality is making a loss, but it's not making a loss because the Eskom bill will actually be reduced by the amount of wheeling. I think the case where it's wheeled from outside, then you will see that clear credit for the wheeling, which is exactly going through to the off-taker as a credit. So just really that it's still a complex process. One need to make sure that the IPPs, if they come into the network, that you don't overburden the capacity. You don't want export current to feed back into the medium voltage network. In the George case, it was only allowed for medium voltage customers. They all have to be on time of use. And I think it's very successful. One of the key issues I think need to be considered is if the municipality buys from IPPs at a price below the Eskom price, they share that benefit to all consumers. If an IPP wheels to an individual customer, the benefit only goes to that customer. So that kind of puts a responsibility on the municipality to also actually buy from IPPs to bring down their purchase costs rather than to encourage wheeling to actually bring benefit to only a few customers. In fact, I also believe that if the municipality goes out on tender and buys from IPP, they could probably negotiate an even better price to the benefit of all their consumers rather than an individual customer. But I think compliments to Philip and the George team, Ghani and so on. I think the project is very successful. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew. I see Vali, your hand is up, but let me go through the chat first because the question that is on the chat is addressed to you by Mr. Sichotlo. Is asking you as an advisor to the MEU. We are having challenges receiving the cost of supply studies from municipalities due to capacity at municipalities. How is AMEU assisting MINIX to meet these challenges? We have only received around 7 studies and some those do not meet the requirement of the NESA framework. This is high risk given the directive of the court that from next year, no tariff will be approved without the cost of supply. So I'll just hand it to you, Mr. Vali.
Sorry, Murphy, can I just make a correction? I think you read it wrong. It's 70 studies, not 7.
Oh, 70. Okay, thank you. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Spray. Over to you, Vali.
Okay, Chair, just and Mr. Sekotla, just a very quick response. As an AMU, we are assisting the municipality as best as our mandate allows us to do so. In other words, we are an independent association, technical association. We don't have any legal mandate like SALGA. So we work with SALGA to try and assist the municipalities, and we partake in initiatives like with GIZ, Sustainable Energy Africa, and other bodies to provide that assistance. And as I mentioned yesterday, we also negotiated with yourselves as NESA to try and recover the cost of supply studies to the tariff. But the elephant on the table is the challenges directly embedded in the municipalities or in the metros. They have challenges there that the AMU collectively is unable to address. Those are operational challenges, competency challenges, and so on. So we do as much as we can, as our mandate allows us, and of course we participate in forums like these to provide that assistance. So that assistance is either directly or indirectly. But the legal mandated body would be SALGA, because they are created by an act of parliament. We are an independent body. I know I haven't given you the solution that you're looking for, but that's the best that I can respond to. But I think also NESA needs to also provide that assistance, and I think you're trying to do so. So I think there needs to be a multi-party concerted effort to try and provide that assistance. Okay.
Thank you, Vali.
Chair, I just want to get why I put my hand up, and I just want to latch on to the comment made by Hendrik about whether municipalities should be the off-taker. Yes, we are giving that serious consideration, And let me preface that comment by saying the following. We must not forget that municipalities are constitutionally mandated for in terms of service delivery. Okay, so in terms of service delivery, it's municipalities that are mandated, and to execute on that mandate, they require inter alia electrons, and they need to be capable and all of that. So in the current new climate, the changing landscape, and with the change in legislation and regulation, etc., all my colleagues, well, almost all my colleagues in the different Munichs and metros want to become generators, right? So that they become independent in managing their high prices, cost of sales to Eskom, and etc., etc. But unfortunately, a number of the Munichs and some of the metros are not capable. They don't have the balance sheet, they don't have income statements, etc., etc. So going forward, the current thinking, still early days, is that the national grid will be continued to be owned by Eskom and the municipalities as utilities, and the private sector, and now I'm using a word that we discussed yesterday, on a prudent basis, on a prudency, provide the electrons on the grid. So in other words, without, in the case of Munich's, being shot in the foot, the private sector through aggregators, traders, IPPs, etc., will do that. And in this context, and very quickly, Chair, in the interest of time, we see possibly 2 or 3 contracts, RFPs coming out from the Munichs, and this is talking to Hendrik's point, will off-take it. So the first one would be is that for a load factor equals to 1, which is base load, there will be a 24/7 RFP put out for ancillary services and electrons. And this is where Hendrik Munich's could be purchasing from IPPs and other players as an off-taker. That's one. And then secondly, they would go on a mid-merit peaking type of contract, similar to the bid window approaches, and they could be procuring electricity. So what I'm saying in a nutshell, Chair, the major contract that RFP that a Munich could be considering is to cover the load factor equals 1 base load, and that will also cover ancillary services because the major purchases will be on renewables. Let me hand back to you, Chair.
Thank you, Vali. I see there are no other hands. We still have left with, okay, we are left with 1 minute or 2 minutes. But for me, the highlights of today, it was more to do with the tariffs around the generation by customers that want to feed back into the grid, and also the customers who want to win energy using others' network, which we call the use of system charges. But my parting shots are, if we design these tariffs and look at the future, we should also take cognizance of customers or the impact on customers who actually don't have their own generation, in terms of how the tariff will impact on them, and also to incentivize the distributors due to loss of revenue. Then the other part is looking at the cost recovery mechanism. I think that one is crucial going forward. And again, the cross subsidies. We spoke about the cross subsidies and the framework that needs to be developed. I think also it's got an impact on customers that are also being subsidized. And I picked one last point from Hendrik, where he was talking about network costs are covered by consumers. And for me, I got a bit worried, but I think it's those things that we'll address going forward in terms of when we have to design the rules or look at the methodology of compensation. But from myself, I thank the team, I thank all who actually participated, and handing back to the chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Moreng, for this discussion. And you would know, as you're part of the developers of some of these tools, and so you would know the complications and the dynamics around these, and possibly also the policy enablers that are needed to properly facilitate this. It is our mandate to ensure orderly development, and so it is important to ensure that as we enable certain aspects of the industry, we don't create unintended consequences that would need to then again think about and correct. So thank you so much for that. Thank you, Mr. Padiachi, for your inputs, and thank you, Josh, for your inputs. Much appreciated. We are at 12:30. It is our time for lunch. And thank you, Mr. Moreng, for bringing us on time. Quite well done there, sir. Let's take lunch. It is up until 12:30, rather until 1 o'clock. And then we will return. Mr. Moreng, was there a hand?
No, just there. I wanted to react.
You wanted to react. Okay, sure. Thank you. Thank you, colleagues. Let us break now and we will return at 1 o'clock sharp. Thank you so much. It is 1 o'clock. Welcome back. I'm going to also just see whether we are back in the room so we could move on to our third session of the day. See some thumbs up. Some thumbs up. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for that. Welcome back. Hope you had a good lunch. So we are moving along, colleagues. We are making good time, and we are halfway there. The next session will be facilitated by Dr. Bongani Konjolwayo. He will be very familiar to the industry. Bongani is a senior financial analyst within the Electricity Pricing and Tariffs Department at NESA. He is the lead in these cost of supply discussions among many projects that he runs. Dr. Konjolwayo, please come forward so that we can then carry on. But his second name is cost of supply. So over to you.
Thanks, Ms. Makubane, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. So the purpose of this session is really to, when we're putting together this program, we thought that there is a need to look into specific case studies around the practical application of tariffs. So we thought that it would be good to maybe have zoom in into some of the challenges and that are emanating from the practical tariff application. So these licenses would have done a cost of supply study, and then from that study, they would identify certain strategic pricing direction that they would like to take in terms of their medium-term to long-term pricing direction. They would have taken into account certain considerations when they design these tariffs. Some of those are related to balancing and affordability, as vis-a-vis what the cost of supply study says should be recovered from customers. We'd also hope that they will look at some of the considerations around taking into account the current supply side constraints that are sort of affecting the industry. And also, they would also look at what are some of the measures that they've put in place to deal with the issues around cross subsidies, and also as they affect the low income consumers. So as part of that panel discussion, we have a presenter from Eskom, Onika Rantwani. She's the chief advisor in the electricity pricing in Eskom distribution. Onika is a seasoned electrical pricing advisor with more than 15 years in the energy sector, and modeling of Eskom electricity tariffs, as well as the development of electricity pricing policies, including wheeling and net billing policies. She has 15 years experience in Eskom, 8 years of which were in the Eskom distribution, where she worked as a distribution net. And she also holds a BTech degree in electrical engineering from the University of Johannesburg. Municipality, in terms of their case study around these important topics, but unfortunately been able to implement cost of supply based tariffs. So it's one of the first municipalities in 2020 that was able to submit a compliant cost of supply study, and also propose a number of changes to their tariff structures and rates. So that presentation, Mr. Barnett, he was involved in the design of the tariffs as well as the implementation. He will highlight some of the key challenges that emanated from tariff restructuring and how the municipality dealt with those matters. So at this point in time, I would like to hand over to Onika to then take us through her presentation. Thanks.
Thank you, Chairperson. And good afternoon. I didn't realize that I was on mute. Can you just confirm that you are seeing my screen?
Yes, I can see it, but I'm not sure if it's on presentation mode. If you can check that for me, but we can see yes now.
Yes, I've just put it on presentation mode. Thank you. Thank you, Chair. And yes, good afternoon, colleagues and everybody in this session. I do appreciate the opportunity provided to us as Eskom to share our challenges in terms of the Eskom retail tariff plan. I think I just want to mention that this presentation is actually complementing what my colleague and boss, Shelley Salvoldi, has already presented. So she has excellently presented the tariff design process and some of the principles that are applicable to tariff design. And my focus, therefore, is going to be on highlighting how this proposed changes in the tariff plan align to these principles and the strategic pricing direction. And as per the brief that was provided to us, I will also talk to the issue of affordability versus cost of supply, which is very important, and how we dealt with some of these cross subsidies and some of the recommendations that we are making going forward. So if we can remember from Shelley's presentation, she took us through the tariff design process. And one of the steps once you know what your costs are and you now have your cost reflective rates and you are getting into a stage where you are going into the tariff determination process, is that you need to look into your strategic direction as a distributor. So this is an extract from our strategic pricing direction in Eskom. It's available on our website for more details, but this is just indicating what direction we want to take in terms of our tariffs going forward and some of the important strategic objectives. So to introduce any new tariff or to change, as we have embarked on two tariff restructuring processes already in Eskom, is that we are guided by policy. That's the first thing, the tariff codes, as well as our pricing strategy and the changing business and stakeholder needs. So we also have to listen to what our stakeholders are saying and incorporate that into the tariff design. One of the important direction, and I think this is applicable to not just Eskom, but the distribution industry as a whole, is that we want to move to more cost reflective tariffs, and this is both in structure and in level. So we want our tariffs, the fixed cost to be reflected through fixed charges as much as possible, and the same for the variable charges. We want tariffs that share the volume risks between customers and Eskom. And I think one of the very important aspect that in terms of the direction that we are taking is we need to realize as distributors that tariffs provide mutual benefits for both the customer and the distributor itself. So in doing that, with the changing and evolving industry, we now have, as per the previous session, customers that are also providing capacity and exporting energy onto the grid. So it must be a mutual benefit, a two-way process whereby the distributor, as much as they need to be compensated, because we seem to focus more on, the compensation that must be provided, or the payments, tariff payments that must be provided to the distributors by customers. And I think we need to now start talking about the mutual benefit of, in turn, distributors incentivizing customers to stay connected to the grid by providing those fair incentives or compensation for the customer to also, when they export energy onto the grid. So there needs to be that education that goes both ways in terms of the value of the grid that is provided by the distributors and customers needing to pay for that, and obviously what customers are also providing. And in terms of the strategic objectives, I think one of the key objective in terms of our tariffs is that we need to take into account the best interest of the country. And this is, I cannot emphasize this enough. It's crucial, especially when you look at customer impacts, and I will go into details about that later in the presentation. But it's important that we do not look into the best interest of us as the distributor alone or a certain group of customers, because the reality is that there are those customers that, have got an advantage of being vocal in terms of an understanding of the tariffs. And if we are not careful, we might be designing tariffs that are in the best interest of one category of customers instead of the overall economic benefit. So that is, I think, one of the crucial objectives. And obviously that will reduce the overall cost of electricity and improving the country's competitiveness. I also think that as our objective as an industry as a whole, and not just Eskom, is that we want to achieve a sustainable industry for all the participants in the EDI. So this is obviously both Eskom and municipalities as well as our customers. And I think some of these objectives have already been mentioned in the principles, but I think the one that I would like also to emphasize is the issue of non-discriminatory and equitability in terms of tariffs, with subsidies transparently shown in our tariff design, and this is what we strive to do as Eskom. Some of the tariff design considerations, and I think this is also complementing what has been discussed already, but this is just giving a simple view of what tariffs should do and what tariffs should not do. So as we know that our primary purpose for tariff is to reflect the regulated revenue. We want to do that. I think that is a crux of what we want to do. We need to recover the approved revenue that has been approved by the regulator in our tariffs. We need to also strive to design tariffs that reduce volume risks. We need to provide proper pricing signals to promote efficient usage, and obviously, this is done by different incentives and to reflect the future cost drivers in the electricity industry. Tariffs need to also respond to a changing environment, and this is what we also are trying to do in our tariff plan, and obviously, importantly, so address the issue of affordability and balancing the needs of all customers as much as possible. And I think this very last sentence is very important. You need to try and minimize customer impacts as much as possible. So what tariffs should not do, I think I can just emphasize maybe the very first one. And it's unfortunate that, in our discussions over the past 2 days, we've actually now heard that there are some municipalities that this is happening, where the tariffs are not even recovering the regulated revenue. And I think we need to urgently correct that as an industry. And obviously, we do not want tariffs to be creating untargeted and non-transparent subsidies, and this obviously can happen when you do not properly unbundle your tariffs, and you do not have a view of what your subsidies are. And obviously, we don't want tariffs that are so inflexible or too complex that they are. The customers don't even see the benefits, or it's complex that an average customer is unable to interpret what you are trying to do as a distributor. So we need that kind of a balance. So now coming to the reasons for particularly when we come to specifically the Eskom tariff restructuring plan. what were the main reasons. And I think colleagues in the workshop know that Eskom has submitted now 2 sets of tariff restructuring plans to NERSA. One was in 2020 and the other one was in 2022. And these were the drivers and some of the reasons why we needed to do it. And we still need to urgently restructure our tariffs. I think the very first driving driver for tariff restructuring is that obviously the environment is changing. So we know that the industry is evolving and our tariffs needs to also do that. We are unbundling as Eskom, and when we started this process, in 2020, we wanted to prepare for the Eskom unbundling. It's now unfortunate that the unbundling process is actually overtaking the tariff restructuring process. And this is crucial. It's very important because we are at a point now where the divisional costs, that is generation, transmission and distribution, needs to be accurately reflected to avoid large tariff impacts once Eskom is now fully legally separated. So the concern with this is that the gap is getting wider and wider. We had wanted to start this in 2020 so that by the time we get to this time, we would have started with dealing with some of these impacts, and obviously with the phasing in or gradual changes in terms of the tariff restructuring, then there wouldn't be a large gap. But now the gap is getting so wider that it's going to be very difficult to close it, and it's going to affect the whole country and as a whole. So I think we've spoken to the issue of mitigating volume and revenue risk, and I cannot emphasize this enough. So I just, in terms of now the tariff plan itself, so these were the tariff changes that were proposed in our Eskom retail tariff plan, and I've just used the slide. It's a summarized version of what we're trying to do, but the purpose or the objective of the slide is just to highlight the alignment of the tariff restructuring to the principles and objectives that we have spoken about. And I didn't do this, per slide, and I thought one table where we just highlight this and we talked to each and every one of the tariff changes proposed, obviously looking at the time limitations that we had. So the first proposal, as Shelley also mentioned, and my colleague yesterday, Tariff, on the cost of supplies, that we last updated our cost of supply in 2012, and obviously there is now a mismatch, a big one, between our costs and our tariffs, and we wanted to obviously update our tariffs with the cost of supply, and this include the time of use changes. What's important in terms of the alignment to our principles and objectives, obviously this was in compliance with the EPP to update tariffs with the cost to serve. It's in compliance with the codes, and very importantly, we are aligning with the wholesale rate that is charged by transmission. And why this is important, and it's also an aspect that will impact the distributors, is that you need to, as a distributor, align your tariffs to your cost structure as much as possible. So Eskom distribution is buying from transmission at this wholesale rate, which is including time of use tariffs, time of use ratios, and we needed to align our tariffs to that. This proposal also supports the unbundling of Eskom, as I've mentioned. It enables wheeling of energy. It's actually providing the right signals also to optimize the use of the system, and it's helping the system operator in managing the system by means of time of use tariff signals. In terms of the transmission use of system charges for loads, we've updated that with the cost of supply study and obviously in line with the future unbundling of transmission so that the transmission costs can be separated from the distribution charges. On the distribution network charge weighting, and I think it's important that I explain what we did here. I think if you can also remember from the risk diagram that Shelley presented in terms of what you do, what you need to look out for when you need to decide how you allocate risk in terms of fixed versus variable charges for network charges. That is exactly what we did. We know that we want to move to cost reflectivity as much as we can, but understanding that this obviously will have impact on customers. We just increased the weighting of fixed network, not to recover the full fixed costs through 100% of fixed charges, because that would be unreasonable and obviously have significant impacts on the customers. So it was that balance to say that we know that we need to get to this full fixed cost reflectivity, but let's start with a certain percentage. And obviously, if we didn't do this, the fixed cost due to the updating of the cost to serve, we're going to reduce. And I think you would all agree that it wouldn't be a right signal for in this current environment for any distributor to be having their fixed charges reducing instead of trying to gradually increase them, obviously looking at the customer impact. So that also ensures that we recover the fixed charges in a fair manner, and there's this issue of the utility that spiral, that if we don't do this, then we are heading to that. So the whole aspect of gradually increasing fixed charges helps to minimize the potential of this utility that spiral. Then in terms of the Munich tariff rationalization, what we did obviously was to update that with the cost of supply study as required by NERSA, and rightly so. So we did that, and we believe that this creates a unique municipal tariff category which supports the future wholesale purchases by municipalities, and it removes the whole rural tariff debate, by municipalities. The fourth one or fifth one is the home flex or home power unbundling. I think it's necessary to explain in this one that it was necessary for Eskom to do this because we needed to reflect the different services being provided, and this links to the last point on the IBT approval, because as you know that the current home power tariff is an IBT, which we believe provides the incorrect signal for load usage. We know that, a customer with now embedded generation or even energy efficiency, they would reduce their consumption to the low block rate. And obviously, you do not want a PV customer being subsidized by other customers. So we needed to correct that signal. And I think one of the important aspects also to highlight here is that we were not suggesting that home power and home flex must have different charges. It was based on same fixed charges. I know this was incorrectly reported in the media that Eskom wants to charge customers with PV more fixed charges than the others, and that is not the case. And that's what we tried also to respond to the various media queries. One of the important changes that we also proposed was the introduction of the generation capacity charge, and this was also based on the cost to serve. But as important also is that this signal is important to reflect the backup capacity or standby capacity, and obviously the fixed cost of generation, and it talks to also the issue of reducing volume risks, because the more you recover any fixed cost through variable charges, you are exposing your business to volume risks. And obviously that, as we know for Eskom, it means more increases in the RCA mechanism. Just to touch on the issue of affordability versus cost of supply, and this is a very difficult balance in tariff design. I think I would say this, once you've reflected your costs, I think once you come to now deciding, looking at your customer impacts or cost reflectivity, then you've got a very difficult job of trying to balance this. But I do not believe that we need to stop as distributors in unbundling or reflecting the cost structures in accordance with the cost of supply, because if this is not done, there is actually massive implications in terms of when we recover the fixed charges through volumetric charges, because you now are going to have a reduction in revenue that is not commensurate with the reduction in volumes, and this revenue shortfall will then be recovered from the rest of the customers. And more than anything, it would be the poor that obviously gets impacted, because it means now you need to increase tariffs for all, including the low-income groups. So not doing this, the unbundling of tariffs actually exacerbate energy poverty in the country as a whole. So we believe that it's crucial that you do this to avert the effects of utility that spiral, as well as increase tariffs to the indigent customer groups. But obviously we need to, as distributors, make sure that we protect the indigent, and this must be done with subsidies that are targeted and with clear principles. One of the things that I would just like to mention is that as much as we are pursuing cost-reflective tariffs as distributors, we need to be obviously aware of this difficult balance. And one way of dealing with it is obviously to phase in the changes when we consider the customer impact. An example of this, what we did in our retail tariff plan is we phased in the fixed recovery of costs through the fixed charges, as I've mentioned, because you might want to be all cost reflective, but you are driving your customers off grid, and that is not obviously economic to the country. Then I think this is the last point on subsidies, and I think we have in the previous sessions discussed this at a very detailed level as well. But I think what I wanted to highlight is that the same as what the distributors are expressing, as Eskom, we've got the same challenge in terms of not having a clear guideline in terms of subsidies. So the stance that we currently take in Eskom is to keep the levels constant, unless we are mandated to do so by NERSA. For example, the NERSA would say for your home light customers, instead of increasing the price increase would be 18%, as it was in the previous year to all the customers, but your home light must be at a lower rate of 10%, and that's what we do. And this is because we do not have, any guideline or national framework in terms of tariffs. And this is crucial, because in the previous slide, when I talked about impact, one way of balancing the impact means that one tariff will recover more revenue than cost, subsidizing the other tariff. But if you do not have guideline of which tariffs must receive subsidies and how it should be paid, that is why we're having the debate in the industry about the whole issue of tariffs. So in conclusion, Chair, I just want to highlight these three main important points that I think it's very urgent for us as an industry to restructure tariffs. the industry is evolving and our tariffs are not. And this is a big concern for the industry as a whole. We need to properly unbundle our tariffs to reflect the cost drivers because we are having customers with embedded generation that are getting subsidized by those without. And that is not the right economic signal. I think the last 2 points we have discussed, even in previous sessions, we believe that there is a need for a national tariff design or setting framework to address, to make sure that there's consistency in the tariff structures and not necessarily the tariff rates, because this will differ from one distributor to the next based on their cost of supply. But I believe that, we need guidance on uniform structures to guide tariffs, as well as the national subsidy framework with the clear principles on who must get the subsidies, how it should be funded, and so forth. Because if we do not do this, we've got the cost of supply, and we are giving so much focus to the correctness and how correct we need to do the cost of supply. But if we do not also have frameworks in terms of guiding distributors, it's going to be very difficult for distributors to know exactly what to do. An example that was given by, I think it was Hendrik yesterday, that you have from your cost of supply, you have your fixed cost coming up at 500 per kVA, and a customer could be paying 20 Rand per kVA. And it's going to be difficult to move from 20 Rand per kVA to 500. In fact, I don't think you can. But there isn't, a guiding framework or rules in the industry to say, what do you do as a distributor when you come across that kind of a scenario? And I think that is what we need to focus on. I think this is my last slide, Chair, and this is just a link to the Eskom retail tariff plan. The details are in there on our Eskom website. Thank you.
Thank you, Anika, for the presentation. I think what really came out of that is the issue around complexity between balancing the cost of supply and having cost-reflective tariffs, and the key issues around cross subsidies that need to be paid by one group of customers to subsidize other customers. So thanks for that. At this point in time, as I said, we would have wanted to have a presentation from Nelson Mandela Bay, just also to talk around some of the challenges that they experienced with implementing their cost of supply. But unfortunately, they couldn't be with us. But I hope if the panel is ready, Hendrik, because we had requested him to also highlight some of the challenges that came out of the Diabades-Kloof municipality. As I mentioned, that it was the first municipality, one of the first ones recently that we had been successful in getting them to implement cost of supply based tariffs. But there were a number of challenges emanating from the proposed new structures, as well as how customers were able to adapt and change in terms of those proposed of the new structures. So at this point, I'd like to ask Hendrik if he's got a presentation to share it and then just highlight some of those issues that came out of that cost of supply project.
Thank you, Morgani. Yes, a bit short notice, but this is stuff I've been doing quite a lot, so I just went through some of the material and could bring up something. Just see there. Okay, is that slide up now?
Yes, up.
I just want to switch off my video so that you know what I look like. Okay, so George was a challenge, but I think in the end successful. So we followed the process of ring fencing, cost of supply and pricing. Just some history. The study was done in 2019 using 2017-18 data. This is very important to understand. You need to use data of the completed financial year. So We are now sitting in 2023, and we are not even fully implemented. More than 5 years of the data. The council supported the study only in 2020, not for implementation, but for submission to NERSA. It was then submitted to NERSA. The municipality then applied for the cost of supply tariffs in 2021. It was approved. It was finally approved by council for implementation in 2020 and then implemented from 1st of July for the first phase of a 2-year phase-in plan. A comprehensive implementation plan with a lot of communications was developed as part of the implementation. Unfortunately, 1 July 2023, council felt that with the high average increase of 15.1%, they did not want to also do the restructuring. So that has been held back until next year or whenever. So the ring fencing study, I showed you this diagram last time. We followed quite a comprehensive process with all of the line managers being involved and accepting the process that was followed. This ended up showing a shared cost of 22 million rand. So in fact, our finding was that the George municipality was not very top heavy if we compare that with some of the other municipalities. If you just look at the direct cost, that showed that they were making a surplus of 21%. And I just did a calculation if depreciation was to be done based on replacement values rather than historic values. The surplus, the cost went up by about 15 million, and the surplus came down to 17.8. So the George municipality is making a nice substantial surplus out of electricity, even after applying a good shared cost. We did analyze the detailed consumption, and one of the reasons for their profitability is this losses of only 6.5%. In fact, our latest studies have shown that it's even less than 5%. So compliments to them for that. We then also completed the revenue requirement formula, and that showed that theoretically there is the possibility for a small increase. However, at the time, due to the uncertainties in this respect, replacement value, etc., the council said that they are not going to apply for any structure increase. Also, looking at this benchmark, I believe that if you are applying shared costs, this benchmark of 20% is very high. And in fact, the George tariff should come down. We then followed the cost of supplier study by allocating the costs as per the NRS. They are buying a lot of their power at 66, some at 11. So we allocated the cost like this. There are a little bit of rural networks, but their costs were not identifiable by the rural areas, so we had to just lump that together. Also important that there are really 3 big networks, including a small town quite far away from George, which have to be included, and that does complicate it somewhat. We did the calculation of the losses. The way we do this is we do an estimate based on the technical characteristics of the equipment, and then we do a balancing so that the net comes back to the actual of 6.5, and you can see these values change down. And this is the effective losses that up to the final point. All the bulk consumers have got electronic meters. The data is downloaded every month, so we actually have half-hourly data for all bulk consumers. It's fantastic. This job was a day instead of a few weeks. And we could develop very good load profiles, and our simulations confirmed that the data was good. Okay, I'm not going to go through all the calculations. The bottom line is that this shows the percentage subsidy. In other words, what percentage of cost is being paid or not paid. So George has got 3 indigent tariffs. It's a tariff for just one indigent household, and then for one with 1 backyard and one with 2 backyards. So the percentage cost subsidy, you can see, is quite significant. Then your other domestic, there's some small subsidies, and then the normal domestic consumers with basic charges, some overcharge. Your commercial customers generally overcharge. The internal tariff undercharge. And then your bulk customers generally overcharged. In terms of rand values, big subsidies going to the indigents, a lot of that coming from your commercial customers and from your bulk customers. So we then did the analysis of the subsidy. So we look at these are the 3 indigent categories. We also then categorize, in fact, this shouldn't say 30 amps, it's 20 amps. We said all consumers using less than 350 kilowatt hours, we consider those to be poor that need subsidies. So we did the calculation. So this is the total cost, the current revenue, the shortfall, the contribution to FPE through the equitable share, and this shows the total subsidy after deducting the FPE of 59 million, which equates to 9% of the remaining consumer revenue. So this is the important thing that we need to do in the cost of supply studies, to calculate the actual subsidy to particular categories. And then I will show it to you. So in the pricing study, the objective was obviously to move to cost reflectiveness as far as possible. This just shows the cost in 2018, the tariffs and the cost. And what I've done is just to move it into categories that can be compared to some extent. So what we generally see is if we look at the IBT customers, their average cost in fact, is way more than the tariffs they are being charged for. If we look at the conventional customers, they have basic charges, which are at least making some contribution to the fixed cost. But if you look at the basic cost and the network costs, it falls, it's undercharged. You see the energy charge here going from R1.50 compared with R1. Remember, these are 2018-19 values. And so we go on. At least their time of use is charged, and we showed that both the access and demand charges were a bit too high, whereas the energy charges were slightly low. Then we have to decide what are we going to apply. So although the cost for the poor customers was like R2.40, we basically kept that tariff by removing the blocks and just applying one. All the other consumers above 20 amps would pay a basic charge and a capacity charge and an energy charge. Now these rates I'm showing you now includes, you see the subsidy adjustment of 8.48%. So because of this tariff, that subsidy of 9% comes down slightly. But this percentage is then applied to all of the rates, basic, capacity, and energy charges for all other consumers. So this is the way that we are addressing the cross-subsidy in the George municipality. It's clear, it's transparent. Any customer can say, "Oh, well, why do you have to pay?" So, well, you're paying 8% to have a stable municipality. Is that worth it? And generally, consensus is yes. So this is then with the municipality applying the 2-year phase in. So if we look just at the indigent customers, the tariff that was proposed, this is with the increase. Basically, that was just applying the straight increase. So we made no structure change to the indigent tariff. The single rate, the 20 amp tariff, as you can see, 236 going up to 239, just a small structure change there. Your other domestic customers, whereas the cost showed a basic charge of 135, we're taking rands per amp per month. So let's say 30 amp customer will pay 30 times 4.50 rand, about 140 plus that will be 10 rand. So for the conventional customers, in fact, their fixed costs go down slightly, but the energy costs go up somewhat. Obviously, in the next year, this will double and the energy charges will go down. So the commercial customers, a similar situation. Their capacity charge is slightly higher. You might ask why, and the reason is because the commercial customers generally utilize their capacity better. Okay, we did quite extensive impact study calculations. So this is the initial cost reflective indication, which we did. And this is then the structure changes that we proposed over the period of the phase in. This 4% is just the street lights. You see there's quite a big revenue we exclude because it's internal revenue and it doesn't actually impact the municipality. Okay, phase in, I'm not going to go into detail. Also do quite extensive this table here. It shows the existing tariff, the proposed revenue, the change in revenue, and the percentage. So any customer can look at what is the capacity that they're going to select, what is the tariff they are on, what is the consumption level, and based on that is going to be the percentage impact. So that's quite important, and I know some people have said we are not close to the customer. In fact, we are very close. We have done the impact for each and every one of the customers. Some of them time of use to the new time of use. The big reason why there was a structure increase is twofold. Firstly, they voltage time of use tariff on low voltage customers. So that has to be rectified because secondly, they introduced a 10% discount on bulk consumers buying at the 66 kV substation. And that basically was for consumers, the mall, SA breweries, etc., etc. So they saw a bit of a structure increase, but not. This was the change for the customers that was on the non-time of use, 2022. That went together with a massive communications plan, and still it's tough. So due to that high average increase, they now propose to do a new cost of supply study as the old one is 5 years old before they go to the next stage of implementation. So to conclude, one thing, implementing cost reflective tariffs are, I say this is essential. And I know some people say we just need basic charges. We don't need capacity charges. The problem is if you implement this, you have a consumer with a single phase 30 amp supply. If you apply capacity charges, then customers can actually manage their capacity. And the way to do that is to actually shift their costs and our costs. We strongly propose to have a phased-in approach, must have public participation. It's difficult to get councils to, and you need to communicate. Otherwise, you have a backlash from the consumer base. But otherwise, things are going well in George. Consumers are getting used to the whole issue. I thank you.
Thanks, Henrik, for the presentation. At this point in time, but I think what came out strongly there is around, first of all, the issue of communication, and that the implementation is quite more difficult, tariffs. And I would like to open it up to questions, but before I do, I just have one or two questions to Henrik around the issue of time of use. That when you design the time of use tariffs, you would expect them that they will respond in a certain way and shift their load. So what has been the experience around George in terms of customers being able to shift their load? And if so, what are the consequences of them not being able to do this in terms of what they will pay as rates that are aligned to time of use periods?
Do you want me to reply?
I see there's one more question for Onika. Maybe you'll both reply. So we'll reply to yours and Onika will reply to his. But this one is from Mr. Kumete, and he's asking Onika to say, based on your presentation, do you believe that going forward, the principle of all distributors or municipalities being retail customers of Eskom distribution is correct, justifiable, and supported by the Electricity Regulation Act? So we'll take those two for now and then see from the audience. We'll get more questions. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Bongani. I will ask yours first. You must remember that George had already implemented time of use tariffs. They just needed some adjustment. And I haven't tracked that very well. Where we have tracked it is in Theewaterskloof municipality, where about 4 years ago we converted all the bulk customers to time of use. And I had feedback from the managers there saying that he sees that there is actually quite significant shifting taking place. I think it's also important, there's some people that has been saying, oh, you can only apply a time of use tariff if a customer can shift load. That is nonsense. Although, if you look at the first paper that Eskom produced more than 25 years ago on time of use, that was their implementation strategy. But if you read the EPP, it says, I'm talking about more than 5 years ago, all medium voltage customers should be over a period of time, depending on metering. So it's first, secondly, to give that signal to customers to convert. So, if you don't have time of use, you have to make assumptions about consumers' load profile. And as profiles differ from the one to the other, like day and night. So there isn't such a thing as a representative load profile for a bulk consumer. They're all different. And unfortunately, the EPDM is now hinting on such a proposal, which it's just not realistic. So it's important to implement time of use and to make sure that the incentive, to their prices is actually given through to customers to respond. Then, Mr. Kumedi, in terms of your question, the one is the subsidies, because municipalities have to pay for Eskom's electrification and rural subsidy, but they also have to pay for their own electrification and rural subsidies. So there's a misnomer that makes it difficult. And secondly, the fact that Eskom is not differentiating for the based on the supply voltage and the system voltage. In other words, especially small municipalities that take supply at 11 kV, they are being charged exactly the same as Eskom's medium voltage customers taking a 500 kVA supply far off into the network. So those are the two key issues. I believe that the municipalities as distributors will continue. I mean, their right to reticulate is embraced in the Constitution, so I can't really see that it will change quickly.
To Onika, so I don't know if you want to add anything, Onika, on that one.
Yes, Chair. Thank you for that question. I think it is a very important question for the industry. You know, the issue of municipalities being customers of Eskom distribution. But I believe, Chair, that the decision on this very important question is a government policy decision because you know, I believe it's an industry structure issue and it needs obviously the inputs from transmission as well as the industry stakeholders as a whole. And I agree with what Hendrik has just said. I think the issues around subsidies, you know, there could be a misinterpretation or expectation that it might be cheaper, you know, if the municipalities are directly connected or supplied from transmission, and they might be able to avert some of the subsidies. So this is one of the areas that transmission also needs to be involved in because and guide in terms of these legacy issues or subsidies that are embedded in the process, how they are going to deal with that. But from the tariff point of view, I think we are currently dealing with the current dispensation and which we are guided by the policy. So once that policy position is changed, then we will also follow with the tariffs, design tariffs to align with that. Thanks.
Thanks for those responses. At this time, I will.
Yes, Chair, I want to very respectfully defer partially with Onika and fully with Hendrik. Both of them are not mandated to talk on behalf of municipalities. They can express an opinion and we'll welcome those opinions. So the propensity or the potential of municipalities continuing with being customers of Eskom is an option. So we can't take that off the table, but it's one of the many options. And remember, at the moment, given the current landscape, etc., Munich's also wanting to purchase cost-effective power. So they will look at all other options. But the point about that Munich's will continue being customers of Eskom must not be taken lightly. It's an option. But I agree with Onika, it'll be a government decision. It'll be a decision that the Munich's would take, and of course, Salga would be involved with it. So, yeah, I just want to give you that clarity. I'll hand back to you, Chair.
All right, thanks for that, Vele. I don't see any questions, but at this point in time, I would like to invite our panel member. She is going to talk more around the issues as they impact the members. She's Melanie Venes. She's the CEO of the Pietermaritzburg Chamber of Business. We had also had David Mertens, who was going to also represent the Nelson Mandela Bay Chamber, but he also is not going to be able to join us. So, but at this point, Ms. Venes, if I can just check with you if you are on the call, and if you are, maybe just yes, thanks. If you can maybe just as a start, just to talk of the key issues that you probably would have identified as the impact on the members around the pricing. We can talk about the issues of time of use or any other matters that are related to the pricing of electricity. Thanks.
Thanks so much, Bongani. I'm going to leave my camera on for a very brief moment to show you who I am. And then unfortunately, because we've got some network challenges, I'm going to turn it off and then I'll just chat, if that's okay. Thank you so much. I'm talking to you, I guess, today from the coalface. You know, we're kind of where the rubber hits the tar in terms of interface with the electricity supply industry. I am the CEO of the Pietermaritzburg and Midlands Chamber, but I also am the chair of the Association of South African Chambers nationally, which is it is a association of the major chambers in the country. And it's really in that context that I talk to you today. It is my chamber in partnership with the Nelson Mandela Bay Chamber that is responsible for the court action that resulted in the need to supply cost of supply studies. And I want to talk about why we landed up going that route. For many years, ASAC and ASAC-affiliated chambers have been making submissions to NERSA regarding the methodology that is being applied, And unfortunately, those submissions were essentially ignored, and we became extremely frustrated, and that resulted in us having no option. Well, quite honestly, we thought there was no other way of addressing the inefficiencies in the system, the mismanagement and the maladministration, the costs of infrastructure failure, in some municipalities to a greater extent than in others. And actually, we're bearing the costs of load shedding in addition to us uncompetitive. It's very difficult for us to be able to compete with people in other countries when we have so much stacked against us, especially when the economic situation is like it is at the moment. If we make tariffs unaffordable, it hurts all of us at the end of the day. Electricity theft is out of control. There are some municipalities running at gross trading losses, but often it's politically inexpedient to deal with the theft. And so, in our experience, what we've seen at a local level, it won't be addressed unless there's some sort of consequences. And those consequences should include municipalities qualified or revoked. If theft was addressed, and this is probably something that doesn't ever get spoken about, if the theft in municipalities was addressed, we probably wouldn't be facing load shedding right now, if you look at the percentage of losses cumulatively in the country. And if there was compliance with the licensing requirements, then we probably wouldn't have the widespread infrastructure failure that we are experiencing now. Electricity income from the past up to date would have been spent on electricity and not on other things. Municipal dysfunction is a threat to business sustainability and to Eskom, and it has to be dealt with for all of our sakes. Comprehensive cost of supply study is not optional, it's a requirement. Not a cost of supply light based on deforms. There's a real concern about deforms. I know Nelson Mandela Bay did a PIA application some years back for deforms submitted by municipalities, and there were only 20 returned to them, and only half of those had balance sheets, many of which didn't balance. So there's a huge concern about the integrity of the information in deforms. Cost of supply methodology must be based on reliable financial information from audited, ring-fenced financials, which include an asset base. There actually shouldn't be an issue in complying with in compiling a cost of supply study if licensees are compliant with their financial licensing conditions. Financial license conditions include that they maintain separate electricity distribution business affairs, they prepare on a consistent basis an income statement and a balance of such accounting statements are submitted to the regulator, that the licensees pay their bulk supplier. When it comes to tariff determination, adherence to license conditions is absolutely critical because the regulatory framework links tariffs to efficient cost of supply, not just cost of supply. Non-compliance with these licensing conditions and cost of supply, then they shouldn't be distributing electricity. The costs to the economy are too great. First of all, they shouldn't be allowed an increase. To pass excessive costs of cost of supply studies onto us at this point in time is also offsides because those costs cannot be considered to be prudently incurred. If there's non-compliance with licensing requirements and the information is not readily available, then that expenditure is not prudently incurred. I just want to end my comments with a reminder that in terms of the electricity regulation, NERSA needs to ensure that the interests and needs of present and future electricity customers and end users are safeguarded and met, having regard to the governance, efficiency, effectiveness, and long-term sustainability of the electricity supply industry within the broader context of economic energy regulation in the Republic. Section 4 of the ERA imposes a positive obligation on NERSA, who must enforce performance and compliance and take appropriate steps in the case of non-performance of inter alia licensees. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to give our opinion. I'm happy to take questions.
Thanks, Ms. Venice, for that remark. And I think what is quite coming out clearly is some opportunities from the regulatory point of view in terms of improving the work that we do. So at this point in time, I would like to open it up to the audience for any comments or questions covering all the aspects of the session that we discussed. I have Vali, you can come in.
Yeah, thanks. I appreciate the comments from Melanie Venice. I just wanted to ask a question, independent question. Has she got sufficient information at hand to probably be satisfied that the ability and the capability of Munich's of not complying is totally their fault? In other words, are Munich's not complying because they just don't want to comply? I'm making a general comment. Does the Associated Chambers of Commerce have that information at hand to make that assessment? Otherwise, I agree with all the other aspects that she has said, which is typical legal requirements and so on. But the aspects that are on the ground, the conditions on the ground, may be different. So I just wanted to know if she's got information at hand to categorically state that whatever she is requesting and requiring is totally because it's the fault of municipalities. Period. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Venice. Would you be able to respond to that question from Vali?
Yes, to some extent. You know, it's obviously very different from municipality to municipality. If municipalities were all working like George, then we wouldn't be having this conversation. I mean, George is obviously an exceptional municipality that has done a lot of the right stuff. There are municipalities that absolutely fit that bill, and I would, looking at the AG's reports, would not hesitate to say fall into the category of those that have been described. And given the fact that we have actually in the past made application through a PI application process for acquisition of the deforms to see what the majority of municipalities are actually submitting in support of their increased applications, and to have got the results that we've got, there's no evidence to counter that. So, I mean, if there is, we're open to hear it. But from our point of view, from experience on the ground, because we operate from there, from the information that we've gathered through PI applications, etc., it is our firm belief that that is the case.
See any questions at this point in time, even from the chat? Yeah, so I think maybe because we don't have any additional questions or comments, just to wrap up on, in terms of this session, that what really came out was the fact that the issue of balancing the cost of supply, or before I do that, I see Mr. Mkhiza's hand is up. You can come in, please, sir.
Just
I'm not sure if it's me, but you seem to be cutting there a bit. Really. Okay, I don't see now. See him. I don't see him. Yeah. All right. So whilst we're waiting for him to come back, maybe we just comment a question in terms of The broad issues emanating from this session is around the challenges around balancing the cost of supply with the actual rates that are charged to customers, and that in that exercise you need to consider key strategic pricing issues that are emanating from the industry and should also be incorporated into the tariff designs. Also, the issues around affordability and the cost of supply also came out in terms of the cross subsidies that need to be there to subsidize small power users. So yeah, those are the key issues. I wanted to check if Welile is back with us for that comment. All right, I see he's back, but yeah. All right. If there are no comments, Chair, at this point, I will hand over to you. I think we are 15 minutes. We finished 15 minutes early, but thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Conjolayo, for that session. And thank you to all the contributors for their contributions. We are 15 minutes ahead of time. I did see that part of our panel in the room, part of our panel for the session that's coming is already in the room. I just want to double check. I just want to double check if Mr. Mutota is in the room and Ms. Nozipho. And Ms. Nozipho Mtimkulu, if we're in the room. I just want to see if we could try and move the session a little bit forward. I do note that we're still missing our colleague from Lesotho, Mr. Lira. So I just want to get a sense of whether we can try and move it forward, probably by 10 minutes. It is due to start at 14:40, so maybe we could try and start a little bit earlier just to give Mr. Lira from Lesotho a chance to join. Would that be okay? We can break and probably until 2:30, and then start just a little bit earlier. Would that be okay? Just checking with Mr. Mutota and Ms. Mtimkulu.
Yeah, that's fine with me.
Thank you. All right. Thank you so much, colleagues. Let's then break just to give our other panel member a chance to join, and then we will pick up at 14:30 when we start with a bit of a regional discussion to get some lessons learned from the region, and see to what extent we can implement, and see to what extent they can learn from us as well. So looking forward to that session. And thank you, Doctor, for the previous session. A very interesting discussions. But let us then break for this 13 minutes and then reconvene after that, where Mr. Bear will be facilitating that session. And thank you so much for your participation. Please grab a strong coffee. Looking forward to a robust engagement after this. Thanks, colleagues. Afternoon, colleagues. Thank you for being back. I do want us to try and keep to time so that we can release you. It's been a long 2 days. So welcome back. Can I just check if people are back in the room before we move on to our next session? Just indicate whether you are in the room. Thank you, Doc. Okay. Thank you, Sam. Thank you. Okay. Let's do it. Let's do it. Thank you, colleagues. Okay, great. So this session, as I've indicated, is going to just be a regional discussion. And it's going to be moderated by Mr. Mark Bear. Mr. Bear is currently a strategic advisor to the full-time regulator member, responsible for electricity at NERSA. Prior to NERSA, Mark was principal consultant in the natural resources and energy portfolio at the Oxford Policy Management. Before leaving the UK in 2015, he led the Norwegian government-funded policy and capacity development project for the Department of Minerals and Energy, during which time he was a guest lecturer at the Leadership in the Oil and Gas Program accredited by the Wits Business School. He is he has been around, if I can say so. And so I'll just highlight those few things. Mark, are you able to show yourself so that we can get on to the session and you can introduce for us the panel?
Is that showing up?
You are showing. Yeah. I still don't see our Lesotho member, but I have spoken to him. Hopefully, he will join as we proceed. Over to you, Mark. Thanks.
Okay, great. It seems that this session is kind of going to be a combination of maybe presenting and panel discussion of one, which is fine. It just makes the moderation a little bit more necessary to keep to time. And then just to introduce the session by saying that we've spent a lot of time listening to all sorts of inputs and opinions about how tariffs should be set, how municipalities can set tariff, or tariffs can be set for municipalities, impacts of that, and there have been many angles that we've been looked at over the last 2 days, and now we're moving towards the end of the day, one more session only. And yet I think what makes this session special is that this is our chance to turn to our neighbors and our colleagues on the continent and say, listen, we've listened to best in class, we've listened to opinions, we've listened to a lot of things, but you've also been facing similar problems. How have you dealt with it? And help us to calibrate our response to a lot of the inputs we've had to our kind of developing continent and the challenges we face. And just by way of quick examples, I mean, we have Phineas Matoti here from Namibia, who will be able to mention, or I'll just mention, he can talk to the issue of the modified single buyer, which was an adaptation of the single buyer, but without moving, away from it. Because that was what was good for Namibia at the time. Uganda, which is unbundled rapidly and is now trying to address some of the unintended consequences of that rapid unbundling, which might mean, taking some stuff back into a bundled situation in order to achieve some of the efficiencies that were lost. So there are all these different aspects that make it really important to be able to learn from our colleagues on the continent, and at the same time that we listen to the experts from around the world. Secondly, my comment, this session is about how the regional utilities have dealt with tariff setting. And so I will just frame that within the three-step approach that was outlined by Mr. Gumede at the start of these 2 day sessions. And that is it's the very conventional, the revenue requirement step, which is setting the tariff level, the rate setting, which is setting the tariff structure, and finally the escalation of those tariffs between the escalation on an annual basis between the different tariff reviews or the rebasing of the tariff structure that occurs on a 3 to 5 year basis typically. So within that context, let me introduce Nozipho Ntumkulu from Eswatini Electricity Company. Nozipho is a tariff analyst at the Eswatini Energy Regulatory Authority with a BCom in accounting and finance from the University of Swaziland, and an advanced diploma in accounting science and a postgraduate applied accounting science from the University of South Africa. So we've got a well-qualified person from a very good, deep African environment. And we have Phineas Matota from Namibia, the General Manager of Economic Regulation at the Electricity Control Board, with a Bachelor in Accounting from the University of Namibia and a BCom Honours in Energy Studies, an Executive Development Program from the Stellenbosch Business School. We are also expecting Mr. Lira Sekansi, who is the manager from Lesotho, who is the manager of economic regulation in the Department of Economic Regulation of the Lesotho Electricity and Water Authority, LEWA. And prior to joining LERA, he played other roles at the Central Bank of Lesotho and is a certified digital financial practitioner, and in addition is a certified expert in financial inclusion. So there are your three speakers. If they wish to add a line or two that I might have missed out, through no disrespect, please feel free to do so. But I think today is more about their inputs and your questions. So I'm going to stop there and hand over to Nozipho. Welcome, Nozipho. Thank you very much for giving us the time. And off you go.
Thank you so much, Mark. A lovely afternoon to all the participants and everyone that's joining the webinar. I hope I'm audible. Please do stop me if you cannot hear me. Can I just quickly just share my screen just to get the conversation started? Okay, I hope you can see my screen. Okay, so as part of this session, as Mark has just briefly introduced, that we'll actually just be looking at the experience in designing cost-reflective tariffs and the challenges that have actually just been faced in balancing the various principles. I will start off by an overview of the cost of supply study that was actually carried out. So in 2018, the authority, Eswatini Energy Regulatory Authority, carried out a 5-year cost of supply study, which ran from 2018 to the 2022-2023 financial year. So the cost of supply study was actually meant to estimate the required revenues for the utility, being the Eswatini Electricity Company, EEC, and also just to develop proposals for the end user tariffs that will actually ensure that tariffs are affordable, cost reflective, and that the utility can actually recover all the relevant cost of supplying the service. So in determining the required revenues for the EEC, the estimated marginal cost for generation, transmission, distribution, and supply were actually determined through the use of the long-run marginal cost method. And recommendations were provided for the new tariff design, which which was supposed to result to a cost-reflective and cost-recovering end-user tariffs. So the results that came from that cost of supply study were that the domestic customers actually had the highest total marginal cost because of their high contribution to the generation and network capacity, whilst the commercial customers were actually the second highest in the bracket, resulting to irrigation and industrial customers being having a lesser cost compared to the other customer groups. So given that, I'll actually just skip the slide and just go straight to this one. So this slide right here just shows the overall results of the cost of supply study to say the orange part is actually the cost of delivering the service to the various customers. And then the gray actually just talks to, when looking at the results of the supply of the cost of supply study, we actually realized that their costs were actually very, very high compared to, so there was actually a high level of cross subsidy that existed, because as we go through the graph S2 all the way to the T1 customers, being the business customers, the realization there was that the cost of delivering the service was pretty much level to them, were very, very high. So that meant that the cross-subsidization was actually high, and with time, there was a very high risk that the business customers would actually defect from the grid and try and find alternative sources of power, and that would have actually resulted to the collapse of the utility, given that a majority of the cost of the revenue recovery comes from fixed costs, which are pretty much paid by the business customers only. The residential customers, they only just pay the energy charge. So given the view that the cost of supply study brought, the risk there was that we were actually just going to, the utility was actually just going to crash over time. So with the result in hand, and also just a plan in as far as correcting that, so this slide just showed that in order to correct the cross-subsidization, obviously the residential customers actually had to have their tariffs increased by over 60%, and have the business customers' tariffs reduced quite significantly as well. And given this, it also just brought through the socioeconomic impact that most of the residential customers already, about 80,000 of them, were actually living below poverty line. So having to increase tariffs to that extent by over 60% caused issues that, and also just looking at the economy, we actually just saw that they actually just won't be in a position to actually afford those tariffs. And also just looking through the principles that are set out in the tariff methodology, that one of the key principles for the domestic, or rather for customers, is that the tariffs for them should actually be affordable. So the recommendations rather of the cost of supply were a bit harsh. However, with that light, came up with a migration plan, which was supposed to be just a short-term plan to actually correct the cross-subsidization that existed between the domestic, and the plan was to run for 8 years, starting from 2021. So, so the plan started in 2021. So what had happened in the price review, that actually the domestic customers, their tariffs actually increased by 3%, whilst the rest of the business. And then moving forward to the subsequent years, the years 23-24, and also the years 24-25, the domestic tariff again increased to 10.98. Business customers experienced a tariff of about 10.14. So with this migration plan, okay, already we are 4 years in. And we're actually expecting to carry this plan out for about 8 years, in light of some other studies that are carried out by the authority to correct the cross-subsidization entirely. So part of the studies that the authority that actually talks into the grid defection. It's a grid defection analysis that will look at the business customers to say at what point will the business customers stay connected to the grid, and at what point will they now defect. And further, the study will then look into the residential customers to say at what point will they be in a position to actually afford the tariff, because now we are trying to balance out the various principles that exist with recovering all their costs fully, whilst the other stakeholders are pretty much concerned about affording the tariffs that they're actually paying. So we've got that study that's currently ongoing, and we also have a new cost of supply study that we are currently in the process of conducting, which will also just include a tariff redesign program to sort of correct the cross subsidy that is currently in existence. So we're hoping that both the optimal study, the cross subsidy study, and the recent cost of supply study will actually help us moving forward to correct the subsidies that exist. So over and above just the current studies that are being conducted, there's also the subsidy framework that the authority actually developed to actually support the needy households, and also just to ensure that they have electricity access in light of the migration plan and as the whole industry moves towards cost-reflective tariffs. So the subsidy framework actually introduced what we call a lifeline tariff, which pretty much is designed to be a 3-block tariff. The first block being subsidized by 40% at the prevailing domestic tariff, and then the third block is now at a punitive rate of 120% more than the prevailing domestic tariff. So yeah, the subsidy framework is just meant to cushion the customers who do not actually use power that much, and also who are actually living below poverty line, in line of the existing measures to try and correct the current tariff structure. So moving into the challenges that we're actually facing as Eswatini. So the first challenge being that of the conflicting tariff objectives. As previously mentioned, that we've got tariff methodology objectives which apply to the different stakeholder groups. So the customers are actually concerned with affordable tariffs, whilst the utility, on the other hand, just wants to recover their cost fully. So that's one of the issues that we currently have, that we need to actually balance up the various the various stakeholder objectives. Well, but we actually take that into consideration each time we do the price reviews to ensure, which is something that we are trying to correct moving forward, just to ensure that they actually do not defect, and that they can actually also stay in the grid. So secondly, experiencing is information asymmetry. So here what you're saying is that most of the information that we rely on as the regulator comes from the utility, and some of that information. So it also just presents a challenge to us, the regulator, in terms to address some of the issues that are going on in the ESI. So without proper information, it becomes a bit tricky and difficult for the regulator to actually come up with frameworks that can address needs of the electricity supply industry. Thirdly, there's issues relating to cost efficiencies. So as mentioned, that regulated entities are entitled to recover their prudent costs incurred during their operations. However, due to the information asymmetry, it is a challenge for the authority to guarantee the prudence of the costs that are incurred by the licensed entities. So what the authority had done is that we ordered the utility to actually carry out a study, which will assist in terms of assets are actually costs that they incur, and moreover, also just to some of the costs that the utility presents during price reviews are not actually verified anywhere. So it then just presents a challenge in as far as giving the utility what they actually requested. Then lastly, challenges faced are just the inadequacy of the regulatory instruments, given the emergence and the adoption of technologies such as smart meters, battery storage, solar and wind generation. At the moment, as the regulator, we do not actually have adequate regulatory instruments to actually regulate, to effectively regulate all these technologies that are currently ongoing. However, we are in the process of also just learning from other regulators and learning from other economies that have actually adopted these technologies, and we are also just coming up with all those frameworks to effectively regulate. Yeah, so that's pretty much it. Thank you so much.
Thanks very much, Nosipho. I'm not going to put my camera on again. I see there was one question in the chat I was going to raise just specifically for you about how you deal with asymmetry information, but you seem to have touched on that. So I'm assuming, Mr. Sotoflo, that you've been answered. If not, then we can please come back at the Q&A and for any clarifications. I'm going to jump straight on to welcoming Phineas Matota. I've given you his long introduction, so over to you, Phineas, and let's go.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope that you can see my slides and that you can also hear me. Maybe just to thank you for the opportunity to engage you and then take you through our experience. As I introduced, I work for the Electricity Control Board of Namibia. I'm the General Manager for Economic Regulation. Just to give you an overview of what the ECB does, we only regulate electricity. And of course, we do the regulation within the prevailing government policies. One of the important issues is when we are saying we regulate in accordance with the prevailing government policies, it is these policies that will then enable us to do what we are doing and where we are also. So I just want you to take note of that. What are our regulatory areas? We do licensing, we do economic regulation and technical regulations. In this context, we do tariff settings and approval. So we do not necessarily only then allow a revenue requirement, we do set the tariffs for the utilities from generation, transmission, distribution. You will also see later on how we come to determine these tariffs, because at the end of the day, these are all important components of the cost or cost recovery or cost recovery that we are talking about, specifically cost reflective tariffs. That is just I will share the presentation. That is just to give you an indication of what Namibia looks like. It's a very huge country. It's about 823,000 square kilometers. Very low population, about 2.4 million. Our installed capacity is also very low, 640 megawatts. However, we do have a very huge number of net metering installation, which is at 70 megawatts, which is about 10% of our installed capacity. And these are new generation that are actually taking place behind the meter. And in the context of what we are discussing, this is also then another dynamic that we also then need to deal with when we are then designing our. I want to highlight is the structure that we are having. Our structure is such that we have the policymaker, who is the Ministry of Mines and Energy. We have then the regulator, which is the ECB. The industry is then regulated through the licenses that we issue. Everybody that is generating gets a license. Trading and import is also getting a license. So at the same time, we have what was then referred to as the modified single buyer, where transmission and customers can buy from IPPs. And then transmission also have a distribution have a license. What is important here is that all these entities that have different licenses, what we have adopted is that we have adopted tariff methodologies for each stage of the value chain. So the generation, we do determine the generator. The reason for that is that then in as much as it's probably not formally unbundled, so you have a specific tariff for each generator, and that is now leading into your cost reflective tariffs, so that you will be able then to say, this generator, their energy cost is so much and their fixed cost is so much. Trading is also a cost on its own. It's also costed separately, and it is only with those costs that goes into that aspect. Transmission is also costed on its own, specifically for transmission, and distribution is also costed separately. So that at the end of the day, that the customer is able then to determine what costs are they being charged for. So in this case, we are looking mainly at distribution. Maybe just to highlight the fact that our setup is probably more like what we have in what you have in South Africa, where you have generation and transmission then predominantly done by the national utility. We have now opened up where we have IPPs who are then starting to generate and then supplying through the transmission and sending to distribution and some end customers. The distribution, NamPower is only responsible for less than, I think it should be less than 3% of the distribution. All the distribution is 90% is done by the, let us say 70% is done by the regional electricity distributors, where we have 3 regional electricity distributors. In areas where we don't have region, these distributors buying from transmission. So they should then be buying at bulk, and then we then sort of add their distribution tariffs also, I mean their distribution cost, which will then make the end user tariff at the end of the day. Now, in terms of as our discussion is probably going to be on, just to share some experience in designing cost reflective tariffs, what we have come to experience, that you then also need to understand is that when we are speaking of the regional electricity distributors, why we came up with the regional electricity distributors was then to consolidate fit that let us consolidate and let us only create 5 regional electricity distributors for the country. However, we only manage 3. The next one we are about to finalize it, and perhaps in the next 18 months we will have completed the whole reform process. The idea of creating the distributors is then for efficiency purposes, and also to make sure that these entities are operated at a level where we can then serve the customers better and so forth. So in designing cost-reflective tariffs, there is always parties involved. The regulator, you have your responsibility, we have our responsibility, the utilities have their responsibilities, the policymakers also have their responsibilities, and the consumers. So when we are then determining the tariffs, then we first look at what is the policy saying. So in our policy, this is the same objective that came through from the initial 1998 policy, that cost tariffs must be cost reflective. So there is already clarity in terms of the policy that tariffs must be cost reflective. If then they are not cost reflective, then the regulator will not be doing it. Then we can have a look at, but I think specifically for this is that the policy is clear, and it is not for the regulator or for the utility or for any other stakeholder to say, can we go cost reflective? But it is in policy that this is government, this is national, and it is already agreed. So in 2001, we then conducted the tariff study. which was then a cost of service. With this core tariff study, then we determined what sort of methodology that we want then to implement. The methodology that was then adopted was that the generation we adopt. At that point, we adopted an import parity methodology because we were relying on importing electricity from South Africa, and the majority of it was actually South African based, Eskom based, and that's why it was import parity. In 2005, that methodology was then revised, and then we adopted the cost plus. For transmission and distribution, from the beginning, we adopted the cost plus, and the plus was actually on net replacement cost of assets. That is where we are allowing the return. So, but what is important is that stakeholder consultation is very important. Buy-in and understanding why certain things are being done is very important. Why is the cost of service is being done? I'm not so sure if it was Brian who was asking information asymmetry, and Nozipo also highlighted some of the challenges. But these type of things will only happen if then the stakeholders are not aligned. If the stakeholders are aligned, and if they are given an opportunity to air their view as this event, I think somehow you should then be able to move in the same direction. So that is also then where we started. But also one of the, maybe the opportunity for us was that when the regulator was established, we conduct tariff reviews on an annual basis, whether now it's a bulk or distribution. Of course, it's a shortcoming because then every year we have to do it. So we would have collected a lot of information on the licensees. So when we came to do our tariff, the review of the tariff study in 2019, we had enough information. We probably have more information than some of the distributors. And it is a requirement, license condition that certain information issue will then be able then to ensure that there's no information asymmetry. Also, the one thing that I want to highlight here is that the issue of understanding is important. Why the regulator is asking for certain information and why the utilities need to submit certain information. When we're designing these cost-reflective tariffs, we all know about the definition. It's the cost of producing that unit should be equal to the tariff that is actually then allowed. So then it was a policy issue. It was implemented. It even went up as far as cabinet. Cabinet in itself did not only leave it at a policy level. They took on a cabinet decision and they said that we want that the bulk tariff should be cost reflective by 2011, 2012. So meaning that you should be able to collect enough revenue through selling of electricity to meet your allowed cost. In recovering your revenue, it also meant that the generation portion must also then be defined. Fixed cost portion must also then be defined, and so forth and so forth. So that was achieved. So you could see from the policy, from the regulatory mechanisms, and all the stakeholders here are coming together and saying that this tariff must be cost reflective. So as we are saying, the bulk tariff are cost reflective, but we are seeing continuous pressure on the tariff to remain cost reflective due to cost of supply. Forex, we are importing a lot of electricity, and any other issues that are outside our control. So a lot of the distributors, the rates, the number of them have actually reached cost reflectivity. However, what we are seeing is that some of them are also not perhaps well or efficient in then managing those funds. So we are assisting them in that aspect. So what we want to highlight is that there was an intention, and then that intention was then a policy issue in the situation where we are now, where everybody is feeling that the economy is perhaps, or they are feeling the pinch of the hardship through the economy. If they would have taken the same decision, I think the government was foresight in saying that we do not want to find ourselves in a situation where we do not have tariffs that are below cost, and I think they would have taken the same decision. So now, when you are implementing these methodologies, when you understand from the cost of supply that was done, the cost of supply will give certain recommendation. In our case, that recommendation was that we should then develop one manual, which we call the operating and reporting manual. It's a spreadsheet that contains all the costs that must be completed by the licensee. And of course, the manual part is that it has a guideline as to how it is filled, and then it is then used. This is then used to determine. So each licensee, it is used by the largest distributor to the smallest distributor. And the principle is the same. It is easy to understand. You put in your consumption, you put in your cost, then the model will then develop the tariff or determine the tariff for you. Then you submit to the regulator, you engage, and then the regulator will then say, okay, we allow this cost, we don't allow this cost. Henceforth, this is the tariff. So that is then one of the outcome of the tariff of the study that was done. As I've indicated, tariffs are submitted on an annual basis. Since we are adopting a cost plus, which is based on assets, so we also have a standardized asset register, because we don't want to have one distributor saying these are the value of my assets, this is the value of my assets, and then same transformers in two registers have different values. So we then said we are going to standardize. This is available for everyone, and this is the only value that we are going to be using as determined by the regulator. So again, you need to have buy-in from everyone so that they can then buy into that concept. So then it is adopted. And for those that cannot do it, we do asset survey for them, counting those transformers, measuring those cables so that they have the correct asset registers as far as possible. So the licensees, although not all of them, a majority do understand that the assets register is very important, because that's where they derive their revenue from. We have covered the methodology that we have. Maybe for the sake of time, I will then just go to the next one. But we do understand that it is a cost of supply. Those are the revenue requirement that we then put together, which then comprises of the revenue requirement, and then of course all the other cost revenue requirement components. We subtract the other revenues, and then of course we determine what it is, the distribution cost. This distribution cost is then brought here. Then you have your day-to-day operating cost, and then of course the total operating cost. But what is important is that there must be a build-up of this information for one then to do analysis, and everybody must then be able to then report in this manner. So our manual is based on this. So that is the same. This is just to indicate, once everything is collected, you then determine your fixed charges, your capacity charges, and then your energy charges. This is in terms of your revenue or your costs. And then this is your rate settings. The rate settings is either where you have prepaid, which is flat or inclined block tariff, postpaid with demand, and for the undeveloped properties, we have availability. So everybody in the country uses the same standard of tariff. So once you start having different ones, then that is where you then start having issues. So our tariff study for 2019 then brought us back into making sure that everybody is then using the same. The plus on the methodology is the weighted average cost of capital. What we are allowing the rates is a 9% weighted average cost of capital, real before tax. The real is because we are doing a revalued asset base And then local authorities 6.4. The reason for a low tariff, rate there is because the local authorities do not pay tax, and also slightly that their risk of actually borrowing is a bit low because they are seen as non-risk to the investors. Tariff unbundling is also one of the major issues that one have to look at. We have made sure that use of system charges that we have indicated should be indicated. Network access charges must also be indicated. Reliability charges for the network, whether distribution network or transmission, must also be indicated. Losses charges must be indicated separately, and energy charges must also be shown separately. The reason why we do this is that if a customer is then installing behind the meter installation and still rely on the network, they should not escape certain charges that the network is providing. And when the customer is then doing this, for instance, net metering, for instance, and so forth, they do that having the correct signal of what it is that they are going to be displacing. Because if they are going to be relying on the system, they must then pay those reliability charge. This is just to give you an illustration. I think this is maybe last year, but it is very close to what it is. We have a generation cost, which is local generation and imports. We have a transmission cost, which is costed separately. We have a reliability cost, which is costed separately. Losses, distribution and retail, and then of course levies, and then you have the average electricity tariff. So the customer should know all of this. And when we're speaking of cost reflectivity, is this out, and then the customer also knows. But also what is important is what my colleague was also, Nozipo was talking about, cross subsidies. We also realize that a large power user who is connected on an MV network is paying relatively higher than what another customer who is connected on an LV connection. By default, LV to MV to high voltage, then the customer who is connected on an MV should not pay the same as the one who's on the low voltage. I see I might be running into time constraint. Maybe I just want them to highlight the challenges. If there's no policy directive, if the market is not clear, if we are not deliberate about reforming our markets, and if we are not doing cost of supply studies to understand the cost of supply at all levels and allocate costs accordingly, and if we are still bundling the tariffs, those are some of the issues that will not move us from tariffs that are not cost reflective to cost reflective tariffs. We also realize that there is human capacity for some of the distributors to, in our case, the tariff review period, we have been doing it every year. By doing it every year, it allows us we need to do in a much more shorter period. But also, sometimes it is also not a good thing because the customers will say that they want some sort of certainty in terms of these tariffs. But when it comes to petrol prices, they do not demand that. Cost reflectivity with affordability, cross subsidies, unemployment. When you are pushing cost reflectivity, when you are pushing that there should be less, cross subsidies among customers, then what it means is that you are going to be increasing one customer category much more higher and then reducing the other. But those signals must be put through because at the end of the day, it is necessary. So I think it will be best maybe if I leave it here, and then if you have some questions, then I can take some questions. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Phineas. That was very informative, very fast, and I'm sure that there are gaps that people would like to have filled. So we'll go to the Q&A. I see there are two questions, one which is perhaps more for the South African regulatory staff sitting, and then another one which is a strategic one. So I'll leave that. Voiswa, I see your hand is up.
I want to check whether you have not forgotten our third panel member.
No, I haven't. I'm just going to go to him now.
Okay, sorry, thanks.
No problem. Good afternoon. Lira, if I can say, refer to you as Lira, if you're ready, if you could also make your presentation quickly, or any other comments if you want, if it's just a chat. I'm hoping to be able to move us over to Q&A by the latest 25 past, if that's possible. Thanks a lot. Phineas, if you could unshare, that would be tremendous. Thanks. Mr. Sekansi, are you? I'm looking for you. I'm not seeing you. Voiswa?
I do see him in the chat, so okay.
See, Lyra's camera is showing on the screen, but we can't see anything. Lyra, you're muted.
Can you be able to see me?
We can hear you now, but we cannot see you. Do you have a presentation?
Yes, there is some presentation. Let me try to share the presentation.
Yes.
Okay. I'm not sure whether that is visible. Hello?
Yes, it is. If you could put it onto presentation mode, that would be tremendous.
Okay. Yeah, I think that I'll just give a brief background. This is the discussion. What I have planned to.
We're not seeing the presentation at the moment.
Yeah, but it looks like maybe a lot has been covered. I will maybe run through some of the things and skip others where it is necessary.
But your presentation is not showing, Lyra.
Okay.
I suggest you switch off the camera. That will help.
Yeah.
Okay. Is it fine?
Right, that's perfect. If you could just click on the presentation mode button just to increase the size a bit and fill the screen, that would be great.
Okay. Yes, so I will cover some background to give you at least a brief idea about what the authority does, and some policy and legislative development briefly, and then the regulated entities, the ESI, and then issues around the tariff. Yes, thank you very much. Let me go ahead to indicate that Lesotho Electricity and Water Authority was first established as LEA to regulate electricity sector. That was done through the LEA Act of 2002, and then that act was amended in 2011 to transform the regulator into a multi-sector regulator to include the regulation of urban water and sewage services. So hence, that's why at the end of the day, we ended up having the the name Lesotho Electricity and Water Authority. In terms of the duties and functions, you'll find that the duties are to promote expansion of electricity and urban water and sewage services, ensure security of supply of both electricity and urban water and sewage services.
Lyra, sorry to interrupt. Your presentation is not moving at all. So I'm not saying don't carry on speaking. I'm just alerting you to the fact. But we will just carry on with listening to what you're saying. It's probably as important. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah. Is it moving now as I do this? I was just trying to check if you can see the change. Sorry?
No, it's not moving. So that's what I'm saying. Please carry on.
Okay.
Just letting you know that it's not moving. So if you're relying on us seeing things, we might not be seeing them. That's all. Thank you.
Okay. Then the other thing, the other duty is setting of tariff setting of prices of both water, of urban water, sewage services, and electricity in Lesotho. Those are some of the duties. In terms of the functions, we are issuing and enforcing the license. We are setting minimum standards for service in both electricity, water, and sewage services, and assess the performance of the regulated entities. Another role is to review prices of those. Another function is to review the prices of those electricity, urban water, and sewage services, and we also come in to resolve disputes between licensees and their customers. Those are some of the functions that the authority does. Now, in terms of the legislative development, I just want to highlight the fact that the authority's work is guided by government policy, especially in the energy sector. That is the energy policy of 2015 to 2025, and then in the urban water and sewage services, we have a water and sanitation policy of 2007. I must highlight the fact that that policy is old and is now being reviewed. I just also want to highlight the fact that we are currently reviewing the ELR Act, and the intention of reviewing the Act is to expand the mandate of the authority to include the regulation of energy and sanitation. That is that, and then we are in the process of seeking government clearance for that process to happen. The other development relates to the energy bill, which is the sectoral law, which is still under drafting, as well as the water and sanitation bills. Now, in terms of regulated entities, I just want to highlight the fact that we have electricity, the Lesotho Electricity and Water, the Lesotho Electricity Company, which has been licensed to transmit, distribute, and supply electricity, and there is Lesotho Highlands Development Authority that holds a generation license. Then there is Department of Energy that is given license exception to operate electricity access pilot projects in some areas in the country. Then there are some new generators that have come forth to the authority. That is Neo One. It is a generation that has been licensed to run a 20 megawatt solar power PV project at Ramaropile in the district of Mafeking. And then there is also Soto Mini Grid portfolio SPV that has got a generation, distribution, and supply license. Then we also have government also established an entity called Lesotho Electricity Generation Company Currently, that for generation particularly, and then that electricity produced there will now be feeding into the grid. Currently, the authority has given it 6 months provisional license, as there are some conditions that still need to be met in order for that to be licensed fully. Then there is One Power, which is also still trades as super mini grids, that is also having a generation, distribution, and supply license. Then we are also doing regulating water and sewage company in the case of electricity. In terms of the structure, we are importing a lot of electricity from both South Africa, Eskom, and EDM in Mozambique, and then we're also getting some imports through SAP. And then the imports from Eskom do fit into the transmission and then go through the distribution, and then LEC now distributing that to generation, electricity generation company now, whose the output also fit into the grid. Then there are also some mini grids, hybrid project by LEC, which currently works through diesel, but then the hydro element of it is not working. So that's how far. Maybe I should also highlight the fact that some imports from Eskom do fit directly into. Some of them do directly go through the distribution. As you can see up there, we have the imports from Eskom, and then they go into the distribution and then into the Kachasnek district that is not connected to LEC grid directly, and there is some work that is being done to ensure that at the end of the day that will be closed. Then the district will be connected by LEC. I just want to highlight that our tariff processes are guided by a number of instruments that the authority has done. First of all, the primary legislation, which is the ELR Act of 2002, does set out procedures for review and setting of those tariffs and compels the authority to review and respond to tariff applications submitted by regulated entities. Then there are also some secondary legislation in the form of regulations that allow for periodic review of those proposed prices by regulated entities, and then license conditions. And in addition to that, there are some important documents developed that guide the process itself. That is the tariff filing review procedure for electricity and water applications. That is a comprehensive document that provide guidance regarding how a filing of the application can be done and how the authority itself will review such applications, highlights the information requirements, and so on. So then there are a number of these regulatory instruments that we have, such as the charging principle for electricity, that also highlight provide guidance regarding the preparation of submissions by licensees. Then there are also some regulatory accounting guidelines, and then electricity connection guidelines, and so on. Then of most important again is what is called the pass-through charging principle for bulk supply tariffs and implementation mechanism, which is quite important for us as we import a lot of electricity from from Eskom, EDM, and SAP. As our generation is not enough to cover the demand in the country. So the principle itself is intended to ensure that the regulated entities are not over-recovering or under-recovering in respect of the bulk supply costs that they incur when they import electricity from outside the country. And therefore, that principle requires establishment of what is called bulk cost taking account which is used to record monthly and annual bulk supply cost shortfalls or surpluses to be passed through in the next tariff process, and then that it requires the regulated entity to create that account, and that account to be updated on monthly basis, so that appropriate action will be taken when necessary, and the reporting on that account is done on quarterly basis. Now,
sorry to interrupt you. Could you start to wrap up a bit so that we can perhaps get a couple of questions in? That would be very much appreciated.
Okay. All right.
Thank
all
you.
Right. Now, in terms of how the authority has established the methodologies for the methodology for review of the tariffs, and that is the cost plus, which is used to determine the appropriate revenue requirement at the resultant tariffs, and then as has already been indicated, the cost plus the cost plus methodology will determine the revenue that is adequate to cover allowed costs or prudently incurred costs and a return. And then I'm not sure if you are able to see my screen now. We use that equation, and then the authority has also developed economic and financial regulatory models that are used, which are Excel-based models that implement that equation. Perhaps I should just highlight the fact that in terms of cost reflectivity, we will recall that there was our energy policy do require tariff mechanism to ensure access to electricity as well, in addition to the cost recovery. So it is important that our tariffs enable regulated entities to recover their costs, but at the same time, maybe at a level where they can allow electricity access by customers. Now, I must say that in line with the decision of ministers responsible for energy, the SADC ministers responsible for energy, the authority carried out the cost of service study around 2008 with a view to ensure that the tariffs that are approved are cost reflective, and then the study recommended, among others, that pro-poor tariffs should be introduced for vulnerable domestic customers, and then it also recommended introduction of fully cost reflective tariffs for other customer categories. Okay. And then also indicated that pro-poor tariff should be funded by cross subsidies from other tariffs categories. Those are some of the recommendations. However, in terms of the implementation, that study, what was only implemented was the lifeline tariff of about 30 kilowatt hour per month for the first consumption by customers. And that was and instead of being, I think, implemented to target the poor, there were some challenges in relation to implementation that led to the blanket application of that. So meaning that there was no cross-subsidization that happened.
Lira, is it possible we could really wrap up now? We've only got 10 minutes left for question and answer. I apologize to interrupt, but it would really be useful if we could move to Q&A.
All right. Maybe in the interest of time, maybe I can stop here. Then I can maybe answer questions where there are questions that are specific to. So thank you.
That is humbly appreciated. Apologies to cut you off. Timelines are tight, and I have a very strict taskmaster in the form of Riswa, who's cracking the whip in the background. So I think I'm not going to go into much, just to say that two things jumped out at me, three things actually. One was this issue of unbundled tariffs and how that's been applied across the different jurisdictions. The second is the issue of how this has been able to be achieved in some cases, even where there is still a vertically integrated utility. And that therefore the role of distributors being able to connect that transmission and the impact that that's had on the market. So my question then, drawn from what's going on in the chat, is that there seems to be some kind of dynamic happening between understanding how the cost of supply and is applied in terms of determining the tariffs, and then how are tariffs escalated in between tariff reviews. So it'll be very useful, and I think I'm going to start with Phineas, Mr. Matota, if that's okay with you first, to understand how you have managed to, or what approach you are using in terms of being able to get the tariffs into an unbundled state from a cost perspective, and then how you are then using your mechanism to escalate prices in between tariff reviews. If you can give me a 1 or 2 minutes response, then I can jump to Nosipho and then to Lira. Thank you.
Okay, no, thank you very much. In terms of the cost of supply, and then of course the unbundling thereof, the main issue is the understanding of what the cost components are, what makes up the total revenue requirement. So you have your generation will then consist of your fixed cost and then your variable cost. So in the variable cost, that is probably where you have the majority of your energy costs. And one in your fixed cost, then that is where you have issues such as capacity charges and then reliability. So that is the basic block that you then have to start putting up. Your generation, what are the cost drivers? And then the cost drivers, transmission, mainly it probably will only be fixed. And then of course, also distribution is also a bit of fixed other than energy. So once you have the understanding of that, you must also then classify your costs into what it is that you want, what it is that is covering, and then you determine, then you make up your tariffs. And then, as we are saying, the tariff is then based on energy, then capacity. And in our case, when we are saying reliability, we know that it should be recovered as an energy, but it is not necessarily related to energy. So that's why then it is also then important. The losses part, it's also very important because depending on where the generator is connected, that customer is actually avoiding certain losses on the system for the energy that is then generated by that generator. So it is a correct signal and incentivize the customers to put generators either close to the load so that they can avoid certain costs that they are actually not using. One of the major issues is that due to the setup of our tariffs, a lot of times customers are taking decisions based on how we set up our tariffs, and then the utilities tend to lose more customers because our tariffs are, and that the customers are then even the services that they are getting, they will still get these services and they do not pay for it. And at the end of the day, you are going to have the issues of utility death spiral. So that is how we build it up, so that at the end of the day, you then have an unbundled tariff so that there's flexibility in it. But the utility will still recover the same amount of revenue, whether the customer is buying electricity from somewhere else or doing some other things.
Okay, thank you very much. Thanks, Mr. Mtola. That's very useful. I think maybe to come back as a closing comment, to be interested to hear how you've managed to wean utilities off the addiction to wanting to be guaranteed a revenue recovery from the revenue requirement, and in terms of how that affects your price escalations. Next, Nozipho, how are you still in the meat tariffs in terms of, especially in terms of your migration plan that you showed?
Thanks, Mark. Yes, I'm still around.
Hi.
Okay.
Apologies.
Yes. Okay. For us at the moment, we still don't have an unbundled tariff, if I may put it like that. So just high level that they actually apply for. So when the utility actually applies, obviously they just want to recover all their operational and also their capital related expenses. And in carrying out that price review, the revenue requirement actually states that, in fact, the tariff methodology states that the revenue requirement has to ensure that the utility recovers all the cost of sales, being the cost of imports and also the cost of internal generation, operational expenses, your depreciation depending on the regulatory asset base. And we also have a factor which we call the reconciliation factor, whereby then we take into consideration any profits or losses that the utility gets all the amounts that they need to operate. But what we then do is now coming into the tariff structure and allocating the cost to the relevant customer categories. That is where we actually fall behind, and the cross subsidies actually come into place, because most of the cost is actually allocated to the business customers rather than to the residential customers. Yet, when looking at the cost of supply study, we have insight that residential customers actually have a higher cost of supply compared to the business customers. But then at the end of the day, also looking at the socioeconomic impact, at the end of the day, we end up just giving so much weight to the business customers, of which at the moment, we are currently correcting that through the migration plan. And we are hoping that with time, with the upcoming cost of subs that we're doing to obtain the optimal, to actually receive that service. So yeah, that is what I can say. Thanks, Mark.
It's my pleasure, Nozipho. And finally, Lira, 1 minute you've got to just quickly make any comment on how you escalate prices, and then I will hand back to Vuyiswa.
Okay, thank you very much. I think that our situation is still the same as what has just been. I think that our tariffs are still not unbundled. Yes, and then the cost of service study that was conducted in 2018 has indicated the fact that there is a need to rebalance the tariff in terms of the customer categories, whereby businesses are the ones that now are being charged high, and then at the expense, while domestic customers are charged less. And then there is a need to do the rebalancing to ensure that businesses, the tariffs are also not expensive for businesses. And then the issue again of the lifeline tariff that was introduced needed to also introduce some cross-subsidization, where the revenue that is lost from the introduction of the lifeline tariff would now be recovered from adjustment in other tariffs. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much to Nozipho, to Phineas, and to Lira. Thank you very much for your time. Sorry things got rushed a little bit, but unfortunately this is the nature. I'm not going to give any summary except to say that it became apparent that data is again become the big issue in terms of being able to set tariffs, whether you are unbundled or not. Without access to data, quality of data, it becomes increasingly difficult to actually make sure that the tariffs are in fact cost. And without knowing that cost reflectivity, it then becomes difficult to even understand how you are subsidizing or not. As Nozipho showed, that unbundled and the quality of the data is so important in that regard. So with that, Vuyiswa, I think I'm going to hand back to you. And thank you very much for the opportunity to be able to be involved in this very interesting process.
Thank you so much, Mark. Thank you to our regional regulators for participating and just sharing your time and your insights. It is much appreciated. There is never enough time for these discussions, but we are grateful to be able to learn from you in instances where you are ahead of us, and in instances where we are in par. We could have discussions around the most sustainable ways forward. So thank you so much for that. We're moving on now to our last session, which is going to be looking at tariff structures, components, and signal toppings. This would have ideally been positioned earlier in the program, but Mr. Giacchino is at a different time zone than us, so we needed to just fit him towards the end. This session will be moderated by Ms. Tanaka Shumba. She is a project manager at Sustainable Energy Africa. Maybe you could just touch a little bit on your experience. I didn't get your bio. Sorry for that. You could just introduce yourself before we move on to the introduction. Note that we only have the presentation from Dr. Leo. So maybe we could make it a 30-minute presentation, and then we get into the moderated session. Over to you. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Fuiswa. Good afternoon, colleagues. As Fuiswa mentioned, my name is Tanaka Shumba Mukudu, and I'm from Sustainable Energy Africa. So I think you've had in Brown. And together, Sustainable Energy Africa had the privilege to, understand some of the challenges that they have been faced, require the challenges that they face in trying to understand this very complex topic. And I think working together with Salga, Amy, you and Misa, we hope to help to bring a little bit more clarity within the sector. So the last 2 days, or yesterday and today, have, I think, been very interesting and very insightful, the whole course, where we've come from trying to understand what are the sectoral challenges that we are facing as South Africa. We've gone in depth into cost of supply, and we've also had the privilege to hear from our neighbors at this field. And we are going to hear from Dr. Leonardo Giacchino, who's going to speak to us a little bit about cost of supply implementation within the unit. And then just to bring it all together, I think we're also going to have our two panelists, Vali Padiachi, as well as Fanele Mondi. So I'm going to, I think, Vali will definitely bring in a little bit more of a perspective with this AMEU hat. And finally, Mr. Mondi will be able to give us a little bit more from the private sector point of view, as he's part of the energy intensive user group. So I'm going to read a bit of the bios before I hand over to Dr. Giacchino. So Dr. Leonardo Giacchino is a partner at Solution Economics LLC and provides economic and financial analysis and advisory services in regulatory matters, litigations, and arbitrations. Over the course of more than 30 years, he has worked in more than 30 countries on over 100 projects. Dr. Giacchino is adjunct professor at the Washington College of Law, American University. And if anyone has any questions, please do place them in the chats and we will address them at the end of his presentation. So over to you, Dr. Leo.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for accommodating me for my time zone difference. Otherwise, I was looking at speaking at 3 in the morning of my time. I'm going to project a short presentation that I prepared, if I'm allowed to do.
Yes, please go ahead.
Yes. And give me just a second because I have multiple screens. And let me know if you can see the presentation.
Yes, your presentation is up. If you could
Perfect.
Please put it in presentation mode. Thank you.
Yes. And so I'm going to discuss the right economic signals for tariff structures, components, and signals. And for some of you that might have seen me in previous webinars that were organized by NERSA, I'm going to be discussing, how you look at tariffs and signals within the framework that is being proposed to calculate cost-reflective tariffs. And so some of the slides, like this one I'm showing, and the next one, some of you might be familiar. So let me go back to the beginning so we can start. What are the issues when you conduct a tariff review or rate case? Sorry, I use those terms interchangeable. And I'm not just going to be talking about the US experience. I'm going to be talking the worldwide experience in general, and maybe provide some examples in the discussion.
Sorry, Dr. Leo, if you could please put your presentation in full screen mode.
It is in full screen mode.
Or in presentation mode?
Sorry, I don't see what you're. Let me see if I share the incorrect.
You are sharing correctly. You must go on the screen where it says slideshow. At the top, it says slideshow. You must click there. You see slideshow? Click on that.
Dr. Leo, if you see where it says home, insert, design, transitions, animations, then slideshow.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Which one you want me to click?
I can
you can click on that one.
From the beginning.
It's perfect.
One? Yes.
Is it okay if I share from my side?
I don't think you clicked there, sir.
I did.
Click from the start. Just click there again from beginning.
First, I think share.
Yeah, there.
Okay, Dr. Leo, I think Vuiswa will share your slides for you, so you can just let her know when you want to go on to the next one.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, Vuiswa. It's up.
Okay, let's go to number 3. So when conducting a tariff review, there are typically a set of 10 questions that regulators and regulated companies have to ask themselves. And what I'm going to focus is on number 1, and is the quality of the data. If you don't have quality data that is of quality and useful, you're not going to be able to set cost-reflective tariffs that are that are correct, that provide the right signals, and you might not recover the amount that is supposed to cover or under recover on a certain tariff category. Also, it's important that once you allocate cost to the different the different rates, the different customers, and the different types of customers, you have to calculate the prices are in a contract, etc., etc. And again, if that data is not correct, most likely the signals are not going to be adequate, and you're going to have problems. And the final question also to be considered is, once the prices are the same again, if the data is not good, then you're not going to be doing a good job. So we go to the next one. Next slide. Thank you. So I'm going to talk about the framework. And some of the slides, 2 or 3, are from the same presentation I provided in another webinar on November 24. So you realize, that it's all part of an underlying idea of how to calculate cost-reflective tariffs. So if we go to the next one, next slide, please. So if some of you were there, and you can click again to put number 5. Thank you. For some of you that were there, I discussed the procedure to calculate prices, electricity prices. And although in step number 5 is when you calculate the rates that are applied to each customer class, if you don't do a good job in the previous 4 steps, and again, you're going to either have over recovery or under recovery. So it's very important that at each step, you not only have the right data, but you apply the next one. Next slide, please. That 5-step procedure is the same as the 5 steps. Let's go to the next slide, which is going to be a cost allocation. So next slide, please. When we're looking at the first 2 steps, functionalizing and classifying costs, these are the previous steps to calculate the prices. The most important issue is to separate between regulated and unregulated costs. What you don't want to do is to be calculating prices where you have data that belong to activities that have nothing to do with the regulated function. If you're calculating prices for a regulated utility, and that regulated utility also provides other services that are not under the umbrella of regulation by the regulatory agency, you need to separate those. And so it's very important in the first step, functionalizing, to separate that. In the next, in further steps, you look into classifying into fixed variable customer costs. And that's also another important step, and that to make sure that you identify what type of cost you have, because when calculating the prices, there is different treatment if the cost is fixed or is variable or is a customer-related cost. So if we go to the next slide, please. It's very important to stress out that you need to count with good data, good set of data. And you can analyzing and classifying costs where you locate some of the costs. These are not all the costs related to utility. They're just some of them. So you can see as an example how you functionalize and classify. And when we're talking about function, the word ring fencing comes to mind. And what you don't want to happen is that the cost of some unregulated activities get included in the regulated activities, because that's going to be a problem with your price signals. If some of those costs are there, it's very likely that there's going to be an over recovery of costs with the prices. And an example I normally give, I was doing this tariff review for a client in Argentina, and the electricity transmission company Transener is has thousands of kilometers of lines. It's very long, and they have helicopters, which we said because you have to repair a line that is 1,000 kilometers from the base. And, if you have a helicopter located nearby, you can get there, get the crew, you fix, right? And what happened is that I was looking at this operation, and I found a brochure that you could do a tour where they were based. And I was thinking, maybe they're also doing tours, but if they use the choppers to take tourists around, they cannot put the full cost, the 100% of the cost of the choppers in the regulatory function. So we send someone from video and talk to the driver of the chopper, and the guy, we might have to repair a line, so I take the crew over there. And so we, in the tariff review there, we presented to the utility that you cannot put 100% of the cost charge it to the, and you keep 100% of the revenues from doing tours for tourists. So that's an example of some silly activities that you see that utilities might do, and that they unfortunately do not correctly allocate into regulated and unregulated. So it's a key step for recovery. If it's done incorrectly, you can either over or under recovery. And so the key here is that the set of regulatory accounts, and this is another example of mistakes done elsewhere. In Puerto Rico, they have this set of regulatory accounts, but every time they have an auditor, an accounting auditor, to take care of it. And the auditor, all it does is what he knows, audit the accounts, but has no idea how you do tariff making. And so most of what the auditor does, makes no sense for tariff making purposes. So that needs to be taken into account. And the company already had the audit done, so you are not bringing another auditor to do the same stuff that the auditor did before. What the person that comes to do and review the set of regulatory accounts is to do tariff making. So if we go to the next slide, this is, I'm not going to delve, I have a lot of slides in this presentation. It's a total of 42. I'm only looking at 10, but 25, 26 of them are in an appendix for people to look, if you want to look at, because it's an example of how this is done, okay, for a utility. And here are different ways to functionalize and look at common costs, because that's one of the problems for most of utilities, right? You're trying to functionalize into different activities, but some of the functions are done at the corporate level. You might contract for all telephone services with one phone utility, right? And you don't have a specific bill for the different business units within the utility. And so how do you allocate that? So you need to have a good set of rules and regulatory accounts to try to be as objective as possible. The key driver is always objectivity. You try to eliminate subjectivity. So if we go to the next slide, this is just an example of how you functionalize a common cost from a holding company into the regulated company. If this is a holding company and 2 or 3 utilities that depend from that holding company, this is an example of how you do that. So I'm not going to explain that. Everyone here is intelligent and can read and see how it's done. So we go to the next one. And the final step before you calculate the rates is cost allocation. And it's very important to understand it's a zero-sum game when you're allocating cost, right? Because you allocate cost for one category or the other, but at the end, they all adapt to the revenue requirement. What you need to avoid is that you don't make mistakes and maybe you burden a type of customers with more cost than they have, right? So it is not cost reflective, and you unburden another set of customers that get allocated less cost than they should have. And so that's why energy policy should not be confused with an economic policy. If from a point of view of the government, right, they're trying to implement economic policy and maybe subsidize a set of customers, you can incorporate the subsidy, but you incorporate the subsidy later. There are ways to do the subsidy later, but in these steps, you need to make sure that you are not creating cross subsidies. You look at that later. And so first, you need to define the customers classes clearly, and then the second step is you allocate the cost to those customer classes. And again, you avoid cross subsidies, and you go step by step into variable cost and fixed costs. Customer costs, they're identified. If you have residential customers and you identify costs that are only for residential customers, they are already allocated, so you don't need to go into those. And so again, the key here is a good set of rules and regulatory accounts that minimize the decision. So if we go into the next conclusions, I make a short presentation. I'm going to go through the conclusions, and then I'm going to take a couple minutes to show you what is in the appendix very quickly so people can look at this after the presentation. So for tariff making in the electricity sector in South Africa, the more objective rules that you can incorporate, the better. You need to eliminate as much as possible subjective decisions. You only get the right recovery if you're using the relevant information. If you don't have that relevant information, it will be difficult to target and to get recovery from each customer class. And when I said to get recovery, is that you don't over or under recover. So without the adequate data, the rates are just going to be the result of guesswork, and you might not be giving the right economic signals. And so to avoid this under or over recovery of prices, I stress out again what was said again, before in November, that you need to have good quality data, you need to perform load studies, you need to have a set of regulatory accounts, you need to have the applicable formula and models in place, and methods for cost allocation. And so to finalize, I would like to go into the appendix, show you what the appendix is about. It's an example. This example, some of the commissioners in the past in South Africa for NERSA have been in Gainesville Bank for regulators around the world. And I used to teach there. I stopped going there because if you go to Gainesville, you understand why at some point in time you are like, I've been too many times there. But this is about the regulated distribution company. If you go to the next page, please. Three types of different types of customers. Please go to the next. It has an asset base and try to calculate the revenue requirement. Go to the next. Go to the next. Next. Keep going. Here is the existing tariff sheet. These are the prices that they were charged at the time. And you see that there are 2- and 3-part tariffs. And these are supposed to be the right price signals, and they're in a tariff review, and they need to get a set of new price signals, and that is done. And so if we go to slide 41, this is 23. If we go to 41, and in the meantime, you can see different tables, and you see some of the slides in the presentation in November. Because some of those slides are part of this example. And this is not the full example. This is just the first step, what the utility presents. And so here the utility is proposing a 5% increase across the line with a new set of rates. And you'll see that some of the rates go up. I think one goes down, but they keep the same structure. And the only reason why I show you that is if you follow the presentation and see that there are different methods, the slides in between show how you implement each one of these steps. And again, if you have good quality data, you can get the right signal. So thank you very much. And I let the next presenter to take place. Okay, thank you.
Great. Thank you so much, Dr. Leo. I don't know if there are any quick questions for Dr. panelist. Any hands, but I'm going to introduce our first panelist. So the first person that we have up is Mr. Fanele Mondi. He is the Chief Executive Officer at Energy Intensive Users Group of Southern Africa. Among other qualifications, he holds a Master's in Business Leadership as well as Business Administration from the University of South Africa, as well as the Global Executive Development Program from the Gibbs Business. Sorry, you're on mute, sir.
Yeah, Fanele here, CEO of EIUG, and I think I just want to maybe just a minor correction. I don't have a bachelor's in administration. That was a mistake. But I think for me, what I'm taking out of what Dr. Leo was just saying is the importance of data accuracy as well as data sourcing. And when he looks at the South African context, I think that's where we have definitely serious challenges. I think the second aspect is really about the capacity. The question is, will we have enough capacity to do this kind of work? It's certainly not a simple job. It is quite complex. That will be both from the municipal side as well as from the from the NESA side. But also, I think more important from NESA, the reason is that it's just a matter of sheer numbers. On the consultation paper, NESA is talking about over 177 licensees. And to go through all of them, with this level of fine combing, one just wonders if we really do have that capacity. But also equally important, I think, is the matter of verification of that data. I think if we just become a churning mill where we take information and we process to the other side, we will not be doing favor to the consumers. I think it's a fact which NESA also acknowledges. So in my view, there is quite a need for a thorough verification capacity within NESA. The last part I just want to comment on in the beginning is really the difference between this cost of supply study versus the EPMD, which is also currently under review. In as much as there are similarities, around the methodology being used, but there are still certain things, in my view, which do not really tie up. And as far as we are aware, the EPMD, EPDM is supposed to be applicable to all licenses. So I think of the challenge. On the specific points which have been raised on for our comments, I will come back later on those, but I thought I'll make these opening statements for now. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mondi. I think those are a very nice summary, first of all, of what Dr. Leo has said. And I think the issue around capacity really is something that is central to this discussion. And hopefully we can get some innovative ideas from everyone on the call on how we can perhaps address those challenges. But at this stage, I want to bring in Mr. Vali Padayachi, just to hear if you have any comments on this. I think Vali doesn't need any introduction. He has been participating through most of the 2 days. So over to you, Mr. Padayachi.
Thanks, Tanako, and glad to reconnect with you. Always a pleasure. I just want to add to some of the points that Fanele had, and a very good afternoon to Fanele as well, and made. And I think Dr. Leo had made some very pertinent points, which kind of encapsulated and maybe summarize some of the discussions we had the last couple of days. So the obvious one was obviously, sounds like an oxymoron, the importance of the good quality data. And I think in South Africa, well, South African municipalities, that's a significant challenge. Okay, and I'll come back to that just now again. Also, Dr. Leo had mentioned about that when you are designing a rate case or rate design, it involves lots of effort, and he talked about those 10 questions. He also emphasized that that you don't under recover and over recover. There's a risk in terms of that, and you don't include activities that are non-regulated activities into your mix. And then, of course, he talked about the cost allocation, which is arguably the most difficult task. And of course, we agree it's a zero-sum game if you get it right. And then the other key element is don't confuse the energy policy with the economic policy. And of course, we need more objective rules. And of course, you've got to get the correct rates. But I just, given that as a backdrop, I just want to get back to, from the South African municipal case, and maybe just repeat one or two of the comments I made yesterday. You know, it sounds paradoxical that we are emphasizing a lot on the need for a cost of supply study. Now, if you look at any business, in fact, if you look at a business, even the informal trader at the corner of a street corner, a vegetable shop, a Microsoft, a Eskom, etc. All of those businesses, if you don't understand your costs, you don't drill down onto your cost. How do you run your businesses? So it seems fundamental that every one of those entities require a cost of supply of note. And I can assure you, the informal trader at the corner of the street and a small little vegetable shop, they probably have got the best cost of supply study within their own context, because their businesses are so sensitive. So having said that, Dr. Leo talked a lot about over-recovery and under-recovery. Now, we've started in a number of the Munichs, and also with the good work of Sustainable Energy Africa, GIZ, SARGA, etc., with a simplified cost of supply study, which is a good start. I mean, you might as well have something than not having any study at all. But having said that, the risk, and I just want to just finalize my comments, the risk of having a simplified cost of supply studies and with a lack of proper data and information, we run the risk of we are either under-recovering or over-recovering. Now, I think I'm pretty certain we're probably under-recovering, because if you know the experience. So we need to move to, and I mentioned it yesterday, a full-blown cost of supply study rather quickly. And sort of taking a leaf from my NRS where I chair the NRS Association, where we've said where Munichs and utilities that don't have full capability, they should be given a time frame. So what I'm saying here, maybe as a takeaway from this session, is that we should move to a full-blown cost of supply study, say within 3 to 5 years, maybe 3 years, right? So that we avoid the risk of under-recovery and over-recovery, because if we do that, we may be disadvantaging the end-use customer, right? And as a NESA, who has a paramount duty to the end-use customer, we're going to make sure that that risk is obviated ASAP. So in a nutshell, what I'm saying is that in South Africa, from a Munich perspective, we need to get to a full-blown cost of supply study as soonest. But of course, we may have to take baby steps with a simplified cost of supply study, but we just need to ensure that we don't compromise the end-use customer. I'll hand back to you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Vali. We are open for questions. If anyone has anything, please do raise your hand or please place your question in the chat. Perhaps I can kick off by okay, I'll ask my very simple question to Dr. Leo, and then Shirley, you can go next. So, Dr. Leo, just you have mentioned around the data constraints and the importance of having good quality data. So in the different countries that you have worked, are there like any examples of where countries were able to overcome some of the data constraints that they have? Just maybe a simple example that perhaps we can utilize within South Africa.
Well, I can start with some extreme examples if you want. When this framework was applied in Poland, when they have a situation of high inflation, they have issues with the data. And, you know, relative prices were changing all the time. And so instead of using this is before the European Union, right? I'm talking about many years ago. Some of you are younger than me, but the currency that was used in the cost study was bottles of beer. You know, everything was passed into the equivalent of bottles of beer, and because the prices were changing, you know, every month. And the idea when you do the study is that you want to 4 or 5 years, right? And so you need to find a common denominator and something that shows what the value is for the customer. So that's one extreme example. Another extreme example was in China, in central China. The utility they didn't have double entry accounting. They have single entry accounting. So for those, but imagine what it is to deal with the information where they said that there was a sale, but they don't tell you where the money went, right? And so there are always challenges. And those are extreme cases, right? I'm not saying that that's going to happen in South Africa, but even in those extreme examples, you find ways to still, you know, calculate the right values for services or the right assets or services that are part of the study, right? And you can always, if you're in a jurisdiction where for some reason the data, and another example I had, you know, they privatized companies in Argentina and the union in a couple of utilities, they burn everything. They burn the database, they burn the CDs, they burn everything. So you go there and you have no data. You know, what do? Well, there's a utility next to it, right? Very similar with the customers that are similar. And so in that case, they use the data for the utility next to it, you know, the neighboring utility. And they were able to reconstruct and get, you know, a good set of signals for customers.
I think you've made us feel a lot better. At least we're not paying people in bottles of beer and we're not burning our data. So yeah, we're not at the bottom. Shirley, I think you had a question.
Yes. Good afternoon or good morning to you, Dr. Leo. And I have a question. You spoke about you know, your first step being the revenue requirements, and from this you base tariffs. So we have to assume the revenue requirements, and it's a zero-sum game. Your revenue requirement is a determined value on which you will now create tariffs to recover that revenue. So to a certain extent, this is something that is set by the regulator, and we have it has to be recovered, and you can't vary from it. So that's my sort of comment, half question, and then my second one is, I see that throughout the day, and I work for Eskom, that the cost of supply methodology or terminology seems to be used interchangeably to deal with revenue requirement, which is cost justification, plus return, cost allocation and functionalization, and then also tariff design. So in your international experience, when somebody says to you a cost of supply study, does it encompass all three aspects of it, or is it dealing just with the cost allocation aspect? Thanks.
Okay, so two questions. Revenue requirement. So the way normally it's done is that the utility presents a tariff proposal, right? I'm not saying this is the way it's done in South Africa. You asked me in general how it's done. So the tariff proposal shows all the different steps. And step one is where the revenue requirement is calculated, functionalizing. You don't do a revenue requirement before you separate what is regulated and is not regulated, right? So when you do the functionalization, you separate. Let's say that the utility not only provides electricity services, but they also sell appliances. Well, you separate the selling of appliances completely, right? Like a different business unit. Once you have all the data for just providing service to customers, then you calculate the revenue requirement. That's your step one. So now for the second question, cost of supply, I guess, is a term used in South Africa. I haven't heard about that outside. The typical term that you hear is cost of service, right? Cost of service study refers to all the calculations done in a tariff review, right? Now, if you are, let's say that you concentrate just on generation, and I'm thinking supply, right? The generators are the ones that supply electricity to the other segments of the industry. If you just look at generation, and generation is regulated, there are some countries where generation is not regulated, so they don't need to do any sort of a study. But if you have regulated utilities that all they do is generate electricity, then you're doing a cost of service study for generation. That's a typical state-of-art term internationally. Now, in some countries, they talk differently, right? They have different terms. But in general, they're all talking about the same. How much does it cost to do X, Y, Z? I don't know if I'm answering correctly to what your question was. So let me know if it did not.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. And I just want to follow up from Shirley's question and Dr. Leo's response. So, Dr. Leo, just clarity. I like your difference between cost of service and cost of supply and the uniqueness of South Africa. But if we had to further extrapolate what you said, would the cost of service, if we accept cost of service as the terminology, and if I listen to your argument about generation being regulated and so on, would it be correct to say that if we're doing a cost of services study, say in South Africa, currently where we still got the three groups, so our cost of services study is equal to the following components: cost of supply, in brackets, that's generation, plus the cost of distribution, which is transmission and distribution. Would that be a fair assessment? In other words, the cost of supply services is equal to the cost of supply, which is generation, plus the cost of distribution. and that both gives you the cost of service. Is that a fair assessment?
I will add a couple more things. Typically, in the presentation, I think was slide 7 or 8 that shows, functionalization on the rows and classification on the columns. You'll see there that you have production, which is generation, then you have transmission, then you have distribution, and then you have a few other things. But you also have retailing. If you end up separating and allowing companies to sell, within the same jurisdiction, electricity to customers. I live in Maryland, in the state of Maryland, and here I can buy, if I don't do anything, I just buy from the utility that serves me, which is called PEPCO, right? But I can also contact Baltimore Gas and Electric, which is the utility that is next to it, and buy from them electricity. And PEPCO will be doing the transport part, and BG&E will sell me the electricity to me, and I can sign a 2 or 3 year contract. And not only BG&E, there are like 5 other companies where I can buy the electricity from. So in that case, you will have retailing separate, right? So it depends how the industry is organized. You will have separate activities. Each one of them, you can call it activity. So in your case, I will separate transmission from distribution.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Leo. Finally, you can go ahead.
Thank you, Tanaka. I think one is a part of it is just a comment, but I also have some questions. Maybe just in terms of the program, in some of the things we were requested to comment on. I think the first one was the recovery of fixed costs in terms of network capacity charges, network demand charges, basic charges, which are basically retail and administrative costs. I think those are a fairly standard ways of recovering those costs, But I think the question I still have is maybe for Dr. Leo in terms of his experience. Is the use of system charges, especially when it relates to wheeling, because I feel that the method we're using looks a little bit too simplistic for me, where we define use of systems charges as simply total, cost minus, bulk charges. I think there should be more in terms of how you define use of system charges. I would like to hear your views in terms of that. But before you come in, Dr. Leo, let me just comment on other elements. We were requested to look into the recovery of variable costs, energy costs, which I think they look fine, ancillary charges. The cross subsidies, we are certainly from the large power users' point of view concerned about this, but I don't think it's a subject for today. But I think on record, we are certainly concerned about how we source these subsidies, not that we think they are not useful. I think they are useful. There are, classes of customers who definitely need that, but we need to find a framework of how best to deal with that. But like I was saying, it's probably a subject of another day. Regarding balancing fixed and variable charges, I think that's where we have a concern as well. Maybe, Dr. Leo, you could assist us in terms of your experience here. The challenge we have, I think, in South Africa, you wouldn't know, is energy security. Policy intervention or government intervention has been to say, let's extend the use of renewable energies and specifically private generation, to say, how do we increase our capacity by bringing in more private generation? But the experience we are seeing is that if you increased fixed costs, you advise private generation, because then if all you are saving is just a few rands on the energy costs, whilst you are still liable for all the fixed charges, then there may well be no incentive to move that way. And I think you also indicated to allocate. So in our cases where it could lead to us losing this cohesiveness in terms of the direction we want to take, where we say let's mitigate against energy security by bringing in private sector a project, and we load them with fixed costs, which makes it uneconomic, to pursue, and we are caught in a situation we find ourselves in. Thank you.
Okay. Let me recall, I told the organizers that I have to leave at 40 because of a personal issue. I have to drive my son to a post-operation schedule. So let me quickly answer this question, and then I have to leave. Sorry about that. So it's very important, again, to allocate the cost correctly. And in terms of transmission, even in the US, you have a lot of problems here. They do pancaking. Pancaking is that you have to take electricity from A to B, but you have to go through 3 different utilities, and you have to pay each utility, right? And it could be that the signals are not correct, and then it's impossible for you to sell electricity to someone that is located in point B. And I was involved in a fraud case where we were able to eliminate some of these charges for some Western U.S. utilities that prevented people from accessing electricity in other locations. So as for the fixed costs, it's important. In the conclusions, I said that they are necessary. Number 3 is very important. If you have a good set of allocation methods, then that's not going to be a problem. Yes, you referred to fixed cost in the first part, but I think you were talking about common costs, because common costs are also fixed, but are those that are done and are not specific to us. If you can allocate that correctly, then they're not going to be under or over recovering. But it depends on the method that you use. And so choosing the right method is the key. And sorry about me having to leave, organizer, that I have to leave at 16:40, and it's 16:43, and I'm going to do my interjecting answers. Okay. Bye.
Thank you, Dr. Leo. Finally, thank you. Still a little bit more to perhaps try and unpack within the next 1 minute. Those are very good questions. Vali, I don't know if you want to respond directly to Fanele's questions.
In fact, I want to respond to the last one, because I think it's a point that he raised, and it's coming from. Now, I'm responding from a group where I represent the Munichs and the utilities, right? Fanele represents a major industrial component of our society, right? And both of us, as a Munich collective, at one time we were like 40 energy consumers in the country, but Fanele said to say we're not beating you. We're now 47% by sales, you're a bit lower. And I'm saying that tongue in cheek. Said that I think for the regulator, because the support base that I represent, we're going to push for higher fixed costs and lower energy costs. And that also includes ESCOM. And that's not because we're much about it. It's because of our survival. We need that type of model. I mean, if you look at the European model, the German model, etc., they got more fixed charges than variable charges. We need to get to a stage where, for the benefit of the country, benefit of the end-use customers, especially the end-use customers, we need to reach a stage where we are able to allow utilities to survive in this model. Plus, we are also allow the customers, including the EIUG customers and the smaller customers, to also benefit from this. So I'm not sure how you're going to get that balance. But I think at the takeaway, the regulator has to come up with that point as to how do we create that balance so we don't throw the baby away with the bathwater. And my final point, seeing this in the last session, I think we should move to cost to serve and replace cost of supply, because that, from what I'm hearing from Dr. Leo, we seem to be the only interpretation of cost to serve. I'll hand back to you, Chair.
Great. No, on that note, thank you so much, Vali. Thank you so much, Fanele and Dr. Leo in absentia. I think this is the end of our session. I think it was quite insightful. Very interesting points around data, the importance of having good quality data, ring fencing our costs, and some good suggestions around how we can perhaps improve the capacity of both municipalities, distributors, and regulators, thinking, about prioritization of which cost of supply studies actually need to be submitted. So thank you, everyone. And Vuyiswa, I'm going to hand back to you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Naka. For assisting us with the last session. Thank you so much to the presenter, Dr. Leo. Thank you, Vali, which I think we have quite abused over the 2 days. Thank you so much for your very enthusiastic contribution. Thank you, Mr. Mondi, for your contributions as well. We have come to the end of this 2-day webinar. Highlight the 2 days and their value. I do want to indicate to the attendees that we will be sending through a sort of a feedback. If you could be so kind as to populate that, just to guide us in terms of the usefulness of these sessions, what kind of things you would like to see, etc., just for us to see whether we are meeting your expectations and whether it is adding value. Please look out for that with the presentations that we will be sending out. I'm committed to have the last word. So thank you so much to everyone from my side. It has been most interesting and stimulating. And so with that, I will hand over to Mr. Gumede to close for us. Thank you.
And I'd like to thank you first for this for the seminar. It's one of many. We have decided to embark on this program where we engage with our stakeholders, and we just want to actually learn with you. And Ms. Makubane is central to this, hoping that at some point she may even see it as a business going forward, rather than all of maybe Madam Makubane could also be arranging these energy seminars in South Africa. But I think for me, before I just thank everybody, I just want to say, I'd like to just say thanks for, I think we are now aligned, I think most of us, on what this cost of supply studies are. And remember, the importance of this is that we have a public hearing on Friday. We are also going to be in receipt of a number of comments. We just wanted to make sure that those comments are actually provided in an informed manner. And clearly, we started with a very diverse view of what this the cost of supply may mean. And from a diverse view, it makes it very difficult for us to have a coherent input. Morning provided a view from South Africa, for me at least, in terms of what this cost of supply, where he properly located them. But I'm hoping that everybody today, we have our own takeaway. Don't want to influence your thoughts in terms of what they are, but that's going to be an important one. So that's the first issue for me. That I do hope that we are now closer in terms of the current processes that we are involved with, which is the cost of supply and also the EPDM. I think for me, I also just want to then say, we also learned from each other. I'm hoping we really learned from each other. We learned from what happens within the country, what Eskom does, what the municipality does, and how Eskom goes about doing something, which can be transferable to municipalities and also all of the consultants that are supporting. I think sometimes we may think we are ahead of our neighbors, but for some of us that have unfortunate places like Uganda and Namibia and Ghana and places as part of the UCT program, it's quite clear that unless other people disagree with me, Namibia is way ahead of us. We can learn from Namibia. Worst of all, because they're just next door to us. And they've got very similar challenges that we have. So we can learn from each other. I'm hoping that we learn something from our neighbors. I'm hoping that we also learn from our global experiences, including the discussion yesterday by the commissioner around the annual reviews and the cost base, the cost benefit analysis based assessment of their energy efficiency program. But broadly, I just want to thank all the presenters and moderators in particular, because they don't get paid to come and make these presentations, and they do that to empower all of us in terms of the knowledge they have gained over years. Sometimes some of us will actually just over 2 years think that we'll actually know what somebody has been doing for over 30 years. But we really value your input. But we also value the input of the participants, people that sit through this. 170 yesterday, over 150 today. It is empowering for us. But I'm really hoping that we will meet again when we meet again on Friday. We will all be starting from a common base. So on Friday, there's going to be an official public hearing. And at that official public hearing, unfortunately, NASA will not be able to respond to anything, but just be listening to you again. But please provide us with the most relevant information so that we can make the most correct decisions we can. But it's quite clear for me, but biggest takeaway, data is key. And really, we are not supposed to be collecting data for the cost of supply. It's good business practice. So municipalities should be collecting this data in the manner that allows municipalities to run their businesses efficiently. The fact that the regulator may need it for tariff setting should be a by and by. But second learning for me is the importance of an unbundled tariff. I mean, I know that Vali is saying, the utilities want a 75% fixed and 25% energy. And perhaps people that are selling electricity, the private producers will be saying, but you are loading us with lots of fixed cost, and therefore perhaps you're making us invaluable. But for where we're sitting is that we are driven by the law. It says cost reflective. It must be based on the actual cost. But those relevant costs, they must be properly classified, and then we allocate those costs correctly to the consumer groups. With those words, I'd like to thank you all for staying the whole journey through. We'll see you on Friday. Thank you.
Thank you. Cheers. Cheers, everyone.
Yes.
you.